Chapter 4393. A Higher Ultimate God. Jianghu had never imagined that the middle-level ultimate god who had scared him and Ao Longyu away 30 years ago would be a high-level ultimate god now. Before Shangguanjun spoke, he was confident that he would not be afraid of Duanling Tian if he teamed up with Ao Longyu. However, when he heard Shangguanjun say that Duanling Tian had become a higher ultimate god, his expression changed and his heart trembled. Even his body that was leaning forward stiffened. When he heard Duanling Tian's voice earlier, he could not help but feel excited. He did not even notice the fluctuation of divine power when the voice spread out. Now that he felt the faint fluctuation of divine power left behind by the voice, he was certain of one thing. Duanling Tian had indeed made a breakthrough. Young Master Jun, Tianhu looked at Shangguanjun with an unpleasant expression. If he can deal with Ao Longyu and Sun Jiao, he will definitely come to me. At that time you... Humph. Shangguanjun snorted coldly. If I knew he would make a breakthrough, I wouldn't have accepted your gift. Come with me to find Ao Longyu and Sun Jiao. Although Shangguanjun was confident in his own strength, he did not dare to underestimate Duanling Tian. Even if Duanling Tian was not as strong as him, he was not far away from him. Now that Duanling Tian had made a breakthrough and stepped into the higher ultimate god realm, even if he had not consolidated his cultivation base, the qualitative change in his divine power had made Duanling Tian even more terrifying. If Shangguanjun were to fight Duanling Tian now, he would not have much confidence in defeating him. Although he was one of the strongest among the group of young geniuses in Crimson Demon's little world and was not weaker than the others, however, among the top higher ultimate gods, he was only in the second tier. Now that Duanling Tian has made a breakthrough, even if his strength is not in the first tier, I'm afraid he's not far away. If I were to fight him, not only would I have no chance of winning, I might even be defeated after a stalemate. Shangguanjun looked calm on the surface, but he could not help but feel anxious. If he had known that Duanling Tian would make a breakthrough so quickly, he would not have agreed to protect Tianhu 30 years ago. Because he knew Duanling Tian was not to be trifled with, Shangguanjun did not want to wait for Duanling Tian to come to him. He brought Tianhu with him to find Sun Jiao and Ao Longyu. Sun Jiao was the young genius that Ao Longyu had paid a great price to find to protect him. In the small world within Crimson Demon's body, Sun Jiao was a character on par with Shangguanjun. Swoosh. Swoosh. When Shangguanjun and Tian who arrived outside Sun Jiao's cave, Sun Jiao was also coming out with Ao Longyu. When they saw Shangguanjun and Tian who, although the four of them didn't communicate, they still tacitly gathered together. Swoosh. 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 At the same time, figures began to gather from all directions. Apart from Duanling Tian, Ao Longyu, and the other three who were standing in the air facing him, there were a total of 11 people. These 11 people, including Duanling Tian and the other four, were the remaining young geniuses in Crimson Demon's little world. The others had all perished in the last secret realm that had been opened. You too, are you planning to protect them? Duanling Tian and Ao Longyu stood facing each other and calmly looked at them. At the same time, his gaze fell on Shangguanjun and Sun Jiao. He had some impression of these two people. The last time he entered the secret realm, they were also nearby when he fought with Pang Pusha. Of course, at that time, he didn't know that these two people were two of the strongest young geniuses in Crimson Demon's little world. Facing Duanling Tian's gaze, Shangguanjun frowned slightly, then relaxed. Duanling Tian, before the secret realm opens in 3 months, I won't allow you to touch Tianhu. If you want to touch him, wait until the next secret realm ends. I can promise you that if he comes out alive the next time, I won't protect him, no matter how much he has to pay. Shangguanjun's words were very sincere. That's what I meant. Before Duanling Tian could speak, Sun Jiao, a young man in blue with an ordinary appearance, spoke first, echoing Shangguanjun's words. And the one he was protecting wasn't Tianhu, but Ao Longyu. At this time, Ao Longyu and Tianhu's expressions weren't too good. Previously, when they came out injured and asked for Shangguanjun and Sun Jiao's protection, they were not confident that they would come out alive the next time they entered the secret realm because of their serious injuries. It was also because of this that they didn't expect Shangguanjun and Sun Jiao to protect them after the next secret realm. However, what they didn't expect was that the next time the mystic realm opened, it would take so long. In the past 30 years, they had completely recovered from their injuries. At this time, their mentality was completely different from 30 years ago. Young Master Jun. Brother Sun. Jianghu and Ao Longyu looked at each other and communicated with each other through voice transmission for a moment. Then they sent voice transmissions to Shangguanjun and Sun Jiao, saying that as long as the two continued to protect them in the next secret realm, they were willing to give up everything except death. However, this time, whether it was Shangguanjun or Sun Jiao, they ignored them. Let alone agree. They were not stupid. It would have been fine if Duanling Tian was still a medium ultimate god. However, now that Duanling Tian had become a high-level ultimate god, his strength might even be stronger than theirs. Under such circumstances, offending Duanling Tian was undoubtedly an act of humiliation. Of course, from their point of view, they had already given Duanling Tian a lot of face by saying those words in front of Duanling Tian. At this moment, Jianghu and Ao Longyu panicked when faced with Shangguanjun and Sun Jiao's disregard. They didn't want to face Duanling Tian, who had stepped into the high-level ultimate god realm. Even if they could come out alive the next secret realm, they would definitely be seriously injured. At that time, how could they resist the threat from Duanling Tian? Although they might not be the last ones to survive in the Crimson Demon's small dimension, and even if they did, they would be possessed by the Crimson Demon. However, even if they knew this, they still hoped to live a little longer. No one wanted to die. Moreover, no one dared to say that the Crimson Demon would not let them go after finding the most suitable body for him to possess. As long as they cooperated, the Crimson Demon, as a supreme expert, could still easily erase their recent memories. Under such circumstances, the Crimson Demon did not have to worry about them spreading the news of what had happened here. No one wanted to die. Now, the dozen or so people present all wanted to live. They even hoped that one day they could leave the Crimson Demon's small dimension and regain their freedom. It's obvious that Shangguanjun and Sun Jiao are planning to join forces. It looks like Duanling Tian's ascension to the high-level ultimate god realm has put a lot of pressure on them. The onlookers already knew that Duanling Tian had become a high-level ultimate god. It wasn't difficult to guess the current state of Shangguanjun and Sun Jiao from their whispers. Although the two of them did not say that they would join forces to deal with Duanling Tian, Sun Jiao's agreement with Shangguanjun's words clearly showed that she would stand on the same side as Shangguanjun. It's really unbelievable. A newcomer who's only been here for a few decades can have such a great deterrent force. I wonder how strong he has become after entering the high-level ultimate god realm. Maybe he's already the strongest among us. As the crowd whispered, their gazes fell on Duanling Tian. They were curious about Duanling Tian's reaction. Of course, most people felt that Duanling Tian would choose to give in for the time being. After all, if Duanling Tian decided to make things difficult for them, he would not only have to face Sun Jiao and Shangguanjun, but both of them as well. In addition, if there was a chance, whether it was Ao Longyu or Jianghu, they would definitely not miss the opportunity to kill Duanling Tian. Everyone's eyes were focused on Duanling Tian at this moment. Duanling Tian stared calmly at Shangguanjun and Sun Jiao and said indifferently, "If I want to kill the two of them, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me." His words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. What arrogance! This was the first thought that rose in everyone's mind. How arrogant! Shangguanjun laughed in anger. You can try. Sun Jiao was also a little angry. This time, Duanling Tian did not speak again. His body swayed and two law avatars charged out with swords. They were his Law of Space and Law of Time avatars. These two law avatars were also the strongest among all of his law avatars. However, when the two law avatars charged out to meet Shangguanjun and Sun Jiao, who had also attacked, they did not fight them head-on. Instead, they used the Law of Time and Law of Space to restrain them. In terms of strength, they were only law avatars. Naturally, they were no match for Shangguanjun and Sun Jiao. However, Duanling Tian's law avatars were not going to defeat or even kill the two of them. He only needed the two law avatars to restrain the two of them. At the same time, Duanling Tian's original body sent a voice transmission to Shangguanjun and Sun Jiao. His tone was extremely calm. Gentlemen, as long as you don't defeat my law avatars, I can continue to coexist peacefully with the two of you. If my law avatars are defeated, I won't hold back if I meet the two of you in the secret realm 3 months from now. As soon as Shangguanjun and Sun Jiao regained their senses, their expressions darkened. At the same time, Duanling Tian's divine energy surged, and the law of time began to circulate at an even faster speed. At the same time, the energy from the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements surged out of his body. Swoosh! Duanling Tian turned his body into a sword. A huge, dazzling rainbow sword ray with seemingly endless vitality and the mysterious 5 divine elements shot toward Ao Longyu and Jianghu. Boom! Rumble! As soon as the sword appeared, the wind and clouds stirred. Terrifying waves of air swept out, causing the onlookers to instinctively retreat a little. Bang! Whoosh! The originally perfect scenery beneath their feet instantly turned into a huge pit. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the ground was devastated. Hold on for a while. Wait for young Master Jun and the others to defeat his law avatars. Jianghu roared. After greeting Ao Longyu, he also mobilized the divine power that he had been accumulating for a long time. The power of law roared, and the divine weapon shone brightly as it met the huge sword ray head-on. Ao Longyu also had a fierce look on his face. He followed Jianghu and attacked together with him. He knew that he had no other choice now. Chapter 4394. Whether it was Jianghu or Ao Longyu, they did not think that they would be a match for Duanling Tian if they joined forces with Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan. Therefore, although Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan were being held back by Duanling Tian's avatars, they were not discouraged. They felt that as long as they could hold on for a while, Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan would be able to defeat Duanling Tian's avatars and come to their aid. Whoosh! A gigantic 7-colored sword ray streaked across the sky, seemingly covering the sky and the sun. The rising power made everyone present feel a chill run down their spines. Duanling Tian is too scary. Duanling Tian's current strength is definitely the strongest among us. It was unwise of Ao Longyu and Jianghu to offend him. Last time, although I didn't like Duanling Tian, I didn't want to provoke him. Now that I think about it, I'm really scared. If they had really offended him, I'm afraid Ao Longyu and Jianghu would not be the only ones who would be in trouble today. Looking at Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan's previous statements, it's obvious that they don't intend to protect Jianghu and Ao Longyu after this secret territory. The dozen or so onlookers whispered to each other. Now, their thoughts were similar to Jianghu and Ao Longyu's. They felt that Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan would soon defeat Duanling Tian's avatars and join forces with Jianghu and Ao Longyu to deal with Duanling Tian. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Faced with the menacing Duanling Tian, Ao Longyu and Jianghu were still suppressed by Duanling Tian even though they did not dare to hold back. Duanling Tian's sword ray that covered the sky easily crushed Ao Longyu and Tianhu's attacks again and again. Although their attacks were not weak, they only managed to slow down the speed of Duanling Tian's sword ray. The sword ray's strength did not seem to be depleted. What are they doing? After a while, both Ao Longyu and Jianghu could not help but panic. This was because they realized that while they were resisting Duanling Tian's attacks with all their might, Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan were still being held back by Duanling Tian's avatars. They did not think that Duanling Tian's avatars could really hold them back for long. Holding them back for a while was already the limit. It was impossible to hold them back for so long. Are you waiting for Sun and Shang Guanjuan? Duanling Tian's avatars. Duanling Tian and Shang Guanjuan and Shang Guanjuan's and Shang Guanjuan and Shang Guanjuan. If they dare destroy my Guanjuan, I will not show mercy if I meet them in the next time I meet them in the secret territory. If you are waiting for them to come to your aid, I'm afraid you will be waiting in vain. Although Duanling Tian's voice was calm and did not contain any unusual emotions, when it reached Ao Longyu and Tianhu's ears, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. At this moment, the confusion in their hearts was completely resolved. It turned out that Duanling Tian had secretly threatened Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan. Moreover, seeing how Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan were slacking off, it was obvious that Duanling Tian's threat had taken effect. At that moment, when they thought of the benefits they had given Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Under such circumstances, how could they fight against Duanling Tian? Ao Longyu and Shang Guanjuan, who were not Duanling Tian's match to begin with, had a mental breakdown. Even their resistance against Duanling Tian's attacks had slowed down and completely lost their balance. Under such circumstances, Duanling Tian's attacks had completely crushed their attacks and swept them away. In the next moment, the two figures were completely annihilated. Two high-level ultimate gods, both of whom were powerful, had been completely obliterated by Duanling Tian in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. If there were any traces left behind, it would be the divine tools and storage rings that they had left behind. 2 upper-level ultimate gods had fallen. The group of onlookers also fell silent at this time. The 2 people who were still alive just a moment ago were gone in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's nomological avatars also retreated and returned to Duan Lingtian's body. Shang Guanjuan and Sun Ziyuan also stopped their acting at this time. They glanced at Duan Lingtian at the same time. After a flash of unwillingness in their eyes, they did not say anything and directly turned to return to their cave abodes. Today, it could be said that they had lost all face. The people whom they had promised to protect had all died in front of their eyes. Moreover, they also knew that the people present could see that they had gone easy on Duan Lingtian in the end. It was also because of this that they felt particularly ashamed. After Shang Guanjuan and Sun Ziyuan left, Duan Lingtian did not intend to argue with them and directly turned to return to his cave abode. This time, he came out to settle the score with Ao Longyu and Jianghu. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was naturally no need for him to hang around outside. Now, the most important thing for him was to further improve his strength so that he could have a chance to escape from the small world in the Crimson Demon's body, and even escape from the Crimson Demon's control. After Duan Lingtian left, the remaining people could not help but sigh. Ao Longyu and Jianghu are too unlucky. I didn't expect Shang Guanjuan and Sun Ziyuan to give up on Ao Longyu and Jianghu in the end. They are not very kind. These 2 aren't good people either. All in all, their credibility is now 0. Everyone, be careful. If you meet them in the secret realm, even if you want to cooperate, you have to be wary of them. Transmigration Realm. Luo Territory, one of the upper 3 regions. Sun Family. As one of the top 3 forces in the upper 3 regions of the Transmigration Realm, the Sun family had an ultimate powerhouse. It was publicly recognized as a first-class clan in the Transmigration Realm. Every time the ultimate powerhouse of the Sun family returned to the Sun family, the people of the Sun family would welcome him back as if he was a saint. The entire process was very grand. In the eyes of the ordinary disciples of the Sun family, the ultimate powerhouse ancestor was the Sun family's god. He was high and mighty and could not be profaned. This time, the return of the ultimate powerhouse of the Sun family gave the Sun family a feeling that a storm was coming. One of the most outstanding people of the Sun family's younger generation, Sun Yuqian, was kneeling in the Sun family's main hall. Beside him, there was a middle-aged man kneeling there. At this moment, Sun Yuqian's face was filled with disbelief, while Sun Long's face was filled with helplessness and regret. Tell me every detail of your encounter with him. In the Sun family's main hall, the person sitting was not the current patriarch of the Sun family, but the pillar of the Sun family, the only ultimate powerhouse of the Sun family. Sun Pingyun. Sun Pingyun did not return to the Sun family frequently. If there was nothing important, he would not return to the Sun family. This time, he returned to the Sun family for only one thing. A few decades ago, the middle-level supreme god who left the reincarnation realm's stronghold in the outer land right under his nose and left the Sun family's side was most likely the strongest among the younger generation in the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian. Now, not only did he know about this matter, but the other ultimate powerhouses in the reincarnation realm also knew about it. One by one, they came to ask him for the divine corporeal spring. This was because in the eyes of these ultimate powerhouses, Duan Lingtian was able to leave under Sun Pingyun's nose. Sun Pingyun and even the Sun family behind him must have received benefits from Duan Lingtian. However, only Sun Pingyun knew that he did not receive any benefits at all. In fact, he did not even know that the middle-level supreme god who went to the reincarnation realm's stronghold in the outer land through the Sun family's teleportation formation was Duan Lingtian from the outer land. Therefore, after confirming this matter, he left behind a group of ultimate powerhouses who came to find him and returned to the Sun family as soon as possible. He also confirmed who Duan Lingtian used the Sun family's teleportation formation in the outer land through the Sun family. Sun Yuqian was the key figure. When Sun Yuqian and Duan Lingtian met and got to know each other, Sun Long was also next to them. Chapter 4395. Sun Yuqian knelt on the ground with a look of disbelief on his face. He never thought that big brother Li Feng, who saved him in the past, would be the peerless genius of the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian. In fact, he had heard of Duan Lingtian's name. After all, he was the outstanding genius of the younger generation of the Luo region Sun clan in the upper 3 regions of the world of reincarnation. Usually, he would talk to the upper echelons of the Sun clan directly. Occasionally, He would hear all kinds of rumors about Duan Ling Tian. He was a real monster. He was born in the lowest realm of the god-defying world and rose rapidly. At just a little over 1,000 years old, he had strength that was not weaker than most of the upper ultimate gods. He even had a heaven-defying opportunity and had the ultimate treasure, the divine corrupting spring, that many supreme experts would kill for. Sun Yuqian was stunned. Sun Long, who was next to him, told the Sun Clan's supreme expert, Sun Pingyun, about how they met Duan Ling Tian in full detail. Hearing what you said, he saved Yuqian's life. Sun Pingyun's gaze quickly fell on Sun Yuqian. He also paid some attention to the most outstanding young genius of the Sun Clan's younger generation. However, Sun Pingyun paused. Speaking of this, Sun Pingyun paused for a moment, and his gaze became much sharper. I have a feeling that there is no such coincidence in this world. He saved Yuqian, and our Sun Clan has the transportation formation that he needs to go to the outer realm. Even if he said that he didn't plan to come to our Sun Clan, who knows if that was a smoke bomb he set up? Sun Pingyun was the only supreme expert of the Sun Clan. At the same time, he was also the one who had lived the longest in the Sun Clan. After living for a long time, his horizons were naturally wider. In fact, what Sun Pingyun said was also what Sun Yuqian was thinking. In the past, he had never suspected that his encounter with his savior, Li Feng, was a meticulous plan. However, now that he heard the supreme expert of the Sun Clan say so, he felt that there were many suspicious points. Firstly, the other party had concealed his identity. Secondly, the other party was from the god-defying realm. When they came to the world of reincarnation, they happened to save him, the most outstanding disciple of the Sun family's younger generation. Moreover, through him, they used the Sun family's teleportation array to go to the outer realm. It had to be known that that person, in the god-defying realm, did not dare to rashly pass through the teleportation array of the outer realm to the outer realm. The reason for that was because that person possessed something that would cause even the eyes of the utmost experts to turn red. God-corrupting spring. Patriarch. Sun Yuqian took a deep breath, buried his head on the ground, and said in a heavy tone, "This matter is my fault from the beginning to the end. It has nothing to do with second uncle. Ancestor, if you have any punishment, just give it to me. Please do not punish second uncle." Sun Yuqian had taken all the blame. Yuqian. Sun Long's expression changed when he heard Sun Yuqian's words. If this nephew of his took all the blame, as long as the old ancestor gave the word, his nephew would have no chance of becoming the Sun family's patriarch. Humph. Sun Pingyun snorted. You're quite loyal. Since you want to take all the blame, I'll fulfill your wish. From today onwards, you, Sun Yuqian, are removed from the direct line of disciples. When you become an upper ultimate god, you can enter the direct line of disciples. Sun Pingyun's words caused Sun Long's expression to change drastically. It also caused the group of Sun family's higher-ups who valued Sun Yuqian and had always supported Sun Yuqian to change their expressions. Patriarch. Sun Long took the lead to stand up. I didn't do a good job in this matter. Yuqian is a junior and has little experience in dealing with people. That's why he made such a mistake. In the end, it's because I, as an elder, did not supervise him well. Sun Long was really anxious. Once his nephew was kicked out of the Sun family's direct line of disciples, it also meant that his disciple would have no chance of becoming the patriarch before he became an upper ultimate god. And before that, his nephew's competitor would have already become the new patriarch. The Sun family's patriarch was not completely determined by strength. In addition, once a new patriarch was elected, as long as the new patriarch did not break the family's rules, he would basically be the patriarch for 10,000 years. The Sun family's patriarch position had always been changed once every 10,000 years. If there was a suitable candidate, it would be changed once every 10,000 years. If there was no suitable candidate at the moment, it would be postponed until there was a suitable candidate. It had always been like this. Patriarch. After Sun Long, many higher-ups of the Sun family also spoke up for Sun Yuqian. However, as Sun Pingyun's cold gaze swept across them, under the pressure of an ultimate expert, these people all shut their mouths and did not dare to say a word. Even Sun Long was the same. This matter is settled, Sun Pingyun said calmly. Sun Pingyun said indifferently, from now on this matter is over. Now, although Sun Pingyun's expression was calm, he was still a little depressed in his heart. He did not get any benefits and was misunderstood to have gotten a lot of benefits. Next, he still had to deal with those troublesome people. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that his identity had been exposed in the reincarnation realm. Moreover, the experts in the reincarnation realm also knew that he had gone to the outer realm through the Sun family's outer realm teleportation formation. After this news spread in the reincarnation realm, it quickly spread back to the god-defying realm. In the endless void. On a small floating island in the endless void, in a pavilion, a middle-aged man stood respectfully to the side and reported to the young man inside. Master, Duan Lingtian has now reached the outer realm. Hearing the report, the young man inside only responded faintly. Master, such a genius is only a medium ultimate god. Letting him enter the outer realm. Isn't it a little too cruel? In fact, as long as you say it, no one in the god-defying realm would dare to have any ideas about him. The middle-aged man obviously hesitated for a while before saying this. Why? Are you worried that he will die halfway? The young man asked faintly. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment and nodded. A little. Although in his opinion, the little fellow's experiences along the way could be said to be legendary, it was in the god-defying realm after all. Once he left the god-defying realm and arrived at the outer world, he would face an even more dangerous test. In the history of the god-defying realm, there were many peerless geniuses who went smoothly in the god-defying realm. However, when they walked out of the god-defying realm and went to the outer realm, they died not long after. Even if he dies, it's his own fate, the young man continued. Moreover, his strength is enough to survive in the outer realm in a low-key manner. If he is too arrogant and gets killed, it can only be said that he is stupid. Although he also valued Duan Lingtian very much and knew that he was a rare genius in the god-defying realm for many years. However, he also knew that if such a genius did not make a name for himself, even if he was a genius now, it would be difficult for him to have greater achievements in the future. Perhaps he would only become an ordinary existence among the supreme experts. In the god-defying realm, there was no lack of such existences. The god-defying realm. Since Master's death, there has been no supreme expert who can rank in the top 30 in the myriad worlds. Now, the god-defying realm is peaceful, mostly because of Master's deterrence. If they confirm that Master is no longer here, the god-defying realm won't be so peaceful anymore. This was the young man's sigh in his heart. The middle-aged man could not hear his sigh. All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave. As the young man spoke, the middle-aged man responded respectfully and left. After the middle-aged man left, the young man looked at the endless void in front of him and sighed. That step is too difficult. The two senior uncles have placed their hopes on me. They think too highly of me. Although I've reached the same level of strength as them and am only a step away from the Universe Master stage, it's more difficult than ascending to the heavens to take a step further and step into the Universe Master stage. Throughout the history of the myriad worlds, there were no more than 40 Universe Masters at their peak. Now, there are less than 30 Universe Masters. And this is including Master. In the myriad worlds, there are at least 800 if not 1,000 existences like me and my two senior uncles. The young man's sigh was filled with helplessness. Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension are amazing. However, if I personally nurture him, I'm afraid he'll at most be like my two senior uncles and won't be able to enter the Universe Master stage for the rest of his life. Throughout the myriad worlds, none of the powerhouses who can enter the Universe Master stage are flowers in a greenhouse. Without exception, they all relied on themselves to fight and grow in the outer realm. The outer realm is the best training ground and whetstone. In the outer realm, near the Crimson Demon Ridge. In the little world in the Crimson Demon's body. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that the supreme experts in the god-defying realm had high expectations of him. Currently, he was focused on improving his cultivation base before the next secret realm in the little world in the Crimson Demon's inner realm opened. Even if he could not completely consolidate his cultivation base in such a short time, as long as he improved, the chances of him escaping from the little world in the Crimson Demon's inner realm would be higher. Finally, 3 months had passed. The secret realm in the little world in the Crimson Demon's inner realm had officially opened. Swoosh! After Duan Lingtian left his cave, he walked toward the entrance of the secret realm. When he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, it was not difficult to see that there were already a few people standing there and talking to each other. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they stopped talking and even greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically. Brother Lingtian, Are you ready to enter the secret realm? Brother Ling Tian, if we meet in the secret realm, please take care of me. Brother Ling Tian. These people had not interacted with Duan Ling Tian before, but now, they took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian and build a relationship with Duan Ling Tian. If it was the Duan Ling Tian of the past, naturally, he would not let them do so. After all, the few of them were able to survive until now because they were really capable. Even if they were not as good as Sun Jiao and Shangguan Jun, in terms of individual strength, they were not weaker than Ao Longyu and Tian Hu. In the battle 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian's strength had completely made them lose their temper. Chapter 4396. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled in response to their enthusiasm. He did not have any conflicts with these people. Since they had taken the initiative to greet him, he could not ignore them. At the same time, he sighed in his heart and grieved for them. It would be great if he could succeed this time. If he failed, his ending would be no different from theirs. Duan Ling Tian did not linger at the entrance of the secret realm and flew into the secret realm. Next, it's up to the Divine Tree of Life and Sister Shuai. Although he had to contribute to the escape plan this time, the Divine Tree of Life and the 5 divine elements were the main leaders. The key was still the Divine Tree of Life. This was because their plan was targeted at the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's small world. It could be said that both Duan Ling Tian and the 5 divine elements were only the assistants of the Divine Tree of Life in Duan Ling Tian's small world. What they needed to do was to help Duan Ling Tian escape from the Crimson Demon's small world through the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's small world. Before Duan Ling Tian stepped into the intermediate ultimate god realm, the Divine Tree of Life had told the world-cleansing divine water that there was a 50% chance of success. It had also said that if Duan Ling Tian could become a higher ultimate god, the chances of success would increase to more than 80%. An 80% chance of success. In fact, it was considered very likely. However, Duan Ling Tian was not happy about it. After all, even if there was an 80% chance of success, there was still a 20% chance of failure. In other words, even if there was a 1% difference between a 99% chance of success and a 100% chance of success, if there was a 1% chance of success, it would mean certain death. I'm in. After entering the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he had appeared in the sky above an ocean. The ocean was so vast that he could not see the end of it. As for him, he needed to find the correct direction to reach the center of the circle from here. The rules of the secret realm in the Crimson Demon's small world were the same. It was a big circle. Everyone was distributed on the edge of the big circle. They would then find their way to the center of the circle. Once one reached the center of the circle, one would be considered to have successfully entered the secret realm. However, although the rules were the same, the environment and scenery after entering the secret realm were constantly changing. It was not a fixed place. For example, when Duan Ling Tian came in last time, he appeared in a forest. This time, they were in the sky above a sea. The sky above the sea was calm and tranquil. Duan Ling Tian stood in midair as he surveyed the surroundings and observed all the movements in his surroundings. What he needed to do now was to find the direction of the center of the circle. At the same time, he contacted the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water, how should I cooperate with you and Senior Wood Spirit? Wood Spirit was the name of the Divine Tree of Life in Duan Ling Tian's small world. The world-cleansing divine water quickly replied, "Now, you just have to look for the direction of the central area and make your way there. While you're making your way through the trials, the Wood Spirit will look for the Divine Tree of Life in the little world in the Crimson Devil's body. Once it's confirmed that it has found the Divine Tree of Life, we'll transfer energy to it and help it temporarily control the Divine Tree of Life." The Divine Tree of Life in a Supreme Powerhouse's small world is usually in a dormant state since they have nothing to do. Therefore, Wood Spirit will have a chance to control it at a critical moment. Naturally, the stronger the energy Wood Spirit has, the higher the chance of controlling the Divine Tree of Life in a short period of time. In the past, the world-cleansing divine water had not told Duan Ling Tian about Wood Spirit's plan. It was only now that he knew what Wood Spirit's plan was. As it turned out, Wood Spirit wanted to control the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's small world temporarily. If it succeeded, Duan Ling Tian was certain Wood Spirit would be able to help him leave the small world in the Crimson Demon's small world and escape from his control. If the small world in the Crimson Demon's small world was still in his body, it would not be easy to escape. However, the small world in the Crimson Demon's small world was not in his body. It was placed near the Crimson Demon Ridge by the Crimson Demon. Although he could monitor it from a distance, if Wood Spirit controlled the divine tree of life in his small world for a short period of time, it would definitely be able to escape his detection. Sister Water, feel free to let me know when you need me to help, Duan Ling Tian said to the world-cleansing divine water. His tone was no longer calm as he spoke. After all, this matter would determine whether he would be able to regain his freedom. Although he had not stopped cultivating in the small world in the Crimson Demon's small world in the past few decades, this was not a suitable place for cultivation. He could be possessed by the Crimson Demon at any time. If that happened, it would be no different from death. Now that he had a chance to escape, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. In the worst-case scenario, he would be discovered by the Crimson Demon. The Crimson Demon would either kill him immediately or monitor him closely until there was only one person left. Now, what I need to do is to find the center of the area. That's where the center of the circle is located. In the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian found the path to the center of the circle through the trees in the forest. This time, he looked around for a while but couldn't find anything that he could use as a comparison. This was because the sea beneath his feet was extremely calm. It was as though there were no living creatures in the sea. The surface of the sea is calm. Then in this calm sea, I'll search for some clues that might be guidance and head in that direction. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian became even more focused. A quarter of an hour passed, and he did not find anything. Half an hour passed, and there was still no sign of him. After about 4 hours had passed, Duan Ling Tian finally discovered some subtle clues in one direction. It was also the clues that he had discovered with his divine consciousness. There was a slight movement in the sea in that direction. If not for Duan Ling Tian's full concentration, he would not have noticed it. Go this way. After confirming the difference, Duan Ling Tian directly flew in that direction, traversing the boundless sea. About a quarter of an hour later, the first test appeared. Bang, 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 bang. The calm surface of the sea was suddenly broken by deafening noises that sounded like thunder. Huge figures broke out of the sea. They were powerful demonic beasts that emitted terrifying auras from head to toe. These demon beasts all had different shapes. Some were extremely similar to birds, some were extremely similar to beasts, and some were extremely similar to snakes and pythons. The only thing they had in common was that their entire bodies were pitch black, and they were covered in sharp scales. Their eyes were all scarlet red, and they were like bloodthirsty frenzied demons. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After more than 20 great demons broke out of the sea, they fixed their eyes on Duan Ling Tian and charged toward Duan Ling Tian in a frenzy. It was as though they saw Duan Ling Tian as their sworn enemy. Duan Ling Tian took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword and was about to make his move. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in his ears. There's no need to make a move. The wood spirit will deal with them. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Ling Tian froze in his tracks. But in the next moment, he saw a scene that shocked him. End of chapter. Chapter 4397. Under Duan Ling Tian's gaze, the scene before his eyes suddenly shook. In the next moment, he saw another him appearing. He was certain it was not his law clone. Moreover, he could sense that the other him had no connection with him at all. Then, he saw the other him in his eyes fighting fiercely with the great demons that broke out of the sea. Everything before him felt like a scene from a television. It was getting further and further away. This is the tree of life that the wood spirit used to invade the Crimson Demon's little world. With our help, it used the tree of life to cast the illusory Crimson Demon. The reason why it said this was because it was worried that the Crimson Demon was watching you from the beginning. If that happened, you wouldn't be able to do anything. You wouldn't be able to make any moves then, the world-cleansing divine water said, allowing Duan Ling Tian to understand everything before him. As it turned out, the wood spirit was controlling everything before him. Those great demons. However, when he recalled the strength that the great demons had displayed earlier, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel puzzled. If everything before him was just an illusion, where had the great demons gone? The Crimson Demon used the Divine Tree of Life to control the main island through the Divine Tree of Life. Normally, even if the Divine Tree of Life is in a deep slumber, it can still be controlled by the Crimson Demon. However, the Crimson Demon also has to use the Divine Tree of Life to control it. The Divine Tree of Life is even more powerful than its master, the Crimson Demon. Therefore, when the Wood Spirit temporarily controlled the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's body, it also controlled the great demons to return to the sea. Of course, if the Crimson Demon was watching, he would have seen everything before you. This is an illusion created by the Wood Spirit through the power of the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's body. Now, let's hurry up and get down to business. You, follow my instructions and instill energy into the Wood Spirit so that it can further control the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's body. Then, before the Crimson Demon can react, help you escape from the little world in the Crimson Demon's body and completely escape from its pursuit. Upon hearing the world-cleansing Divine Water's final words, Duan Ling Tian felt his blood boil. It was obvious. If that Crimson Demon discovered that he had escaped, he would definitely chase after him. At this time, whether or not they could escape the pursuit of the Scarlet Demon was very important and crucial. Begin. Not long after Duan Ling Tian thought about it, the world-cleansing Divine Water's voice rang in his ears, waking him up completely. At the same time, he quickly cleared his mind and listened to the world-cleansing Divine Water's instructions. He channeled power to the tree spirit of the God of Life in his own small world. At the same time, he could sense that the tree spirit of the Divine Tree of Life in his small world was extending a burst of power that was endlessly fusing into the secret realm he was in. Then, it entered the void and disappeared. It was as if the void was a bottomless pit, and the power of the wood spirits was continuously flowing into it, but it was unable to fill it up. Regardless of whether it was Duan Ling Tian or the world-cleansing Divine Water, it was only a guess that the Scarlet Demon might be monitoring Duan Ling Tian. What they did not expect was that the moment Duan Ling Tian entered the secret realm, Crimson Demon had been constantly monitoring him. As for the others, they only glanced at him occasionally. However, after observing Duan Ling Tian for a while, the Scarlet Demon felt that something was amiss. Logically speaking, with this brat's strength, it's impossible for him to waste so much time in the first trial. What's he doing? The Scarlet Demon who was in the Scarlet Demon Ridge could see everything that was happening in the secret realm through the Divine Tree of Life that was in a deep slumber in his small world. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian and the group of great demons were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the victor. During this process, he could also see that Duan Ling Tian was not using his full strength. Could it be? Could it be that he wants to rely on these great demons to comprehend something? Or could it be that he's not lacking in manpower? Could it be that the direction he chose earlier is the correct one? Could it be that he wants to see if there's any guidance in the battle with these great demons? When the Scarlet Demon thought of this, he felt relieved. If that was the case, everything could be explained. Immediately after, the Scarlet Demon's attention fell on the others. Currently, apart from Duan Ling Tian, more than 10 other young geniuses, including Sun Jiao and Shangguan Jun, had entered the secret realm one after another. They also appeared in the sky above a sea. Moreover, some of them had not found the direction they were heading in. Only a few of them had confirmed the direction they were heading in and had begun to move forward. Of course, among these few people, 2 of them had taken the wrong path. If Duan Ling Tian saw the 2 people who had taken the wrong path, he would definitely recognize one of them as one of the few people who had greeted him before he entered the secret realm. After taking the wrong path, this young genius barely passed the first trial and killed many great demons. At the same time, he was injured. In the second trial, he was first severely injured and then killed. I'm not satisfied. Before he died, he let out a sorrowful cry, but he immediately became food in the great demon's stomach. Not long after this young genius died, another young genius died as well. That's how it should be. The Scarlet Demon looked at everything indifferently. This time, I'll choose the body most suitable for me. I only hope that Duan Ling Tian won't disappoint me. Until now, the person that the Scarlet Demon valued the most was still Duan Ling Tian. If not for the ancestral teachings of his clan, he would have chosen Duan Ling Tian as his new body to be on the safe side. It was also because he had decided on Duan Ling Tian that he paid special attention to Duan Ling Tian. However, as time passed, he discovered something that made him feel that something was amiss. When the other people that were lucky enough to survive had walked halfway and passed through half of the trials, Duan Ling Tian was still entangled with the greater demon at the first trial. It was still a draw. What's going on? This shouldn't be. What exactly is he doing? In his confusion, The Scarlet Demon began to stare at every detail of Duan Lingtian's trial. He was no longer like before when he only glanced at him casually. And with this look, he finally saw that something was wrong. An illusion? After observing for a while, the Scarlet Demon's expression changed drastically. At the same time he roared, "Idiot!" Following Crimson Demon's explosive roar, the entire Crimson Demon Ridge heard his voice. From his personal demon gods to the Centurions and Decurions, all of their expressions changed as they trembled in fear. "Lord Scarlet Demon, who are you scolding?" This was the same thought in their minds. At the same time, they felt that the person who was scolded by Lord Scarlet Demon was most likely going to be in trouble. Ever since they were controlled by the Scarlet Demon, this was the first time they had seen the Scarlet Demon so angry and lost his composure. Whoosh! In the Scarlet Demon Ridge, a figure shot out like a beam of light and left the Scarlet Demon Ridge. At the same time, it left a long trail in the air before it disappeared. It was clear that the figure's speed was ridiculously fast. At the same time, near the Scarlet Demon Ridge, in the little world inside the Scarlet Demon's body, an angry and old voice sounded. "Which scoundrel dares to forcefully control my body while I'm asleep? Damn it! Don't even think about escaping." Chapter 4398. Duan Lingtian was moving forward with all his might. His speed was ridiculously fast, and he was using all his strength. Just now, the Divine Tree of Life in his small world finally found an opportunity to control the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's small world and opened a hole to leave the Crimson Demon's small world. Moreover, after that, the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's small world held on for a period of time before its power dissipated. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the Crimson Devil had most likely noticed him now. However, he did not have time to worry about anything. He was only focused on escaping. Rip! The space tore open, and Duan Lingtian flew out. After a while, he was back in the outer realm. The Crimson Demon's small world was actually still in the outer realm. After breaking open the space crack and escaping from it, he naturally returned to the outer realm. However, after returning to the outer realm, Duan Lingtian did not dare to stay in the same place and quickly fled. Whether or not I can escape the Crimson Demon's pursuit depends on now. Now, Duan Lingtian only had one thought left in his mind. Escape. Day after day, Duan Lingtian continued to flee forward as if his life depended on it. When his divine power was exhausted, he quickly consumed divine pills to recover. There was no pause in the entire process. He knew that the Crimson Demon had not caught up with him for several days. He had most likely lost track of him and could not find him, however. He still did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He was deeply afraid that he would once again fall into the Crimson Demon's clutches. This time, if he did not escape and was caught by the Crimson Demon again, it would be almost impossible for him to escape again. If that really happened, there were only two paths waiting for him. Either he died, or he was possessed by the Crimson Demon and became the Crimson Demon's new body. During the few days when Duan Lingtian was fleeing for his life, the Crimson Demon did not actually idle around. Not long after Duan Lingtian escaped, he did not even have time to reprimand the Divine Tree of Life in his small world before he chased in the direction that the Divine Tree of Life told him that Duan Lingtian had escaped. This chase went on for a few days. However, after a few days, he did not find any trace of Duan Lingtian. It was as if he had completely erased all traces of Duan Lingtian. Although he was a supreme master and his divine sense was very powerful, he did not dare to use his divine sense recklessly in the outer realm. If he provoked another supreme master, it would not be a good thing for him. During the last 10,000 years heavenly tribulation, he was injured and had yet to fully recover. He didn't even have the confidence to survive the next 10,000 years heavenly tribulation. Therefore, he was eager to find a new body that was suitable for him. If he were to fight with another supreme master at this time, it was very likely that his injuries would worsen and even affect his next plan of possession. Count yourself lucky. A few days later, the Crimson Demon stopped pursuing Duan Lingtian because he knew that even if he continued to pursue Duan Lingtian, there would most likely be no results. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian had been planning this for a long time. However, he never thought that Duan Lingtian would have such a method. I'm curious how he escaped. Because he was only focused on pursuing Duan Lingtian, the Crimson Demon did not even communicate with the Sacred Tree of Life in his small world after the incident. He was not too clear about the details of Duan Lingtian's escape. Now, after giving up on pursuing Duan Lingtian, he returned to the vicinity of the Crimson Demon Ridge and returned to his small world. However, the first thing he did was to find the sacred tree of life. Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation for this matter? The Crimson Demon's tone was very unfriendly. It was not difficult to see that he was furious. I had been in a deep sleep to recuperate. When I woke up and discovered them, it was already too late. Cough cough. An ancient voice sounded. In a place in the Crimson Demon's small world where the group of young geniuses imprisoned by the Crimson Demon could not reach, a towering tree stood there. It was very majestic, as if it could support the heavens and the earth. If Duan Lingtian saw this towering tree now, he would feel that the sacred tree of life in his small world was only a small and insignificant tree in front of it. I also made a move as soon as I woke up, but it was still too late. I did not dare to use too much power, afraid that it would affect your possession. The owner of the ancient voice was the sacred tree of life in the Crimson Demon's small world. At this moment, the vitality around the sacred tree of life was clearly somewhat dim, giving off a feeling that it had exhausted too much. There were even cracks on the tree trunk, and if one looked closely, one could see that it was covered in scars. As the sacred tree of life in the Crimson Demon's small world, it would usually lend a helping hand when the Crimson Demon faced enemies and needed help. However, the injuries on its body did not come from the battle between the Crimson Demon and the other supreme powerhouses. Instead, it came from the last 10,000 years' heavenly tribulation that the Crimson Demon faced. At that time, if it had not acted in time and endured the heavenly tribulation as the Crimson Demon would have died under that heavenly tribulation. Hearing the sacred tree of life's words and feeling the extremely weak aura of the sacred tree of life, the Crimson Demon's expression changed. In the end, he let out a long sigh. Perhaps, this is the legendary peerless monster. I should have been more careful. Looking at the history of the myriad of worlds, the more monstrous an existence is, the more difficult it is to kill and the harder it is to suffer a tribulation. I was muddle-headed for a moment. You can't be blamed for this matter. You need to sleep to recover from your previous injuries. It's already difficult for you to support the operation of the secret realm to deal with them. The Crimson Demon sighed. Among the remaining people, choose the most suitable one for you. Success or failure will depend on this one move. My remaining strength and the burning of my original body should be enough to support you to complete the possession. I was born in your small world, and I see you as my father and mother. I'm willing to give up everything for you. The old voice continued. As the sacred tree of life in the Crimson Demon's small world, it naturally had to contribute in the process of the Crimson Demon's possession. Moreover, it was responsible for a very important part. For this reason, not only did it have to exhaust its strength, but it also had to burn its original body to prolong the Crimson Demon's life and possession. After that, although it would not disappear, it would consume 80 to 90% of its strength and fall into a deep sleep for a long time. Only when the Crimson Demon, who had possessed a new body, became a sovereign again would there be hope for it to awaken again. Of course, once the Crimson Demon's possession failed, it would also collapse along with the Crimson Demon's death. Not every divine tree of life could survive the fall of its owner. Only those sacred trees of life that had been closely intertwined with the power of the realm for a long time would be able to survive after their master died. If they were lucky, they might even be able to regain their vitality. For example, the wood spirit, the sacred tree of life in Duan Lingtian's small world, was one of these sacred trees of life. In the past, the wood spirit was the master of one of the 18 realms of gods in the divine defying realm. He was one of the frontline guardians of the divine defying realm. The little world in his small world was one of the realms of gods in the divine defying realm at that time. It had intersected with the realm energy of the divine defying realm and protected it for many years, allowing the sacred tree of life to absorb a large amount of the realm energy of the divine defying realm. It was for this reason that the sacred tree of life in his small world did not die after the wood spirit died. The reason the sacred tree of life was able to survive until Duan Lingtian found it was because it had one of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water, which provided it with a large amount of nourishment. Naturally, if Duan Lingtian did not find it, it would not have been able to survive even with the help of the world-cleansing divine water. This was because the nourishment provided by the world-cleansing divine water was not equal to the nourishment it consumed. The nourishment it consumed was greater than the nourishment provided by the world-cleansing divine water. It was not until Duan Ling Tian found it and gathered the 5 divine elements to help it recover that it became as strong as it was today. I understand. Upon hearing the sacred tree of life's words, Crimson Demon nodded. I'll increase the difficulty of the secret realm this time. Only one of them will survive. Humph. That Duan Ling Tian better not let me see him again. Otherwise, I'll kill him even if I don't have the chance to possess him again. How dare he run away? How dare he defy me? Damn it! Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Crimson Demon was infuriated by his escape. Crimson Demon was even shouting that he would kill Duan Ling Tian if he encountered him again after he successfully possessed Duan Ling Tian's body. Naturally, this was also because Duan Ling Tian did not know about this. If he knew, not only would he not be afraid, but he would also be looking forward to Crimson Demon coming to find him. That would be a good opportunity for him to avenge being imprisoned by Crimson Demon and almost dying. I should be safe now, right? After running for a month, Duan Ling Tian finally stopped running for his life. Although it seemed like he was running around recklessly, he was actually avoiding the territories of various forces. He was afraid that he would accidentally enter the territory of a supreme powerhouse like he did when he entered Crimson Demon Ridge. It would be fine if the supreme powerhouse was easy to talk to. However, if the supreme powerhouse was similar to Crimson Demon, he would be like a lamb in a tiger's den again. Along the way, I've seen a few dilapidated cities. There are many living beings in those cities. There are humans and great demons. There are great demons who have taken human forms, and there are also great demons who are in their true forms. There are even some plant-type great demons. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian had seen the splendor of many places. He knew that even in the outer realm, there were places for people to exchange and trade. There's a city in front as well. I'll go in and take a look. I'll also find out where in the outer realm this is. Duan Ling Tian looked at the dilapidated city in front of him. It could even be said that it was half in ruins. He flew closer. At the same time, he could also see many figures entering and leaving the dilapidated city. Chapter 4399. When Duan Ling Tian entered the dilapidated city, no one paid any attention to him. This was because there were many young people like him who entered and exited the city every day. If one did not use their divine consciousness to probe deeper, it would be difficult to tell how old a person was. Many old antiques who had lived for tens of thousands of years also liked to appear young in front of others. Therefore, no one would think that anyone who looked young was really young, and no one would think that someone who looked young was easy to bully. Perhaps some people were really young and easy to bully, but there were also some people who were not really young. Once they were provoked, it would be like kicking an iron plate and inviting disaster. This place. As Duan Ling Tian walked into the dilapidated city, he could see people gathered in groups of 2 or 3. Some people had taken out some items and placed them in the void in front of them, waiting for others to inquire about the price. These people were all people who wanted to barter. They were using treasures that they did not need or did not need for the time being to exchange for treasures that they needed. Of course, those who had the courage to show off their treasures here were basically people who were confident in their own strength. Moreover, most people who dared to show off their treasures in public would not easily take out treasures that would interest someone more powerful than them. This was because no one wanted to bring about a fatal disaster just because of 1 or 2 treasures. Some people were better off, as they would spare your life after stealing your treasures. However, there were also people who would take your life after taking your treasures. This was called cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. After walking around, Duan Ling Tian saw some things that were useful to him. He also asked the other party about it. However, he did not have what the other party wanted. As for the most precious item in his possession, it should be the divine containment spring. Of course, he could not take out the divine corrupting spring. That was something that even immortals would kill for. Once he took it out, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain it. He was not afraid of those who were not immortals. However, what if an immortal attacked him? When he thought about the immortal Crimson Demon, Duan Ling Tian only felt powerless. An immortal is too strong. Unless one is an immortal, it's impossible to fight against him. At this time, Duan Ling Tian also thought of the reason why he was in such a hurry to leave the god-defying realm. It was Yun Qingyan, who had become one with a supreme expert. Now, even if the other party appeared before him, there was nothing he could do. However, even though he couldn't take out the god accumulating spring water, the divine pills in Duan Lingtian's hands could still attract some people to barter for them. Through this, Duan Lingtian was able to obtain some things he needed. Now that he had just entered the upper ultimate god realm, the most urgent thing for him was to completely consolidate his cultivation base. The things he exchanged for were basically all beneficial to this. After he was done exchanging, Duan Lingtian walked around the city that was in ruins. He noticed that there wasn't a single building that was still intact, and there wasn't a single person living here. The people here were all passers-by or people who had specially come here to trade. According to what the senior from the Xia family said, not every place in the outer realm is a pile of ruined cities. There are also some intact cities in the hands of some powerful forces. There are more people in those cities. The area I'm in is considered a remote area in the outer realm. After walking around the city, he found many things that he wanted. He tried to exchange for them one by one. During this process, he also found that more and more people were staring at him. Some of them did not even try to hide the greed in their eyes. It was as if they wanted to rob him of everything. However, he did not care about this. Currently, in the outer realm, there were not many people among the upper divine clans who could make him afraid as long as the supreme experts did not make a move. Although most of these people were upper ultimate gods, he was not afraid of them. It's fine if they don't provoke me. If they come knocking on my door, they can only blame themselves for being unlucky. After exchanging for some things, Duan Lingtian left the ruined city. As soon as he left, he discovered that there were more than a dozen little tails behind him. Among them, there were a few groups of people who followed him in groups. Duan Lingtian simply turned around after flying for a distance and looked indifferently at the more than 10 figures in the distance who had stopped as well. His eyes flashed with a bright light. These dozen or so people would never have thought that after discovering that they were following him, not only did he not continue to flee, he even stopped. Was he planning to give up resisting and obediently hand over the things? If anyone continues to follow me, I'll kill him. Duan Lingtian's cold eyes swept across the dozen people in front of him as he spoke. His voice was cold and intimidating. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, more than half of them sneered. A guy who has just entered the upper divine master realm. How arrogant. He probably thinks that we haven't seen through his cultivation level. A few of them sneered. Duan Lingtian turned a deaf ear to these sneers and continued on his way. The dozen people behind him continued to follow. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian stopped again and teleported to the dozen people at the same time. The 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand and a 7-colored sword light whizzed out. Duan Lingtian did not even need the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. Duan Lingtian only needed to use the law of space and his sword Dao to create a terrifying spatial storm to kill the 3 people in front of him. A 3-man team did not even have time to react before they were killed by Duan Lingtian. The moment Duan Lingtian made his move, it shocked the others as well. At the same time, they realized what Duan Lingtian said earlier was not a lie. He really had the ability to kill them. They were only ordinary higher ultimate gods. Even if they had completely consolidated their cultivation bases, their strength was still limited. They were powerless against some of the strongest higher ultimate gods, let alone a freakishly talented higher ultimate god like Duan Lingtian. Run. We're no match for him. Oh my god. How can an upper divine master who hasn't consolidated his cultivation level be so strong? The remaining people were not fools and were ready to flee. At this moment, 2 figures flew out of Duan Lingtian's body. The law of time and the law of space worked together with Duan Lingtian as they split into 3 different directions. In just 10 breaths, they managed to kill all of them. More than a dozen people who were chasing after Duan Lingtian were all killed. After killing more than 10 people, Duan Lingtian glanced into the distance before he turned around and left. After Duan Lingtian turned and left, more than a dozen figures appeared in the forest in the distance. However, at this time, all of them had a lingering fear on their faces. Fortunately, we didn't impulsively get so close. Otherwise, we would have been among the people who died just now. It's so scary. His strength is so strong. He hasn't consolidated his cultivation level yet, and already has such terrifying combat power. He must have a good background. No wonder he could take out so many rare divine elixirs. In fact, Duan Lingtian had also noticed these people. However, he did not make a fuss about it because they did not follow him too closely. At the same time, no one was chasing after Duan Lingtian anymore. Now, I'll go to Dancing Sun City first and see if I can find any clues about Wang Yiyuan's family. Then, I'll complete his last request and return the favor. Wang Yiyuan was a young genius that Duan Lingtian had encountered in the little world inside the Crimson Demon's body. Although his strength was extraordinary, he had died in the secret realm inside the little world inside the Crimson Demon's body. Before he died, he gave Duan Lingtian a spatial ring that removed the ownership of the ring. There was a circular token in the ring. It was a key left behind by a powerful supreme powerhouse. As for Dancing Sun City, it was the closest non-ruined city that Duan Lingtian had heard about when he was trading with the people in the ruined city. Dancing Sun City was prosperous and peaceful. There were a total of 5 forces that controlled Dancing Sun City at the same time. Moreover, each of the 5 forces had supreme powerhouses behind them. Chapter 4400. In the Outer Realm, the races of the myriad worlds gathered. In the beginning, no one knew if there were any living beings in the Outer Realm. They only knew that many people from the myriad worlds would settle down in the Outer Realm after leaving their homeworld and even pass down their bloodlines. It was precisely because of this that the ancestors of most of the natives in the Outer Realm came from the myriad realms. However, some clans only knew that their ancestors came from the myriad worlds due to their long history, but they didn't know which realm they came from. In the Outer Realm, even the strongest powerhouses from the myriad worlds didn't dare to act as casually as they did in their homeworld. This was because there might be stronger powerhouses in the Outer Realm. The waters in the Outer Realm were very deep. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Xia clan when he was still in the Divine Offering Land. Therefore, he was mentally prepared for this. According to the ancestor of the Xia family, even the most powerful existences in the top 3 strongest realms in the myriad worlds might not be able to do as they please in the Outer Land. This was because the Xia clan's ancestor had heard 2 rumors when he was traveling in the Outer Realm. They were both about the hidden powerhouses in the Outer Realm. It was said that 2 hidden powerhouses had fought with 2 of the top existences in 2 of the 3 strongest realms in the myriad worlds and even repelled them. Some people also said that the 2 hidden powerhouses were actually the same person. In any case, the natives of the Outer Realm were not to be underestimated. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Now, the Dancing Sun City that Duan Lingtian was going to was a city controlled by the 5 native forces in the Outer Realm. All the rules in the city were set by the 5 forces. It could be said that they were the rulers of the Dancing Sun City. The rules were set by them, and the ones who maintained the rules were naturally their people. Is the Dancing Sun City in front? Duan Lingtian rushed for a while. Finally, after many days, he saw a huge city leaning on the side of a continuous mountain range. This city wasn't on a plain. It was a mountain city, and half of the city was built in the mountains. Of course, even if it was built in the mountains, it was still surrounded by walls. As for the other half of the Dancing Sun City, it was not open to the public. In fact, it was forbidden for outsiders to approach because it was where the 5 great clans that controlled the Dancing Sun City were located. This place was also known as the inner city of the Dancing Sun City. Of course, in the inner city, not all of the 5 great clans were stationed there. There were also some markets for doing business, as well as practice grounds for sparring. These were all shared by the 5 great clans who controlled the city. The inner city's market square was the internal market square of the 5 great clans. As for the outer city, it didn't refuse anyone. No matter where you came from, they wouldn't stop you from coming. However, since they were here, they had to abide by the rules. If you don't follow the rules, the Dancing Sun City's law enforcement team will punish you. The law enforcement team was jointly managed by the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City. They were a team formed by all 5 clans. Among them, the captain's strength was extremely tyrannical. Under the realm of utmost powerful warriors, they could suppress more than 99% of the people. If they really encountered someone who couldn't be suppressed, the law enforcement team would send a message back to the inner city, and there would immediately be a supreme expert who would personally suppress the intruder. Because of this, the law and order in the Dancing Sun City was very good. At least, Duan Lingtian had this feeling when he walked into the Dancing Sun City. In the Dancing Sun City, everything was orderly. The people who came and went were all very well-mannered. Even if there were occasionally people who saw people on the road, they would take the initiative to avoid them. In addition, There was no sign of the law enforcement team. Looks like it's just as they said. The law enforcement team of a city like the Dancing Sun City is usually hidden in the dark. Unless something happens, they won't come out. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The Dancing Sun City occupied a large area. It was not inferior to any of the cities that Duan Lingtian had seen in the god-defying realm. Of course, this included the inner city. Although looking in from the sky outside the Dancing Sun City, the inner city was shrouded in fog, and it was impossible to see the situation inside. However, the outline of the inner city's walls could be seen clearly. As for why there was such a dense fog in the sky above the inner city, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. It was definitely because the 5 great clans had set up a formation to conceal everything inside. Regarding this, he was not surprised at all. Not to mention the outer realm, even in the god-defying realm, those powerful forces that were stationed in the city would do the same. There were even some city leaders who directly prohibited people from flying into the city. In the Dancing Sun City, there were no restrictions on flying. Even if you flew over the inner city, as long as you did not have any ill intentions, no one would care about you. Of course, if you were to cause trouble in the sky above the inner city, then the law enforcement team of the Dancing Sun City would not be pushovers. I came this time, in addition to inquiring about the outer realm and understanding the outer realm further. I also want to inquire about the city behind Wang Yiyuan's family and see if I can find out. If I can find out, then I'll make a trip there and solve his request. With my current strength, it won't be difficult to complete his request. This time, Duan Lingtian had always remembered his purpose for coming to the Dancing Sun City. Although he had heard about the outer realm before leaving the god-defying realm, it was only a small part of the outer realm. There were more things in the outer realm that he still needed to understand and come into contact with on his own. He did not plan to stay in the Dancing Sun City for long. However, sometimes, there were many things that were out of one's control. After staying in the Dancing Sun City for a few days to understand the outer realm further and find out the approximate location of the city where Wang Yiyuan's family was located, Duan Lingtian, who was preparing to leave the next day, was alarmed the night before. He stayed in an inn, which was also the property of one of the 5 great families in the Dancing Sun City. The environment was not bad. Duan Lingtian had just returned and sat cross-legged on the bed in the guest room when he heard a loud sound coming from outside. The sound seemed to be far away, but it was very ear-piercing, like a clap of thunder. Then, there was a commotion outside. When Duan Lingtian heard the sound, he immediately walked out of the guest room. Soon, he heard a series of anxious exclamations. I heard that a demon venerable is leading demons to attack the Dancing Sun City. Oh no! The Dancing Sun City has been surrounded. What's the rush? The Dancing Sun City is protected by the 5 great beings. Even if a demon venerable dares to invade, he'll be crippled if not killed. The one who came seems to be the one from the Qiming Mountain. What? Is it true? It's really the one from the Qiming Mountain? Oh my god! How did the Dancing Sun City offend that person? The exclamations caused Duan Lingtian's expression to turn slightly solemn. At the same time, he felt that he was slightly unlucky. He had just arrived in the outer realm not long ago, and he had already encountered trouble time and time again. When he had just arrived, he had appeared in an ocean and had to fight with a great demon. Then, he had mistakenly entered the Crimson Devil Ridge and was imprisoned by the Crimson Devil. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Now, he had finally escaped the Crimson Devil's control and successfully arrived at the Dancing Sun City that was said to be very safe. However, he encountered a demon venerable leading demons to attack the Dancing Sun City. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what a demon venerable meant. It meant that the demon venerable was the strongest among the great demons. It's just a demon venerable. There are 5 great beings guarding the Dancing Sun City. Why would they be afraid of a mere great demon? However, they don't seem to think that the 5 great beings would be able to defeat the demon venerable. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he saw this. Chapter 4401. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that there was a difference in strength between supreme experts. And now, according to the surrounding crowd, the demon sovereign of the Qiming Mountain, that omnipotent great demon, was obviously much stronger than the 5 omnipotent great demons of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City. But, even if the 5 supreme experts join forces, they still can't beat it? Seeing the fear in the people around him, Duan Lingtian's face became very serious. How powerful was the supreme expert of the great demon that it was not afraid of the 5 supreme experts joining forces? A woo! Roar! 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 Before Duan Lingtian could recover from the shock in his heart, the roars of the demonic beasts entered his ears like thunder. These sounds were getting closer and closer. In addition, he could hear the rumbling of buildings being flattened. The great demon of the dark Qi mountain is coming. Run! Run! People around him jumped into the air and fled in all directions. Bang! A loud sound rang out as an ape-type great demon suddenly appeared in the sky above the inn. Its huge body seemed to blot out the sky as it stomped down on the 2 of them. During this process, a terrifying force swept the 2 people and exploded them into a bloody mist. Humans are too weak. After the giant ape stomped the 2 people to death, its huge foot sank into the courtyard at the side of the inn. At the same time, it casually threw out 2 punches. The terrifying fist force wreaked havoc, killing the fleeing figures one after another. Of course, there were also some people who escaped because they were stronger. In the inn, sand and stones were flying everywhere. Everyone was fleeing. However, not long after, some people let out desperate cries. Then, there were loud sounds coming from the surroundings. Obviously, there were other great demons around. This is just an ordinary great demon of the dark Qi mountain? Looking at the giant ape in front of him, Duan Lingtian seemed to be calm, but in fact, his heart was in turmoil. Although this giant ape was not as strong as the great demons of the sea that he met when he came to the outer world, it was not far away. Moreover, this was only one of the greater demons that had attacked the Dancing Sun City this time. In the eyes of the giant ape, the humans in front of it were its prey. Any human who saw it would flee in all directions, and it enjoyed the pleasure of an eagle catching a chick. However, a moment later, he discovered that in this huge human courtyard, there was a human standing there motionlessly as if he was possessed. Scared silly by me? The giant ape subconsciously thought so. However, this human gigolo is really an eyesore standing there. The one targeted by the giant ape was none other than Duan Lingtian. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian stood in the same place and did not move at all. The giant ape in front of him was not a threat to him. I can smash such a gigolo human to death with one punch. With that thought in mind, the huge ape casually threw a punch at Duan Lingtian. Immediately, lightning shot out in all directions. The huge ape was proficient in the law of lightning. At the same time, the heavenly anomaly of 1,000 miles of weak light appeared. In the outer world, the heavenly anomaly of 1,000 miles of weak light was equivalent to the heavenly anomaly of 1,000,000 miles of light in the reverse God realm battlefield. Such a level of law was considered good even among upper-level ultimate gods. The giant ape was also a upper ultimate god great demon. In the face of the giant ape's punch, Duan Lingtian did not meet it head-on nor did he dodge. He just waved his hand and the power of the law of space swept out and directly dissolved the force of the giant ape's punch. The entire process was understated. The giant ape's pupils shrank sharply at this moment. This human is so strong. The giant ape's heart trembled and he did not dare to be careless. Blood chi surrounded his body as he used his trump card, the power of blood of his clan. A moment later, blood energy appeared around the giant ape's body and intertwined with the lightning. It looked like blood-colored lightning. Then, the giant ape charged at Duan Lingtian again. This time, he was completely serious. However, in the face of the giant ape's all-out attack, Duan Lingtian waved his hand again and directly sent the giant ape flying. With a loud thud, the giant ape landed in a corner of the inn and crushed a large number of buildings. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian teleported closer. The sword in his hand flashed as he condensed his divine power into a sword. He placed it in front of the giant ape's huge head and pointed it between its eyebrows. "You're no match for me," Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the giant ape indifferently. Although he easily crushed the giant ape, Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill the giant ape. He did not even intend to let the giant ape see blood. What a joke! This giant ape was only one of the many great demons in the Qiming Mountain. If he killed or seriously injured this great demon, he might attract a group of great demons to besiege him. At that time, even if he could fight against all the demons alone, he would become the target of everyone. He might even be targeted by the demon venerable of the Qiming Mountain. Once he was targeted by that supreme great demon, he would definitely die. Human, why don't you kill me? The giant ape struggled to get up and looked at the pretty boy in front of him blankly. For the first time, it felt that this pretty boy was quite pleasing to the eye. In the face of the giant ape's question, Duan Lingtian ignored it and flew away in a flash. This was because he had already spread out his divine consciousness and found that several great demons were rushing in his direction. It was as if they had sensed the giant ape's danger. This giant ape is popular. No, it's popular. Demonic fate is not bad. In just a short while, there are already other great demons rushing over. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he flew away. After leaving the inn, Duan Lingtian moved like a loach in the middle of the battle between the great demons and humans. Occasionally, some great demons would attack him, but he would easily avoid them. With his strength, as long as the supreme great demon of the Qiming Mountain did not attack him personally, he could definitely protect himself in front of the other great demons of the Qiming Mountain. That human is very strong. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that he had been targeted by several extremely powerful great demons. In the void, there were 3 great demons gathered together. One was a flying great demon, one was a walking great demon, and one was a scaled great demon. At this moment, they were staring at Duan Lingtian. The one who spoke first was the walking great demon of the 3 demons. This walking great demon had a body as large as a mountain. It looked like a tiger or leopard, but its head was like a deer. It also had 3 antlers on its head. If there was a human or great demon familiar with the Qiming Mountain here, they would definitely be shocked when they saw these 3 demons. This was because these were the 3 demons of the Qiming Mountain, second only to the Demon Master. They were the best of the best among the superior ultimate gods. Ta Yu, your adopted son was almost killed by him just now. You really can sit still. The flying great demon chuckled as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Haha. Ta Yu must have noticed that the human did not intend to kill him. Otherwise, how could he sit still? The scaled great demon laughed and said, however, that human strength is indeed very strong. Even we may not be his match if we don't use the supreme divine weapon given by the Demon Master. Such a strong human. Could he be from the 5 great clans? Not necessarily. If he was from the 5 great clans, he would have already gone to the inner city. Why would he run in the opposite direction? At this moment, the direction Duan Lingtian was heading in was the opposite direction of the outer city wall. He did not want to stay in this place any longer. He wanted to leave. He did not kill a single demon of the Qiming Mountain, so he did not really offend the Qiming Mountain. Even if the supreme great demon of the Qiming Mountain found out that he wanted to leave, he might not have the time to stop him personally. As for the other demons, he was not afraid at all. Those great demons would not be able to stop him. Just as Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer to the city wall and evading many great demons along the way. Qiming Demon Master, are you provoking the 5 of us? A loud and heavy voice came from the inner city of Dancing Sun City. The voice was thunderous and filled with anger. In the blink of an eye, the voice spread throughout Dancing Sun City. End of chapter. Chapter 4402. Humph. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he heard a thunderous snort above his head. Zhong Yuanjia, you're getting worse and worse. How can you ask such a stupid question? Today I, Qiming, am not only going to provoke all of you, but I'm going to kill all of you and annihilate the 5 great clans. As soon as the voice left his mouth, Duan Lingtian, who had just arrived near the city wall, saw beams of light emitting a terrifying aura descending from the sky and surrounding the entire Dancing Sun City like a cage. The walls of the Dancing Sun City were completely surrounded. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the light beam that easily vaporized the city wall. At the same time, the world-cleansing divine waters warning rang in his little world. Little Tian, this supreme powerhouse has sealed off the entire city. His energy has shrouded the entire area. Don't act recklessly. If you forcefully attack the light beam, you'll suffer a backlash. If you haven't comprehended the law to the perfection stage, you'll definitely die. Although your sword Dao is strong, it'll only lead to a greater backlash. The world-cleansing divine water's voice was extremely solemn. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had not completely sealed off the little world in his body. Instead, He would occasionally open a crack so that the world-cleansing divine water could monitor the situation in the outside world. If he had allowed the world-cleansing divine water to monitor the surroundings in advance, he would not have entered the Crimson Devil Ridge. This time, the divine tree of life had expended a lot of energy to help him escape from the little world in the Crimson Devil Ridge. The 5 divine elements had also expended a lot of energy. However, since Duan Ling Tian needed the world-cleansing divine water, the other 4 divine elements were willing to bear the burden as well. For this reason, the other 4 divine elements had expended a lot more energy than the world-cleansing divine water, causing them to fall into a deep sleep again. The world-cleansing divine water, on the other hand, did not need to fall into a deep sleep again. What should I do now? Duan Ling Tian asked. At this moment, his heart could not help but race. He could not help but feel nervous. After all, this was a battle between supreme powerhouses. They could easily destroy an entire city and kill him as well. Don't leave this city by force. The world-cleansing divine water said in a deep voice. For now, it's best for them to mingle with the Qi Ming Mountain's high-level ultimate gods. The Qi Ming Mountain's supreme expert will take their safety into consideration, even if he's fighting the 5 supreme experts in Dancing Sun City. Correspondingly, the 5 supreme experts of the Dancing Sun City will also consider the safety of their juniors. Although you can also sneak into the 5 great clans. I have a feeling that this person from the Qi Ming Mountain will win this battle. If you sneak into the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City, and this man from the Qi Ming Mountain wins, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown. Choice. Another choice. He realized that ever since he arrived in the outer realm, he had been making a choice, and it was a choice between life and death. In fact, with his current strength, he could not be considered weak even in the outer realm. Apart from the supreme experts, it would be difficult to find a peak high-level ultimate god who had comprehended the laws to the perfection stage who could stop him. Sister Water, do you think I should choose to mingle with the Qi Ming Mountain's great demons? Duan Ling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water. But, Sister Water, I'm human after all. They're demons. Will they be willing to coexist peacefully with me? Why should we coexist peacefully? The world-cleansing divine water said indifferently, you should follow them wherever they gather. If they attack you, all you have to do is defend yourself. Do you think they have the ability to kill you? Moreover, in my opinion, you should follow the giant monkey who attacked you earlier. You spared his life earlier. Based on their character, they won't bite the hand that feeds them. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear that it had recognized the giant monkey. Sister Water, are you that pessimistic about the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. He kept having the feeling that it was slightly rash to entrust his life to a supreme expert of the Nether Qi Mountain. That's not the case. The world-cleansing divine water said, since the supreme expert of the Qi Ming Mountain dares to come here so openly, it means he's confident. The 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City might have some trump cards up their sleeves as well. The choice I'm giving you is actually the safest choice. Think about it. If you mingle with the people of the 5 great clans and the supreme expert of the Qi Ming Mountain wins, do you think he'll spare a human like you? If you mingle with the supreme experts of the Qi Ming Mountain, even if the supreme expert of the Qi Ming Mountain loses, the supreme experts of the 5 great clans won't kill a human like you. At that time, you can just choose a few supreme experts and kill them. At that time, the people of the 5 great clans might have a good impression of you and might even invite you to join their clans. There are only a handful of higher ultimate gods like you even in the 5 major clans. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the world-cleansing divine water's intentions after listening to its words. At the same time, he realized the world-cleansing divine water had chosen the safest path for him. Whoosh! With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed as he began to travel through the Dancing Sun City. At this moment, Dancing Sun City was filled with broken walls. The originally bustling streets were now in ruins along with the collapse of the roadside houses. It felt as though the end of the world had arrived. Moreover, along the way, Duan Ling Tian could see blood everywhere. In some places, the blood seemed to have transformed into a small stream that flowed endlessly through the ruins. Many people were still trying to escape, but they were all killed by the supreme experts. Occasionally, A few of the stronger ones would be besieged by the supreme experts. Although the 5 great clans' businesses were located in the outer city of the Dancing Sun City, the people of the 5 great clans who were in the businesses immediately returned to the inner city when the incident happened in the city. The Dancing Sun City's law enforcement team had also returned to the 5 great clans. They could usually do whatever they wanted in the Dancing Sun City and maintain the law and order of the city because the people they had to deal with were limited in strength. Moreover, they were backed by the 5 great clans. But this time, the ones who had barged into the Dancing Sun City were a group of demonic beasts led by an extremely powerful great demon. They were not something the enforcers could contend against. They even received a message from their clans asking them to return to their clans as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary casualties. As for those who were not from the 5 great clans, they were naturally abandoned. Found it! Soon, Duan Ling Tian found the giant ape who attacked the inn and was defeated by him. At this moment, the giant ape was no longer alone. There were 2 other beasts beside him. One of the beasts was a flying beast. Its body was covered in golden feathers that shone with a sharp luster. The other beast was also a flying beast. Its body was black and looked like a bat. There were dark green lines on its body. Vaguely, one could see blood vessels crisscrossing on them. It looked very horrifying. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian appeared near the giant ape and the other 2 great demons. At this moment, the 3 great demons had joined forces to destroy a towering building. Moreover, they were killing those who were trying to escape. Many people begged for mercy, but it was no use. Corpses were everywhere and wails were everywhere. It's you! Finally, the giant ape noticed Duan Ling Tian. Its pupils shrank and its huge body seemed to be frightened. It staggered back a few steps. At this moment, the other 2 great demons had also regained their senses. They no longer continued to chase after the person who had fled. Instead, they shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian in unison. What are you going to do? The giant ape looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze filled with fear. Chapter 4403. Although the giant ape did not have any ill feelings towards the human in front of it, since the human had the ability to kill it, he had spared its life. Although humans and demons were different, it did not stop it from remembering the human's kindness of sparing its life. Their tribe had always been straightforward and did not have any tricks up their sleeves. Now that the human had appeared again, the first thought that appeared in its mind was whether the human had changed his mind and came back to kill it. Nothing much. Faced with the giant ape's vigilance, Duan Ling Tian merely smiled. I just saw that the battle between the ultimate powerhouses is about to begin, so I wanted to find someone to watch and chat with. I've just arrived in Dancing Sun City, and I don't know anyone, so I wanted to find you to watch and chat with. That's all? The giant ape frowned. It was obvious that it did not believe Duan Ling Tian's words. He still remembered that his foster father had told him that humans were very cunning. Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, the 2 flying demons beside him turned their sharp gazes to Duan Ling Tian. Xianxia, you know this human? He's the human who defeated me earlier. The giant ape stared at Duan Ling Tian as it replied to its companion in a deep voice. So it's him. When the 2 flying demons heard this, they looked at Duan Ling Tian again with a hint of fear. After all, their strength was only on par with the giant ape and Xianxia. Human. After a while, the big demon that looked like a bat stared at Duan Ling Tian. Its eyes shone with wisdom as it said in a deep voice, "We owe you a favor for sparing Xianxia earlier. We'll repay you for sparing his life. Now that you're here, I don't think it's as simple as watching the battle between the ultimate powerhouses, right? You want to use this as an excuse to escape, right? If I'm not wrong, you're definitely not from the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City. Also, you chose to look for Xianxia again. I'm sure you think that you can stay out of this battle, regardless of whether the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City win or the demon sovereign of Mount Galloping Underworld wins." Although Duan Ling Tian maintained a calm expression on his face, he could not help but feel waves of shock surging in his heart when the avian great demon finished speaking. When he looked at the other party once more, his gaze was filled with surprise. He had never expected that this bat demon, who looked so unassuming and even a little intimidating, would be so meticulous and see through what he wanted to do with just a few words. What happened? Unlike the bat great demon, The ape Xianxia and the other avian great demon looked at the bat great demon with curiosity in their eyes. The bat great demon immediately said, "This human came to find Xianxia because he wanted to use the favor he had shown Xianxia in order to help Xianxia survive the calamity of Dancing Sun City. Of course, he's not sure if the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City or the demon sovereign of Mount Galloping Underworld will win. However, he's here. No matter who wins, he'll most likely be able to escape unscathed." As the bat demon's words hit the nail on the head, both the other bird demon and the giant ape Xianxia came to a realization. Humans are indeed cunning. Xia's gaze turned hostile when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was looking at the bat demon. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. "I really didn't expect you to see through my intentions. I thought great demons were all simple-minded and well-developed. I didn't expect there to be a great demon as intelligent as you." Now, Duan Ling Tian was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He had no intention of hiding anything. Moreover, there was no point in hiding anything. He might as well be frank and honest. He just wanted to survive. Human. The giant ape Xianxia looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, "I'll cooperate with you in whatever you want to do. However, after this, we'll be even. I, Xianxia, no longer owe you anything." Unlike the bat demon that was intelligent, Xianxia was a lot simpler. He spoke in a straightforward manner without any sloppiness. "Of course." Duan Ling Tian smiled. He had been waiting for Xianxia to say this. After reaching a consensus, Duan Ling Tian and the 3 great demons stayed together. The 3 great demons did not continue hunting the human cultivators in Dancing Sun City. Instead, they looked up at the sky with Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a 3-meter-tall muscular figure appeared in the sky above Dancing Sun City. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he was extremely resolute. His entire body exuded a masculine aura. This 3-meter-tall muscular man in a gray robe was currently looking in the direction of the inner city. Over there, 5 figures gradually appeared. Behind the 3-meter-tall muscular man, 3 great demons also appeared. They were a flying great demon, a walking great demon, and a scaly great demon. These 3 great demons are the 3 strongest great demons under Demon Honorable Crimson Light? Duan Ling Tian did not know much about the Qi Ming Mountain in the past. He had never even heard of it. However, he had clearly heard the discussions and exclamations of the group of people in the inn earlier. Because of that, he had learned some information about the Qi Ming Mountain from those people. He knew that there were 3 great demons under the Qi Ming Mountain's strongest great demon. They were the cream of the crop among the top high-level supreme gods. Each of them had comprehended the law to the small perfection realm. In the outer realm, the power of law would appear and there would be a heaven and earth vision that illuminated 100,000 miles. In the realm battlefield of the god-defying realm, there would be a heaven and earth vision that illuminated 100 million miles. That kind of heaven and earth vision was enough to cover half of the realm battlefield. Qi Ming Demon Honorable, I spared your life back then. I didn't expect you to dare to provoke us. Today, the 5 of us will join forces to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you in Sun Dance City. As soon as the indifferent voice sounded, Duan Ling Tian saw the 5 blurry figures in the sky above the inner city of Dancing Sun City began to solidify. Almost as soon as this voice sounded, Duan Ling Tian was shocked to find that the 5 of them had disappeared right under his nose. In the next instant, he heard an earth-shattering explosion. Bang! With a loud bang. He did not even have time to see what had happened. A terrifying airwave had already fallen from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it crushed all the buildings in the outer city of Sundance City. Only the buildings in the inner city of Sundance City were intact because of the protective clan formation of the 5 great clans. Even so, one could still see a resplendent light rising from the direction of the inner city. Then that light dimmed again. It was obvious that the protective clan formation of the 5 great clans had consumed a lot of energy. Spared my life back then? Venerable Qi Ming's cold voice reverberated in and around Dancing Sun City. Back then, my venerable Qi Ming Mountain had never made things difficult for the 5 of you or your descendants. However, for your own selfish desires, you actually plotted to kill my son. You wanted to extract his heart's blood essence and refine it into a divine pill so that your descendants could be reborn. You didn't kill me back then because you wanted to spare my life or because you couldn't. You know very well in your hearts. Today, not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill the so-called genius disciples behind the 5 of you who used my son's life to be reborn. Then, I'll exterminate the clans behind you and remove the 5 great clans from the outer realm. Qi Ming Demon Honorable's voice became colder as he spoke. When Duan Lingtian heard Qi Ming Demon Honorable's words, his heart trembled. At the same time, he finally knew why Qi Ming Demon Honorable was here. He was here to avenge his son. Back then, the 5 great clans of Sundance City had joined forces to plot to kill Qi Ming Demon Honorable's son and extract the essence of his heart in order to cultivate their genius disciples. Not all humans are good people. Not all demons are evil demons. Duan Lingtian's ears rang again. What his master, Feng Qingyang, had said to him in the past. In fact, he had long felt this in his heart. In fact, he had felt this way when he was still in the mundane realm. Chapter 4404. What? The old ancestor did such a thing? He actually took the initiative to provoke this person from the Qiming Mountain? Killed his son, extracted his blood essence, and nurtured the next generation of prodigies. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the Qiming Mountain and our Dancing Sun City had always stayed out of each other's business. So this is the reason why they suddenly came to kill us. This great demon from the Qiming Mountain has been lying low for many years. Now that he has come to kill us, he must be confident. In the inner city of Dancing Sun City, the people from the 5 great clans were shocked when they heard the Qiming demon venerate's words. It was not until now that they knew there was such a grudge between the 5 great clans and the Qiming Mountain. Most importantly, they did not know about it beforehand. At this moment, most of them could not help but complain. After all, they did not have any vested interests. Now, they had to bear the danger together. When there were benefits to be had, they were not. Now that they had to take the blame for someone who came looking for trouble because of some benefits, how could they be willing? Of course, they knew it was useless no matter how unwilling they were. They had no say in the clans and could only be manipulated by others. At this moment, their hearts were filled with worry. Although the Qiming Mountain was a great demon force, they must be confident since they dared to come to their doorstep. Moreover, the demon venerable from the Qiming Mountain had declared that he would annihilate the 5 great clans. No matter how they looked at it, it did not seem like he was joking. However, they felt that it was impossible for the demon venerable to defeat the 5 strongest people from the 5 great clans on his own. However, based on the demon venerate's strength, it seemed like victory was in his hands. Qi Ming Demon Venerate, although your strength has improved compared to before, it's still impossible for you to defeat the 5 of us together. I'll give you one more chance. Quickly take your great demon and leave. If you do that, the 5 great clans will let bygones be bygones. An arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Clearly, this was the voice of one of the 5 supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans. After the terrifying energy dissipated, the turbulent clouds in the sky also dispersed. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, could see the scene in the sky clearly. A tall figure was standing opposite the 5 people. Among the 5 people, there was an old man, a middle-aged man, a young man, a beautiful woman, and an old woman. Obviously, they were the 5 powerhouses of the 5 clans. At that moment, the person who spoke was the middle-aged man. Unlike the calm and tranquil atmosphere high up in the sky, the dust within the Dancing Sun City had dispersed. Duan Lingtian, who was flying up with the 3 great yaos beside him, looked down and saw that the Dancing Sun City's interior was littered with corpses and broken walls. It was a complete wasteland. At this moment, there were still many survivors, but they were all being hunted down by the greater demons. In the huge outer city, Duan Lingtian was the only human left. No great demons attacked him. This was because the 3 great yaos beside Duan Lingtian were all well-known great yaos in the Qiming Mountain. Perhaps they were not the strongest under the Qiming Demon Venerable, but their backgrounds were the most shocking. Not to mention others, the great ape Ta Meng Sha's adoptive father was one of the 3 strongest great yaos under the Qiming Demon Venerable. In the Qiming Mountain, even the great yaos who were stronger than him did not dare to provoke him easily. Therefore, seeing that the 3 great yaos did not have the intention to attack Duan Lingtian, even if the other great yaos did not understand, they did not intervene to deal with Duan Lingtian. This is a fight between supreme powerhouses? Duan Lingtian looked at the city below his feet, his eyes filled with horror. At this moment, except for the confinement light that enveloped the city, the entire outer city walls of the Dancing Sun City were all knocked down. They were either turned into dust or broken walls. Blood flowed continuously in the outer city. It might be an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a river, but it was not an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a stream. If it was not for the supreme demon venerable of the Chiming Mountains' power that enveloped the Dancing Sun City, the destruction just now would not have been limited to this. Moreover, they must have held back just now. Or rather, they tried their best to concentrate their power during the fight. After all, there were not only the people from the 5 great clans below them, but also the demons of the Chiming Mountain. They must have taken the safety of these people and demons into consideration when they fought. They must not have let too much of their power fall. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. At the same time, he was further aware of how terrifying the supreme powerhouses were. After all, today was the first time he had seen a fight between supreme powerhouses. Of course, to be honest, he could not say that he had seen a fight between supreme powerhouses. This was because when the 6 supreme powerhouses were fighting just now, the terrifying power swept out in all directions. Although he tried his best to see the situation clearly, he could not see it clearly at all. Or perhaps, even without the interference of the power, his eyesight could not keep up with the speed of their fight. However, Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at the 6 supreme powerhouses in the sky. Finally, his gaze fell on the chiming demon venerable of the Chiming Mountain. Although it seemed that the 6 of them were fine now. However, when Duan Lingtian observed carefully, he was shocked to find that the aura of the chiming demon venerable was obviously much more disorderly now. Although the aura of the supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans was also somewhat disorderly, it was far from that of the chiming demon venerable. Just now, the chiming demon venerable must have been at a disadvantage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was the voice of the Bat Great Demon. Do these 5 old fellows really think that the demon venerable came alone? What a joke! As soon as the Bat Great Demon said that, Duan Lingtian's pupils contracted subconsciously. From what the Bat Great Demon said, the chiming demon venerable had helpers. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, Demon Venerate Qi Ming's voice rang in the air again. That's easy to say. You don't want to continue fighting with me because you are worried that you will be injured in the fight with me. I have to say that although the 5 of you have not improved much over the years, there are still some small improvements after all. As soon as the chiming demon venerable said that, the faces of the 5 supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans darkened slightly. After the fight just now, it was not difficult for them to realize that their improvement over the years was far inferior to that of the chiming demon venerable. Not to mention a one-on-one fight, even if any 3 of them joined forces, they would probably only be able to fight to a draw with the chiming demon venerable. If the 5 of them joined forces, they might be able to take down the chiming demon venerable, but they would definitely have to pay a huge price. It was certain that everyone would be injured. In fact, 1 or 2 of them might even die. To them, even if they were injured, they would not allow it, let alone die. How would they deal with the next heavenly tribulation if they were injured? Big Brother Frost King, please come out and help me kill these 5 people. Just as the supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans were looking gloomy, the chiming demon venerable suddenly shook his body and bowed slightly to the sky in front of him. Almost at the next moment, ha ha! A hearty laughter sounded from the sky. Following that, a frightening cold chi also descended. In the next moment, white snow floated in the sky above the entire Dancing Sun City. Gusts of cold wind raged, as if this huge city had entered winter. Chapter 4405. White snow covered the sky and cold wind blew. It was as if winter had arrived. Moreover, this bone-piercing coldness was unlike the coldness of an ordinary winter. Even with Duan Lingtian's cultivation base and strength, he still felt the coldness enter his body and penetrate his heart at this moment. The other 3 great monsters beside him had already used their divine power to expel the cold. Clearly, they were under more pressure than Duan Lingtian. Is this a supreme master who specializes in the law of ice? Duan Lingtian used his divine power to expel the cold as he looked up at the sky. As Qi Ming Demon Venerable spoke, The figure of the blue-clothed young man gradually appeared with the white snow and cold wind. This was a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall. His face was handsome and resolute, and his eyebrows were dashing. He was wearing a long blue robe, and his long hair danced in the wind. It was also green in color. He appeared with a hearty laugh, and in the blink of an eye, he was already beside Qi Ming Demon Venerable. Even though he was not as tall as Qi Ming Demon Venerable, his aura was not weak at all. In fact, it felt like he was even stronger. Frost King. At this moment, the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great families in Dancing Sun City who were facing Qi Ming Demon Venerable had already changed their expressions slightly when they heard Qi Ming Demon Venerable call out to the newcomer. At this moment, when they saw the blue-clothed young man standing in front of them, their eyes narrowed almost at the same time. Then, fear appeared on their faces. Frost King. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered slightly. Judging from the reactions of the 5 supreme masters in Dancing Sun City, this person did not seem to be an ordinary person. There was no doubt that he was a supreme master. Perhaps he was even more powerful than Qi Ming Demon Venerable. Otherwise, why would Qi Ming Demon Venerable be so polite just now? Moreover, when Qi Ming Demon Venerable asked the other party to come out, his expression and actions were clearly very humble. The only person who could make him behave like this was a supreme master who was not weaker than him. Your Excellency, austere king. The old woman of the Dancing Sun City looked at the frigid king and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. We, the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City, and even the 5 of us, have no grudges with you in the past. You wouldn't help Qi Ming attack us, would you? Han Wang. She had never expected that Demon Venerable Qi Ming would invite this person over. Even though this person was only a rogue cultivator, his strength was stronger than Qi Ming's martial highness. Although she had long heard that the other party had been living in seclusion for the past few years, and she had once wanted to get close to him, she had never imagined that their first meeting would be under such circumstances. Your Excellency, austere king. Another old man among the 5 most powerful masters of the Dancing Sun City slightly bowed to the icy king. Today, as long as you don't interfere with the matter between us and the Qi Ming Mountain, our 5 families are willing to give you a generous gift that will satisfy you, Your Excellency. Just a moment ago, he had already communicated with the other 4 people by his side. If the Icy King was willing to back down, their 5 families were willing to give him a generous gift. Otherwise, if the Icy King's strength was as terrifying as the rumor said, even if he couldn't kill all of them by joining forces with Qi Ming, he was still confident that he could kill 1 or 2, or even 2 or 3 of them. Moreover, once the Icy King and Qi Ming joined forces, the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City would definitely be destroyed. Even if some of them could survive, they would only be able to survive by running away. Is that so? Hearing the old man's words, the Icy King took a step forward with a gentle smile on his face. He didn't look like a supreme master who brought cold winter to the Dancing Sun City at all. Instead, he looked like a gentle and refined person. Of course. Seeing the Icy King step forward with a smile on his face, the 5 powerful masters of the 5 great clans were stunned at first, but in the next moment, they all revealed brilliant smiles. The Icy King was tempted. This was a good thing. Your Excellency, as long as you agree today, our 5 great clans are willing to open our treasure vaults and even our storage rings, and let you take whatever you want. Yes, Your Excellency, our 5 great clans are very sincere. The 5 supreme masters all expressed their views. Haha. The Icy King laughed out loud. Then, his figure flashed and directly flew towards the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. At the same time, he laughed heartily and said, Qi Ming, the benefits they offered have moved my heart. I'm sorry. In the blink of an eye, the Icy King was already not far away from the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. And the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans naturally wouldn't be so stupid to approach the Icy King without any precautions. Although the Icy King took the initiative to show goodwill, they still maintained their vigilance. Because everything was going too smoothly. It was so smooth that they found it unbelievable. Icy King, you? Qi Ming's expression changed greatly. Then his eyes turned cold as he stared at the Icy King with a gloomy expression. Don't forget, you also took my things. As his voice fell, he looked at the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. The 5 of you, don't tell me you really believe that the Icy King is willing to help you at the last minute? Now, if he can break his promise to me, he can also break his promise to you. The current Qi Ming was rather flustered and exasperated. Roar. A woo! At the same time, seeing that their demon venerable was so angry, the group of great demons from Qiming Mountain were also enraged. Even the 3 great demons beside Duan Lingtian had faces full of anger. Their eyes were cold. If looks could kill, then the Icy King would have been killed countless times by them. Only Duan Lingtian was stunned by the scene in front of him. A Supreme Master seemed to be no different from an ordinary person. At this moment, the lofty and glorious image that the Supreme Master had built in the depths of his heart publicly collapsed. Of course, at this moment, he still felt that something was wrong. If the Icy King was really someone who would change sides so easily, why would the demon venerable Qi Ming take the risk to invite him here? Now, if the Icy King really stood on the side of the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City and joined forces with the 5 Supreme Masters of the 5 great clans, it would be impossible for the demon venerable Qi Ming to escape even if he wanted to. Just now, he heard from the giant ape tower Meng Sha that this Icy King was a reclusive Supreme Master. His strength was even stronger than Qi Ming's. It was also because of this that Qi Ming had the confidence to attack the Dancing Sun City and point his sword at the 5 Supreme Masters of the Dancing Sun City. When the 5 Supreme Masters of the 5 great clans saw that the demon venerable Qi Ming was flustered and exasperated, their originally tense faces relaxed a little. But only a little. Even now, they did not dare to completely trust the Icy King. The 5 of you, open up your storage rings and your clan's treasury for me to search. Once I get what I want, I will leave immediately. The Icy King looked at the 5 Supreme Masters of the 5 great clans and said straightforwardly. When the 5 Supreme Masters heard this, 2 of them hesitated, but the other 3 did not hesitate at all. They immediately took out the treasures of their clans from the depths of the inner city of the Dancing Sun City. Although it was called a clan's treasury, it was actually a divine artifact that could store items. Then they directly opened up their clan's treasury and their storage rings in front of the Icy King, allowing him to search. Your Excellency Icy King, please kindly accept this. The remaining 2 did not hesitate at this time. They waved their hands and took out their clan's treasury, together with their storage rings, and opened it in front of the Icy King. At this moment, the group of people in the 5 great clans, although they were a little unwilling, they knew that there was no other way. The 5 ancestors, as Supreme Masters, would definitely not be the ones to suffer losses. To be able to make them act like this, it must be this Supreme Master who had just arrived that made them feel fear. The clan's treasures. I'm afraid we will lose a lot this time. This time, the price is not small. Many people sighed in their hearts. As for the Icy King, when the 5 Supreme Masters of the 5 great clans opened up their clan's treasury and storage rings, he did not hesitate to extend his divine sense and search for the treasures he wanted. I'll take this. Cold dust grass, not bad, I'll take all of it. And this? High up in the sky, the Icy King was there picking the treasures he wanted, and he did not hold back in the slightest. When Duan Lingtian saw this scene, even if he had more than enough worries, he could not help but covet it. I don't know when I'll be able to have the strength to make 5 supreme experts allow me to look through their belongings and plunder their treasures. As a bystander, I find it satisfying to watch this kind of thing. How great would it be if I were the person involved? Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City would probably kill him at the first moment. To them, Qi Ming and the Icy King were tyrannical opponents, and it was difficult to defeat or kill them. However, the current Duan Lingtian was no different from an ant in their eyes. All right. After the Icy King obtained everything he wanted, he did not care about the ugly expressions of the 5 supreme masters and nodded his head in satisfaction. His face was filled with a smile of harvest. The 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans had never imagined that this Icy King would be so ruthless. He had plundered all the valuable treasures in their clan's treasury and storage rings. If it wasn't for the fact that their respective clans had other hidden treasures, all the treasures of their 5 great clans would have been taken away by the Icy King today. Your Excellency Icy King, since you've obtained everything, can you leave now? Although the young man among the 5 supreme masters spoke politely, his voice was faintly trembling. It was obvious that his emotions were on the verge of losing control. At this moment, the gazes of the other members of the 5 great clans all landed on the Icy King. If the departure of this supreme master could be exchanged for the survival of the clan, it would be worth it to give up some worldly possessions. However, in the next moment, the Icy King's words caused them to be stunned. After being stunned for a moment, they all flew into a rage. Why should I leave? The Icy King's indifferent words drifted through the dancing sun city. Following which, the entire city fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 4406. Why should I leave? As soon as King Han finished speaking, not only were the 5 supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans silent, but even Duanling Tian and the group of great demons from the galloping Nether Mountain were stunned. Did the frigid king want to go back on his words? Qi Ming, do it. In the next instant, King Han's voice sounded again. It was earth-shattering. When everyone, including Duanling Tian, heard this, the first thought that appeared in their minds was, how could a powerhouse do such a thing? Obviously, the frigid king was trying to cheat the 5 families of their treasures. Frigid king, how dare you? The 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans also came to their senses at this time and retreated together. At the same time, they shouted at almost the same time. Their eyes were filled with anger that seemed to be able to burn everything. At this time, they also realized what had happened. They had been tricked by the frigid king. Haha. Frigid king, my acting skills are not bad, right? The 3-meter-tall giant, who was the master of Dark Qi Mountain, Demon Venerate Qi Ming, laughed complacently as a small mountain suddenly appeared in his hand. He then casually tossed it out. Whoosh! The small mountain instantly enlarged in the air and turned into a huge mountain. It covered the sky and blocked the sun. It even blocked the sunlight of the entire dancing sun city. Compared to me, you are still not good enough. The frigid king smiled faintly. Then he shook his hands. Instantly, waves of cold air raged. In the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Streaks of terrifying ice swept out from under the dancing sun city, freezing both the inner and outer parts of the city. The outer part of the city had turned into a city of ice, while the inner part of the city was protected by the 5 great clans' clan-protecting formation, which had not been broken yet. Whoosh! 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 Numerous icicles and pillars emitting a terrifying aura swept out from beneath the dancing sun city. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the form of a formation, enveloping all 5 of the strongest experts of the 5 great clans. Ice sealing the 9 heavens. The frigid king spoke again. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present. Frigid king, you tricked us. The 5 strongest experts of the 5 clans were startled. They never would have thought that the Frost King would actually send his power into the depths of the dancing sun city without them noticing. Then it directly exploded. Moreover, the power that swept up formed an array diagram in the void, forming a great ice-sealing array that trapped them within. Ha ha! Venerate Qi Ming laughed haughtily. Today, none of you can escape. In just one battle, I have killed 5 great powerhouses. This will be the greatest glory of my Qi Ming's life. Qi Ming the Demon Venerable made his move. Not only did the exquisite hill transform into a towering mountain, but his entire body also swiftly swept towards the 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans like a ghost. In the next moment, the group of people, including Duanling Tian, heard a series of earth-shattering sounds coming from the horizon as a terrifying power wreaked havoc before their eyes. At the same time, a terrifying ice-sealing power spread from the void and descended upon them. Go! Ta Meng Sha's warning rang in Duanling Tian's ears. Duanling Tian came back to his senses, and only then did he realize that as the terrifying power from the horizon swept down, the group of great demons of the Qiming Mountain all rushed out of the dancing sun city. At this moment, the cage-like power that was blocking the great demons of the Qiming Mountain outside of the dancing sun city had disappeared. To be more precise, the cage-like power in the outer city had disappeared. The inner city was still there. Obviously, the demon venerable Qi Ming had intentionally let his group of great demons of the Qiming Mountain leave the dancing sun city. As for the reason, it was obvious that he was worried that the great demons of the Qiming Mountain would be affected by the battle between the 7 strongest experts. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's face lit up with joy. Today he was finally free. As long as the supreme experts did not interfere, although there were still 3 unfathomably powerful great demons of the Qiming Mountain, it was impossible for them to stop him. Duan Lingtian was still very confident in his current strength. However, as he followed Tamang Sha out of the city, although Duan Lingtian also noticed the three great demons of the Qiming Mountain looking at him, the three great demons clearly did not have any intention of targeting him. In fact, one of the great demons of the Qiming Mountain looked at him with a hint of friendliness. "Thank you for showing mercy to my godson. I have already asked the demon venerable for permission. As long as the Qiming Mountain does not lose this battle, you can safely leave the Dancing Sun City." A calm voice suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian glanced at the great demon of the Qiming Mountain in the distance and saw it nod at him. Clearly, it was the great demon of the Qiming Mountain who had sent him a voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's mood lightened when he heard this. Originally, he had wanted to leave immediately after leaving the city. He did not want the demon venerable of the Qiming Mountain to keep him here after the battle between the supreme experts ended. If that really happened, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. Now that he heard the great demon of the Qiming Mountain's voice transmission, he was completely at ease. At the same time, he thought that there was no need to rush to leave. Although the battle between the supreme experts had caused the sky to shatter and the earth to split, the space to shatter, and the scene in the sky to be turned upside down, as if the mountains and rivers had been turned upside down, and nothing could be seen clearly. Even so, Duan Lingtian still wanted to take a few more looks. It would be best if he could get a result. "I'm finally out." Duan Lingtian followed Tamang Sha and the other great demons out of the Dancing Sun City quickly. At the same time, they arrived at a distance outside the city and watched the battle in the sky above the city from afar. At this moment, even the three strongest great demons of the Qiming Demon Venerable had come out together. What a terrifying power! Is this the power of the supreme experts? Originally, Duan Lingtian had not noticed the heaven and earth anomaly in the sky when he was in the Dancing Sun City. However, now that he was outside the city, Duan Lingtian finally saw the 7 heaven and earth anomalies spread out because of the 7 supreme experts in the city. At a glance, he could not see the end of the heaven and earth anomaly at all. The 7 heaven and earth anomalies were of different colors. Although they were not the 7 colors of the rainbow, they were as eye-catching as the 7 colors of the rainbow. "I can't see clearly at all." Duan Lingtian tried hard to look at the sky above the Dancing Sun City. He could only see faint figures moving in the sky. At the same time, the aftermath of the terrifying power scattered down, further destroying the outer city of the Dancing Sun City, which had been turned into ruins long ago. In the inner city of the Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian could see that the protective clan array of the 5 great clans was weakening continuously. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it could collapse at any time. The 5 great clans must be in a mess now, right? We can leave, but they may not. Unless those 5 supreme masters are free to help them find a way to survive. Although Duan Lingtian could not see the situation in the inner city of the Dancing Sun City due to the distance between them, it was not difficult for him to guess the situation in the inner city. Boom! Rumble! Bang! 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 In the sky above the Dancing Sun City, the 7 terrifying powers continued to converge. Every time they converged, the space would collapse, and the aftermath of the terrifying power would wreak havoc everywhere. The mansions of the 5 great clans in the inner city of the Dancing Sun City were in complete chaos at this moment. "Let's run." The Patriarch and the others obviously don't have the confidence to escape. The protective clan array is about to be destroyed, and the Patriarch and the others haven't come to our aid yet. It's obvious that they don't have the time to help us. Let's find our own way out. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. In the inner city of the Dancing Sun City, many people from the 5 great clans rushed out of their doors. However, not long after these people left their mansions and left the protective clan array that enveloped their mansions, they were swept into dust by the aftermath of the power descending from the sky. The power of the ultimate powerhouses was too strong. At this moment, if it were not for the protective clan array, the only people who could survive would be the elites among the high-level ultimate gods. Among the people who left the 5 great clans, there were some high-level ultimate gods, but they could not withstand the aftermath of the battle between the 7 ultimate powerhouses. Frost King, you'll die a horrible death. Frost King, you untrustworthy villain. Aren't you afraid of being despised by the people outside the realm? In the sky above the Dancing Sun City, while the 7 ultimate powerhouses were fighting, 3 of the 5 ultimate powerhouses of the 5 great clans in the city began to curse the Frost King. It looks like the ultimate powerhouses of the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City are at a disadvantage. Duanling Tian thought to himself. However, this is to be expected. After all, if it's not for the fact that they're afraid of Frigid King and the Qi Ming Demon Venerable joining forces, why would the supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans in Dancing Sun City be willing to pay such a high price to allow Frigid King to choose the treasures in their treasure vaults and spatial rings? Boom! Boom boom boom! The terrifying aftermath of the battle quickly engulfed the entire Dancing Sun City, raising a cloud of dust that blocked the vision of Duanling Tian and the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain. After about 100 breaths of time, the commotion in the battlefield seemed to have died down. Shuizhang! A shrill cry sounded from the sky above the Dancing Sun City. It was filled with unwillingness and fear. Split up and run. Immediately after, another anxious voice sounded. It was filled with panic. Haha, if you had run when the Frost King appeared, you might have had a chance to escape. However, you gave the Frost King time to set up the formation, and now you want to leave? You're dreaming. Venerate Qi Ming's hearty laughter was filled with unbridled carefreeness. However, as the Qi Ming Demon Venerable spoke, he coughed lightly twice. It was clear that he had also sustained some injuries and was not as unscathed as he sounded. Seal! The Frost King's indifferent voice sounded. In the next instant, Duanling Tian and the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain could clearly see that the dust in the direction of the Dancing Sun City had been swept away by bursts of frosty air. The trembling space in the sky also calmed down at this moment. Duanling Tian and the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain soon saw that in the sky above the Dancing Sun City, 6 figures had appeared around the trembling spatial rift. There was also a falling figure that shattered with a loud bang, turning into ice shards that fluttered and fell. Chapter 4407. Did an ultimate powerhouse just die? Duanling Tian was stunned by the scene in front of him. He only regained his senses after a long while. In the next moment, the giant ape pagoda, Meng Sha, and the other great demons around him started to howl. Their howls were filled with joy and excitement. Lord Demon Venerable is invincible! Lord Demon Venerable is invincible! The group of great demons opened their mouths and roared. They were like the most devout people who were looking up to their emperor. Their Qi Ming Mountain had won the first victory this time. This also meant that the final victory would belong to them. After all, one of the 5 ultimate powerhouses had died in the battle against the Demon Venerable of Qi Ming Mountain, and the foreign aid that the Demon Venerable had asked for. How could the remaining 4 be a match for them? Boom! Boom! In the next moment, Duanling Tian saw a huge blood-red cloud appear in the sky. It covered the sky and the earth and continued to spread in all directions. When the blood-red cloud had gathered into a blood-red cloud that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, it started to rain heavily. This rain was different from normal rain. It was a blood-red rain. A blood-red rain fell from the sky and dyed the entire land red. The outer city of Dancing Sun City was in ruins. Originally, it was just a blood-red stream. However, this time, it was a blood-red river. Even the inner city of Dancing Sun City was not spared. Tens of thousands of miles of blood-red clouds and blood-red rain usually meant that an ultimate powerhouse had died. Today, the ultimate powerhouse who had died was the ultimate powerhouse of the Shui family, one of the 5 great families of Dancing Sun City, Shuizhang. Shuizhang was also the oldest person in the Shui family. He was the real antique of the Shui family. Because of his great strength, he was still alive. And now he had fallen. Bang! In the ancestral hall of the Shui family, the soul orb that was placed in the middle of the Shui family's ancestral hall exploded. Although the Shui clan members had a bad premonition when they heard the other supreme expert's mournful cry, it was only an ominous premonition. They felt that the Shui clan's ancestor was not so weak as to be unable to withstand a single blow. And now it was confirmed. The ancestor of the Shui clan, the backbone of the Shui clan, had fallen. Patriarch. Ancestor. Within the Shui family, the Shui family's upper echelons, led by the current head of the Shui family, all had pained expressions on their faces. Even more Shui family members had faces full of fear and panic. The Shui family was finished. Everyone from the Kuei family, enter the ancestral shrine. All members of the Yang family, enter the ancestral shrine. At this moment, in the sky above the Dancing Sun City, With the death of the Shui family's strongest warrior, Shui Zhang, the other 4 strongest warriors of the 5 families in the Dancing Sun City no longer had the will to fight. They all sent voice transmissions back to their families, telling them to go to the ancestral shrine. Their ancestral shrines had entrances that led to the small worlds in their bodies, which could accommodate all the people in their families. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed. As the members of the 4 great clans rushed into their respective ancestral shrines, a terrifying freezing power swept out from within and swept everyone away, turning them into ice sculptures one after another. Only a few powerful upper-level ultimate gods managed to escape. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the ancestral shrines of the 4 great clans collapsed, shattering many of the ice sculptures. One by one, those who were still alive a moment ago died in an instant. The expressions of the remaining 4 strongest warriors of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City changed. Only now did they realize that the Frost King had not only set up a formation to deal with them, but he had also cut off their escape route. Run! We can't save them. Let's split up and run. I don't believe that the 2 of them can kill the 4 of us. No matter who survives, we must find a way to avenge them in the future. This is an irreconcilable grudge. The remaining 4 strongest warriors of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City hurriedly sent voice transmissions to each other. Frost King, the grudge of the annihilation of our clan is irreconcilable. I'll definitely seek revenge from you in the future. The old woman of the 4 was the first to shout. Then her body swayed, and a bloody light wreaked havoc around her. In the next moment, she seemed to have disappeared into thin air. You want to run? The Qi Ming demon Venerable sneered disdainfully. Then, he punched the void thousands of miles away from the Dancing Sun City, and the old woman who was in a sorry state was knocked out. Because she had forcefully used her blood essence secret technique to break through the Frost King's formation, the old woman was already severely injured. Now that she was even more injured, she did not dare to stay any longer and continued to run away. When the Qi Ming demon Venerable saw this, he was about to chase after her when he realized that the other 3 people had also risked their lives to break out of the Frost King's formation. Moreover, they were all fleeing in different directions. The Qi Ming demon Venerable and the Frost King looked at each other and chased after 2 of the remaining 3 people, killing them one by one. When the other party forcefully broke out of the formation, he was already severely injured. When he fought with them again, he did not even last 10 moves. Another 2 strongest warriors had fallen. Boom, boom, boom. High up in the sky, the blood clouds that were just about to disperse gathered once more. The blood rain that had just stopped poured down once more, dyeing the ground even darker. Patriarch! Patriarch! In the inner city of the Dancing Sun City, the people from the other 2 clans were also in despair. As for the people from the other 2 clans who had successfully escaped, they were not any better. All of them were in despair. It's over, it's over. Although the patriarchs of the 2 clans had successfully escaped, they did not have the time to save them. It was obvious that they had abandoned them. Of course, they knew that the patriarchs of the 2 clans had no other choice. If they did not abandon them, none of them would be able to survive in the end. I only hope that the patriarch can avenge us in the future. I thought that there might be many ways to die in the future. Maybe I'll be killed by the heavenly tribulation, or I'll be killed by someone outside, or I'll be killed by someone outside. However, I never thought that one day, I would be killed by the strongest warrior. Most of the people from the 5 clans in the inner city of the Dancing Sun City were prepared to die. There were also many people who tried to escape, trying to take advantage of the chaos and escape. However, just as they moved, the voice of the Qi Ming demon Venerate had already spread across the sky of the Dancing Sun City. Little guys, I don't want any human to leave the Dancing Sun City alive. As soon as the Qi Ming demon Venerate finished speaking, the group of Qi Ming demon Venerate who had been guarding around the Dancing Sun City roared and charged into the city. Some of the people from the 5 clans who had just left the city directly faced the group of Qi Ming demon Venerate. They had already lost their will to fight. Coupled with the fact that they were outnumbered by the group of Qi Ming demon Venerate, none of them had the strength to resist at all. One by one, they were killed by the Qi Ming demon Venerate. Tameng Sha, where's that human? At this time, in another place outside the Dancing Sun City, the bat Qi Ming demon Venerate did not see the human beside them. It seems that you don't trust the Qi Ming Demon Venerate. You think that the Qi Ming Demon Venerate will let you, Xianxia, go. It's good that he's gone. The giant ape Xianxia grinned. Otherwise, if the Demon Venerate really wants to let him go, even though I owe him a favor, I can't help him. Xianxia, you should have known when he left, right? The Bat Qi Ming Demon Venerate looked deeply at Xianxia and asked, just now, you took the initiative to invite us to meet your adoptive father. Was it to give him a chance to leave under our watch? Xianxia could not help but rub the back of his head when he heard this. He grinned and asked, was it so obvious? You even found out. Forget it. The Bat Qi Ming Demon Venerate shook his head. Let him go. He obviously isn't from the 5 clans. Even though he's stronger, the Demon Venerate won't care too much about his departure. Duanling Tian had already teleported out of Dancing Sun City before the other 2 supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City died. When he left, it was just when the 4 clans of the city had entered their respective ancestral shrines and were killed. At that time, he knew that the remaining 4 supreme experts of the 5 clans of the city would either fight with their lives on the line or flee in different directions. And this also meant that the Battle of the Dancing Sun City had come to an end. Once the battle ended, if he did not leave, he would be noticed by others. He might even be noticed by the Demon Venerate of the Chilling Nether Mountain and the Supreme Expert, Frost King. Even though he had no enmity with them, who knew what Supreme Experts were thinking? After the lesson from the Crimson Demon of the Crimson Demon Ridge, he only had one thought about Supreme Experts. He could not afford to offend them, but he could hide. Too strong. Duanling Tian sighed as he fled. That Qi Nether Demon Venerable and Han Wang from Qi Nether Mountain joined forces and easily defeated the joint forces of the 5 supreme powerhouses from Dancing Sun City. Moreover, they even managed to kill one of them. Even though the 5 supreme experts of the Dancing Sun City were careless and allowed Frost King to take the initiative. This is enough to show how terrifying Frost King is. I wonder if that Frost King is a human, a greater demon, or some other life form. The scene he saw today had a great impact on Duanling Tian. This was the first time he had seen a battle between supreme experts. Moreover, it was a battle to the death. In this battle, he had personally witnessed the fall of a supreme powerhouse. As for what happened after that, even though he did not witness the fall of the other ultimate experts, the blood clouds that gathered once again, and the blood rain that had just stopped, were telling him that, this time, there was more than one supreme expert who had died. A supreme expert who stands at the peak can die in just a blink of an eye. There's a huge gap in strength even between supreme experts. I wonder how strong Yun Qingyan is compared to the other paragons. Zhang Xian muttered to himself. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed coldly when he thought about this. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Next, I'll head to the city where Wang Yiyuan's clan is and fulfill his last wish. That way, I'll be able to return the favor of the treasure he gave me before he died. After leaving the Dancing Sun City, Duanling Tian did not wander aimlessly. He planned to head to the city where Wang Yiyuan's clan was located. When he was in the Dancing Sun City, he had already found out where Wang Yiyuan's clan was located. It was not close to the Dancing Sun City. Even with his current strength, it would take him at least 3 months to reach the city if he traveled at full speed without any obstacles. Fortunately, Duanling Tian had spent a huge sum of money in the Dancing Sun City to exchange for a map that included the city where Wang Yiyuan's family was located. On the map, the locations of the supreme powerhouses were marked. Even the Crimson Devil Ridge was on the map. Chapter 4408. With the map in hand, Duanling Tian was confident that his journey would be smoother and safer even though it was further than any other journey he had taken in the Outer Realm. With his current strength, as long as he was not attacked by a supreme expert or a group of top high-level ultimate gods, he would be able to escape unscathed. Whoosh! After Duanling Tian left Dancing Sun City for a period of time, he took out a divine flying ship as a means of transportation. In the Outer Realm, many people usually use divine flying ships as a means of transportation. However, whenever they neared a city, the divine artifact would be put away. That was because in the Outer Realms, there were some experts who couldn't bear to see someone drive a divine artifact into a city. It was too ostentatious. It was just a divine flying ship. What was there to show off? In the Outer Realm, Divine gems were also a common currency and the most basic cultivation aid. When he was still in the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian had accumulated a huge amount of divine gems. In addition, he had used the divine elixirs he had refined for cultivation, and now he was using the divine condensation spring for cultivation. So divine gems could not be used for cultivation at all. Now, the only use of divine gems in his hands was to trade and to provide power for the divine flying ship. Of course, in the outer realm, not everyone was willing to accept divine gems even if it was a trade. Most of the people bartered for items. Duan Lingtian had experienced this when he was in Dancing Sun City, and even earlier when he was in the ruined city. Although divine gems could be used as a currency, both parties had to be willing to accept it. If the other party was not willing, there was nothing one could do. Take the items in Duan Lingtian's possession for example. If they were only ordinary items that he did not care about, he would be willing to sell them to others for divine crystals. However, if it was something of high value and was priceless, he would not sell it no matter how many divine gems others offered. He only wanted to exchange for something that was also priceless but he urgently needed. Because of this, in the outer realm, it was difficult to determine the value of high-value items in terms of divine gems. It was completely dependent on the value and status in the eyes of the person who needed it. For example, if a person urgently needed a treasure and the other party wanted to take advantage of the situation to raise the price, the transaction would often be overpriced. Whoosh! With the divine flying ship as a means of transportation, Duan Lingtian was happy and leisurely. He only needed to order the divine flying ship to turn after flying for a distance. In the outer realm, the divine flying ship could not fly in a straight line all the way to the destination because it would pass by some supreme expert's forces. As for those ultimate powerhouses, they would often treat any life forms that trespassed into their territory as an enemy and deal them a heavy blow. When I was in the god-defying realm, the supreme expert was a legendary existence. Even I only saw the supreme expert before I left the god-defying realm. Lingtian's gems, Lingtian, gems of Lingtian's Lingtian, gemses, Lingtian's gems. Gems Lingtian's to gems. Gems to Lingtian, to gems Lingtian, gems. Of course, he knew that the supreme experts who ruled gems of Lingtian's Lingtian were basically natives of the outer realm. There were very few supreme experts from the 10,000 worlds. Apart from those who did not have a sense of responsibility to their home domains and might have the time to rule gems of Lingtian, the supreme experts from the 10,000 worlds basically stayed in their respective domains to guard their homeland. Try Mad 1, Gad 2. Even the supreme experts of the 10,000 worlds' three great domains, who were recognized as the strongest, basically stayed in their domains and would only occasionally come to the outer realm. Of course, even in the outer realms, the top supreme experts of the three realms were top-notch, heaven-defying existences. Wang Yiyuan's last wish was simple. He wanted his sister to settle down properly. According to him, if his sister were to stay at home without his protection, she would only be a tool for marriage in the future. He hopes that I can help his sister settle down so that his sister can live a carefree life. This was what Wang Yiyuan had entrusted to Duan Lingtian before his death. Now, I'll see what his sister thinks. As long as it's within my power, I'm willing to lend her a hand. Duan Lingtian murmured to himself. With Duan Lingtian's speed, it would only take him 3 months to reach the city where Wang Yiyuan's family was located. However, even with the speed of a divine weapon spaceship, which was comparable to an ordinary upper-level ultimate god, it would still take more than half a year to reach the city. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Along the way, the divine weapon spaceship flew by ostentatiously and attracted many people's attention. Some even blocked the way and robbed them. However, all of the intruders were killed by Duan Lingtian without exception. The strongest among them was an upper-level ultimate god who had just consolidated his cultivation base. In front of Duan Lingtian, he was no different from a lower-level ultimate god. Of course, although he killed many people, he did not gain much because the spatial rings in their hands were self-destructed. Only their divine weapons ended up in Duan Lingtian's hands. There were a few people who removed the ownership of their spatial rings for the sake of survival. However, that little bit of gain was nothing to Duan Lingtian. It was nothing to him. After all, why would those who were really rich in the outer realm go to the extent of robbing people halfway? Sir, judging from the direction you're heading towards Lanshao City. I wonder if you can give us a ride? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the divine weapon spaceship. It was the voice of an old woman. Her voice was old and frail. It was clear that she was injured. Cough, cough. A few coughs were heard. Duan Lingtian looked up and saw an old woman with a delicate young woman walking side by side with his divine weapon spaceship. The old woman coughed up blood and looked at his divine weapon spaceship with a hint of hope. The young woman was in a hurry and her eyes were filled with concern and worry. She's right in front. Go after her. It's not easy to wait for this little girl to leave the Ye family. Quickly go after her, capture her, and present her to the chief. A few voices came from behind the divine weapon spaceship. Although Duan Lingtian was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business, he could not help but stand up when he saw this. Although he did not know what was going on, the people behind seemed to be the kind of people who would kidnap women. He could not turn a deaf ear to them. Granny, they're catching up. Let's keep a distance from this divine weapon spaceship, lest the owner of this divine weapon spaceship is related to us and implicate him. Outside, the heavily injured old woman, who was carrying the flying girl, said anxiously when she heard the voice behind her. Try a mad one, Gad too. Cough, cough. You little girl, you're just too kind. The old woman coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood and then took the young woman away from Duan Lingtian's divine weapon spaceship. Obviously, she wanted to cut ties with Duan Lingtian. However, what they did not expect was that as soon as they moved to leave, the divine weapon spaceship stuck close to them. Then, they saw a purple figure at the top of the divine weapon spaceship. It was a handsome young man in a purple robe. Come in. Duan Lingtian looked at the master and servant in front of him and said lightly, Big brother. The young woman looked grateful. Thank you for your kindness. However, I think it's better if we don't implicate you. This place is not far from Lanshao City. We should be able to reach Lanshao City before they catch up. Once we reach Lanshao City, they won't dare to mess around anymore. The young woman said optimistically, but the old woman with her had a bitter expression on her face. It seemed that her young mistress did not see that she was an arrow at the end of its flight. If not for her lack of confidence, she would not have taken the initiative to ask for help when she saw this spaceship on the way. With her injuries, I'm afraid she won't be able to bring you to Lanshao City before the people behind us catch up with us. Duan Lingtian said lightly. Naturally. He could see that the old woman in front of him was an arrow at the end of its flight. It could even be said that it was not bad that she could hold on until now with such serious injuries. When the young woman heard this, her expression changed drastically. She quickly glanced at the old woman beside her and saw the bitterness on the old woman's face. All right, you don't have to leave. I'll help you get rid of this tail. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old woman. Then, his body swayed as he left the flying divine weapon and kept the flying divine weapon. At the same time, he stopped in midair and turned around to look at the few black dots in the distance that were getting closer and closer. Young mistress, it seems like this person is more powerful than I thought. The old woman was pleasantly surprised. Since this person dared to say that, it was obvious that he was confident in dealing with the people behind them. At this moment, she also stopped in her tracks with the young woman in tow. At this moment, the few black dots in the distance continued to grow bigger. In just a dozen breaths' time, they had already arrived in front of them and were staring at them covetously. 2 old men and 3 middle-aged men were dressed casually, but their eyes were on Duan Lingtian at this moment. Who are you? Do you want to help them? One of the 2 old men had white hair and white brows, but he looked like a middle-aged man. He stared at Duan Lingtian vigilantly and asked in a deep voice. I'll give you 3 breaths' time to disappear from my sight. Duan Lingtian did not even look at the old man. He just casually glanced at the 5 people in front of him and stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for their response leisurely. Sir, I'm the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea, the old man said in a deep voice. The Blood Sea was also a large mobile force around Lanshao City. They had been active around Lanshao City for more than 1,000 years. Due to the fact that their leader had the strength of a peak upper ultimate god and did not have a fixed base camp, even if some ultimate powerhouses wanted to encircle and annihilate them, they could not do anything unless the ultimate powerhouses were personally involved. Chapter 4409. You have 2 breaths of time left. Just when the old lady and the young lady thought that this kind-hearted purple-clad young man would back off after hearing that he was from the Blood Sea, the young man's next words were completely out of their expectations. They did not expect the young man to be so aggressive. Were they not afraid of the Blood Sea at all and did not put it in their eyes? Or were they from other places and did not know what the Blood Sea meant? Left Guardian of Dharma, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. Among the other 4 people, one of the 3 middle-aged men snorted coldly, and the gaze he looked at Duanling Tian was filled with icy cold killing intent. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being merciless. The old man who claimed to be the left guardian of Dharma was furious. Even if the young man was a descendant of an ultimate expert, the Blood Sea was not afraid of him. So what if he was killed? After all, the Blood Sea would have to move away after achieving their goal. By then, even if an ultimate expert wanted to find them, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 people from the Blood Sea vibrated with divine power and the power of law. The heaven and earth phenomenon also appeared. They were the best among the upper ultimate gods. Even the 3 weaker middle-aged men gave Duanling Tian a feeling that they were not any weaker than the giant ape great demon that he had encountered in Dancing Sun City. The 2 old men's strength was comparable to the personal demon guard of Crimson Demon Ridge. Is there an ultimate expert behind the Blood Sea they mentioned? Duanling Tian asked the old woman behind him through voice transmission when he saw the 5 people charging toward him and displaying their strength. When the old lady heard this, she quickly regained her senses and replied instinctively, "The Blood Sea organization doesn't have a supreme powerhouse. However, the leader is a powerhouse who has comprehended the law of death to the perfection stage." Comprehended the law to the perfection stage. Duanling Tian had encountered many such existences since he came to the outer realm. The first one was Crimson Devil's personal devil guard, Wuxia. Later on, in Dancing Sun City, they saw 3 great demons who had comprehended the laws to the lesser perfection stage. They were the 3 strongest great demons under the Qi Ming demon venerate of Qi Ming Mountain. When they attacked, they also used the power of law of the lesser perfection realm. However, the difference between comprehending an ordinary law to perfection and comprehending one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of death, to perfection was completely different. Because if one wanted to step into the minor perfection of a supreme law, it was more than 10 times more difficult to step into the minor perfection of an ordinary law. And its power was even greater. Even if one had just stepped into the realm of minor perfection, they would still be stronger than those who had been stuck in the realm of minor perfection for many years, or even those who were close to great perfection. If it was an ordinary law that had been comprehended to lesser perfection, then the 2 old men from the Blood Sea before him had already comprehended the laws of fire and the laws of metal to that level. It illuminated 100,000 li. Compared to the space and time laws that Duanling Tian currently possessed, it could be said to be much stronger. Moreover, the divine weapons in their hands were all supreme divine weapons. They don't have any supreme experts behind them, nor are they the leaders of their respective organizations, but they all have supreme divine weapons. 5 people and 2 supreme divine weapons. This Blood Sea organization does have some skills. While Duanling Tian sighed in his heart, his expression was as calm as before. He had asked the old woman if there were any supreme experts in the Blood Sea organization because he wanted to confirm if he should hold back. If there were any supreme experts, holding back and defeating them would be the best choice. He did not want to offend a supreme expert. Now that the other party did not hold back at all and went for the kill as soon as they attacked, he no longer had any concerns. If it was before I became a higher ultimate god, even with the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, I'm afraid I would only be able to fight them to a draw. Now, although the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements can't help me for the time being, with my cultivation base as a higher ultimate god and the 7 orifices exquisite sword that has transformed into a supreme divine weapon, I'm not any weaker than when I was a medium ultimate god with the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. After leaving the small world in the crimson demon's body, the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements had consumed a lot of energy. Only the world-cleansing divine water was in better condition. If it was not necessary, Duanling Tian did not intend to borrow their strength. Whoosh! The 7 orifices exquisite sword flew out from Duanling Tian's hand. Its aura was much sharper than before. Before arriving at Dancing Sun City, Duanling Tian had traded with the people from the outer realm in the ruined cities mainly for the 7 orifices exquisite sword's transformation. With his current strength, the 7 orifices exquisite sword's grade could not keep up. Therefore, He had traded for many good items to forcefully upgrade the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. The consequence of doing so was that the sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, Huang could not leave the divine weapon like other supreme divine weapons. Huang needed to cultivate in seclusion within the sword for a period of time. She could only leave the Seven Orifices exquisite sword after reaching a certain level of cultivation. However, this did not affect the Seven Orifices exquisite sword's power. The Seven Orifices exquisite sword was now a supreme divine sword through and through. Supreme divine weapon. The 5 people from the Blood Sea were shocked when Duan Ling Tian took out his supreme divine sword. However, on second thought they felt that it was reasonable. After all, Duan Ling Tian did not panic when the 5 of them took out 2 supreme divine weapons. However, in the next moment, when they saw Duan Ling Tian use the law of space to illuminate thousands of miles, they sneered. How dare you meddle in our business with such strength? At this moment, in their eyes, the purple-robed young man in front of them was already a dead man. Even the old woman behind Duan Ling Tian was filled with despair. She had thought that the person in front of her would be strong since he dared to meddle in their business. She did not expect him to be so weak. With such strength, he was definitely not a match for the 5 from the Blood Sea. The expression of the young woman beside the old woman changed when she saw this. Then she hurriedly shouted in alarm, "Run away quickly! You are not their match." Although she wanted to live, she knew that Duan Ling Tian was not going to survive. If Duan Ling Tian did not run away, he might become her scapegoat. This was not what she wanted to see. She did not want to implicate the innocent. It's over. The old woman's eyes and face were filled with despair. She was completely disheartened. How dare you stick your neck out with such strength? You are digging your own grave. One of the middle-aged men from the Blood Sea could not help but mock. The 5 of them charged toward Duan Ling Tian. 5 against 1. They didn't even use their bloodline power or law avatars. Seeing the 5 of them charging forward as if victory was in their hands and did not even use their bloodline power or law avatars, Duan Ling Tian knew that the 5 of them did not feel the need to use their bloodline power or law avatars to deal with him. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 law avatars flew out of Duan Ling Tian's body. They were his space law avatars and time law avatars. Even with 2 laws of nature avatars and your true body, your outcome won't change. The old man who claimed to be the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea said indifferently. Then he slashed out with his saber. Flames burned the sky and swept toward Duan Ling Tian's time law avatars. In his opinion, his saber could easily destroy the opponent's law avatars. Chapter 44:10. In the eyes of the young woman and the old woman, although the purple-clad young man was strong, he would definitely be defeated or even killed by the 5 powerhouses from the Blood Sea organization. The young woman, in particular, regretted not stopping the old woman from asking the young man for help. Based on the current situation, not only would she and the people around her not be able to escape, but the young man would also be implicated by them. I did try to persuade him to leave, but why did he stay and fight them head-on? The young woman could not understand why the young man in front of her was so stubborn. In her opinion, the young man was facing a crisis. Unless he could summon a supreme expert to help him in a short time, he would definitely die. After all, the young man had not even comprehended the law of profundity to the small perfection stage. Among the 5 people, 2 of them had already comprehended the law of profundity to the small perfection stage. Are you looking down on me? Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh inwardly when he saw that the 5 people from the Blood Sea organization did not intend to use their bloodline power or their law clones even though they were about to fight him. Did he, Duan Ling Tian, look so easy to bully? Since you look down on me, then let's end this quickly. If there's an afterlife, I hope you'll remember not to underestimate anyone. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. After sighing inwardly, Duan Ling Tian's 2 law clones attacked and displayed their sharp sword principles. His original body took the lead and used the law of space, which was close to the small perfection stage, to merge with his sword principles and directly face the 3 weaker middle-aged men. The 2 powerful old men were now targeting Duan Ling Tian's law clones. Whoosh! A sword light seemed to illuminate an area of 10,000 miles. The 7-colored sword light was dazzling and seemed to make everything around it pale in comparison. The more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it was. The seven-colored sword light perfectly illustrated this point. No. How is this possible? The three middle-aged men who were not weak were elites in the Blood Sea. They were the cream of the crop among the higher ultimate gods. However, when Duan Tian swung his sword at them, they could not defend themselves at all. In other words, their resistance was futile. Under the sword light of Duan Tian's true body, the attacks of the three were completely shattered. They did not even have time to mobilize their bloodline power or law clones before they were drowned by the sword light. The three powerful auras were instantly annihilated. The two old men who were currently fighting Duan Tian's law doppelganger were also shocked after the initial confrontation. This was because they discovered that although it was only a law clone, the sword Dao that it displayed shocked them. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, it would be difficult for them to take down the law clone. The stalemate lasted for a moment, but it was only a slight advantage. However, just as they gained the upper hand, they were even more shocked to find that the other three people on their side were killed in the blink of an eye. In one move, he had killed three people. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Even if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't have such terrifying strength. The two of them looked at each other in the eye and reached a tacit agreement. They quickly retreated and fled. Run! At this time, they realized that the purple-clad young man in front of them was an iron plate that they could not kick. His strength was so terrifying that he might not be weaker than the leader of their Blood Sea organization. A peak upper ultimate god. This was definitely a peak upper ultimate god. If an invincible upper ultimate god who had comprehended the laws to the Great Perfection Realm did not appear, no one below the Supreme Realm could take him down. Trying to escape? Duan Tian smiled faintly in the face of the two old men who had decided to escape and executed it in an instant. He did not seem surprised at all. Then, his true body teleported and stopped one of them. Meanwhile, the two nomological law clones, the nomological law of space and the nomological law of time, blocked the other person's path. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the two old men who had not exerted their full strength were surrounded by blood chi. It was obvious that they had activated their bloodline power and did not dare to be as careless as before. However, even though they had activated their bloodline power, they did not have any intention to fight. Your Excellency, we admit defeat this time. The old man who was stopped by Duan Tian's true body said gloomily, "Just now, I've already sent a message to our leader. If you kill us, you'll become an enemy of the Blood Sea organization. Our leader won't let you go." He then added, "Our chief is close to being an invincible higher supreme god. An invincible upper ultimate god." In the past, Duan Tian did not have any concept of this. However, after coming to the outer realm, he had heard of an invincible upper ultimate god more than once. He knew that they stood at the top of the upper ultimate gods and were almost invincible unless a supreme realm expert appeared. An invincible upper ultimate god was either an expert who had comprehended the laws to the Great Perfection Realm or someone who had comprehended the laws to the Great Perfection Realm and had mastered other amazing techniques. An invincible upper ultimate god? Duan Tian did not mind the old man's words at all. With his current strength, only an invincible higher ultimate god would be able to threaten his life apart from a supreme powerhouse. As for an invincible upper ultimate god, perhaps there were many who were stronger than him. However, even if they were stronger than him, he was confident that he would be able to escape unscathed without being entangled with them. Even if it was an invincible upper ultimate god, as long as his opponent was not an invincible upper ultimate god who had comprehended the laws of space or time to the Great Perfection Realm, it would not be easy to kill him with his mastery of the laws of time and time. Moreover, the leader of the Blood Sea organization was only an invincible upper ultimate god. If he comes, I don't mind sparring with him. As Duan Tian spoke, he did not stop attacking the old man even though he was injured. Although the old man was only one person, his strength was much stronger than the previous three people. Moreover, the previous three people did not use their bloodline power or law clones at all. However, the old man in front of him had activated his bloodline power and his strength had increased even more. Therefore, Duan Tian only managed to kill the old man after nearly 10 moves even though he did not have enough fighting spirit to do so. At the same time, the other old man from the Blood Sea organization, who had previously said that he was the left guardian of Dharma, was entangled by Duan Tian's two law clones. He wanted to escape but could not. He wanted to defeat Duan Tian's law clones but was unable to do so. If it was only a law clone, he was confident that he could defeat it given enough time. However, the two law clones joined forces with the extremely powerful sword principal, and were evenly matched with him. It's over. When the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea organization saw the other old man being killed by Duanling Tian, despair appeared in his eyes. The old man's strength was on par with his. He was the right guardian of the Blood Sea organization. Even if I die, I won't let you off easily. In the next moment, the old man who had suppressed the despair in his eyes suddenly shot out a vicious light. At the same time, an extremely terrifying force began to rise from his body like a primordial beast that had been dormant for a long time suddenly erupted. Chapter 44:11. In fact, it was no longer easy for an ultimate god to self-destruct the small world in one's body. Although it was still possible to do so, the price to pay was correspondingly higher. At the ultimate god realm, one's spirit and body had already become one. Once the small world in one's body self-destructed, it was equivalent to self-mutilation. Not only would one's body have to endure the pain of being torn apart, but one's soul would also have to endure the pain of having one's soul refined. Once the small world self-destructed, one would die in endless pain and gradually lose consciousness. One could even see one's body falling apart. It was a very cruel way to die. It was also because of this that very few ultimate gods and above would have the courage to make such a choice when they were about to lose their lives in a battle with another. Idiot! Just as the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea chose to self-destruct the small world in an attempt to seriously injure Duanling Tian and even kill him together with Duanling Tian's voice suddenly sounded again. His tone was sarcastic and mocking. Have you forgotten that I'm an expert in the law of space and the law of time? Duanling Tian's mocking smile was not an act. It was a subconscious sneer after he recovered from the shock. He thought his opponent had really lost his mind. The self-destruction of the small world in one's body required the use of one's own divine energy and the power of law. The speed of the process depended on the strength of the power of law and divine energy. His opponent's power of law was indeed superior to his understanding of the law of space and the law of time. However, it was only one of the 5 elemental laws. The law of space and the law of time were supreme laws that were superior to the 5 elemental laws. The other 2 laws were also extremely strange as they controlled space and time. Although Duanling Tian's original body could not use both the law of time and the law of space at the same time, his 2 avatars could cooperate with each other. Since his original body was the leader, they could cooperate very well. Duanling Tian's time and space laws had been comprehended with the help of a supreme master's godhead. It was also because of this that his comprehension of time and space laws was close to perfection. With the 2 of them working together, even if the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea had comprehended the law of 5 elements to the small perfection realm, it would be extremely difficult for him to hurt Duanling Tian by detonating the small world in his body. Enjoy your choice. After saying that, Duanling Tian did not dare stay any longer. If he did, even if his 2 nomological clones could still save his original body, they would definitely be destroyed. Once his law doppelganger was destroyed, even with his current strength, it would take him a long time to reform it again. After all, the stronger he was, the stronger his law doppelganger would be. It did not mean that the speed at which he condensed his law doppelganger would increase. Everything depended on his attainments in the path of laws. Whoosh! With a teleport, Duanling Tian left his original spot and arrived in front of the old woman and the young woman. He raised his hand and a force enveloped the 2 of them. If you don't want to be dragged down by him, don't resist my power. Duanling Tian's indifferent voice reverberated in the ears of the old woman and the young woman. In an instant, the 2 of them retracted the divine power that they had been accumulating. Originally, their faces had already darkened because they had not expected the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea to be so resolute as to self-detonate the small world in his body. It should be known that not everyone had the courage to do such a thing. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duanling Tian had brought the old woman and the young woman out of the range of the left guardian of Dharma's self-detonation. During this process, the power of the small world in his body had attempted to seal off a large area of the surrounding space. However, Duanling Tian had forcibly opened a gap and teleported away. During this process, Duanling Tian's time law doppelganger and space law doppelganger worked together to control the time in the surrounding space and to prevent the space from collapsing. In the end, before the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea could self-detonate, Duan Lingtian's two law doppelgangers helped each other and successfully left the range of the other party's self-detonation. Bang! A loud sound reverberated in all directions. The aftermath of the terrifying power spread in all directions. There was not a single place within 1,000 miles that was left unscathed. At the same time, a mournful and unwilling cry resounded in all directions, causing one's hair to stand on end upon hearing it. This was the cry of the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea before he died. In the moment before his death, he had experienced the ultimate torture that felt like a century had passed. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He was filled with regret. If he had known that he could not kill the purple-clad young man or even hurt him, he would have died a normal death instead of self-detonating. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The normal death of a high-level ultimate god would not cause too much of a commotion. It was unlike the death of an ultimate god that would cause many strange phenomena. However, if a high-level ultimate god had self-detonated and died, although there would not be any strange phenomena, it would still cause quite a commotion. At least, people within 1,000 miles would be able to hear the commotion. Oh my god! What a huge commotion! Is this the self-detonation of an ultimate god? It feels like the commotion came from a very far place. If an ultimate god had self-detonated, it would be at least a high-level ultimate god, right? I really admire this person's courage. He still has the courage to self-detonate when he has reached the ultimate god realm. I just don't know if he self-detonated and took his opponent down with him. He must have taken his opponent down with him, right? If his opponent did not take him down with them, wouldn't his self-detonation be in vain? The people within 1,000 miles began to pay attention to the commotion coming from afar. Some people who liked to join in the fun even started to search for the source of the commotion. At the same time, a middle-aged man who had just entered 1,000 miles radius suddenly stopped in his tracks with an extremely unpleasant expression on his face. He was a middle-aged man who was about 2 meters tall in a gray robe. Although his robe was loose, it could not hide his bulky body. His eyes were fierce and bloodthirsty, and at this moment, they were shooting out a murderous glare. Behind him were 2 other old men. At this moment, the 2 old men's expressions changed. Leader, this aura. It's the left guardian of Dharma? It's him. The middle-aged man in gray robe's expression darkened. Then, his body swayed and swept toward the source of the commotion like a ghost. His speed was incomparable to before. In fact, the reason why he was so fast was to take care of the 2 people behind him. When the 2 old men saw their leader moving, they quickly followed him. Even if they could not catch up, they still tried their best to follow behind him. Soon, the middle-aged man in gray robe, who was also the leader of the Blood Sea, arrived at the scene of the incident. An area of 1,000 miles around the site of the incident had been razed to the ground. In the center of the area, there was a bottomless pit. It looked extremely frightening. The self-detonation of a top upper-level ultimate god was no joke. Even those who had previously speculated were shocked when they arrived at the scene and saw the scene. Among the upper-level ultimate gods, a self-detonation that can cause such a big commotion. It must be at least an expert who has comprehended the power of law and has reached the perfection realm, right? The strange phenomenon of the power of law spread out just now. It's obvious that there are top upper-level ultimate gods fighting fiercely. Is it here? Looking at the remnant aura at the scene, there is more than one person who died. It seems that his opponent was also killed by his self-detonation. Since he chose to self-detonate, he must be confident. The middle-aged man in gray robe and the 2 old men who followed him heard the whispers and discussions around them. The 2 old men frowned slightly while the one in the middle looked even worse. The leader of the Blood Sea, who was known as an invincible upper-level ultimate god who was close to the perfection realm of the power of law, muttered, "The other 4 people who died are the right guardian, Gu Luo, and the other 2. He was very clear about the aura of his subordinates. There was no aura of the 6th person who died at the scene. The 5 people who died were all his subordinates. They were the elite experts of the Blood Sea organization. Who is it? After the middle-aged man's face calmed down a little, he showed a strong sense of fear. Even he could only barely escape from the self-detonation of the left guardian of Dharma from the Blood Sea. Since the other party could also escape, it meant that the other party's strength was not inferior to his. How could he not be afraid of such an existence? Although there was nothing the Blood Sea did not dare to do, there was no one they did not dare to rob, Even if it was the descendant of a supreme expert, however, in the face of a true expert, they would not be so arrogant as to court death. Even now, he hated the person who killed 5 of his capable subordinates, but he did not have much desire for revenge. He was more afraid of that person. No matter how strong his subordinates were, if they died, they died. He could not rashly offend an expert whose strength was not inferior to his for the sake of his subordinates. First of all, even if he met the other party, he would at most be evenly matched with the other party. It was almost impossible for him to kill the other party. Secondly, if he and the other party could not kill each other, he might be injured, or even seriously injured. This was not a good thing for him. It would be fine if he only suffered light injuries that were easy to recover from, but if he suffered serious injuries that were difficult to recover from, how could he successfully survive the next millennium tribulation? "Sir Leader?" The 2 old men standing behind heard the middle-aged man muttering to himself. After looking at each other, they saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. "You mean, the self-detonation of the left guardian of Dharma did not kill the other party?" At this moment, both of them were shocked. Yes. At this time, the face of the leader of the Blood Sea organization had recovered a lot. Then, he moved and walked in the direction he came from. Obviously, he planned to return to the temporary base of the Blood Sea organization. He didn't plan to kill his 5 capable subordinates. It seems, even Sir Leader is afraid of the other party. The 2 old men quickly followed their leader and could not help but communicate with each other through voice transmission. Isn't it obvious? If he was not afraid of the other party, Sir Leader would have pursued the other party. Sir Leader is not one to be taken advantage of. Chapter 44:12. Duanling Tian naturally did not know that the leader of the Blood Sea had arrived not long after. He also did not know that the leader was afraid of his strength and retreated. Of course, even if he did not know, he could roughly guess the result. Since he could kill the 5 experts of the Blood Sea, it was enough to prove his strength. The leader of the Blood Sea was neither an ultimate expert nor an invincible upper-level ultimate god. It was impossible for him to kill him to avenge his subordinates. Moreover, in Duanling Tian's opinion, the leader of the Blood Sea might not really want to avenge his subordinates. Perhaps to him the people under him were just tools. Whoosh! Inside the divine artifact flying ship, Duanling Tian stood there. Not far in front of him, the young woman and the old woman were thanking Duanling Tian. "Big brother, thank you for saving our lives. I, Yi Chengwei, will remember what happened today. If you need my help in the future, you can look for me at the Ye family in Yiling City." At this moment, Yi Chengwei looked at the purple-clad young man in front of her. Her eyes were filled with shock. This was because the elders beside her had told her that the young man in front of her was not old. Although she could not tell his exact age with her strength, she was certain that he was not more than 10,000 years old. Not more than 10,000 years old. Then, he was at most 9,000 years old. She, Yi Chengwei, was only 3,000 years old. In the outer realm, experts were easily tens of thousands of years old or even hundreds of thousands of years old. Especially among the upper-level ultimate gods, it was normal for them to be close to 100,000 years old. If one became an invincible upper-level ultimate god, as long as there were no accidents, it would not be difficult for him to live for more than 100,000 years even if he did not step into the ultimate expert realm. In the outer realm, those who were less than 10,000 years old were considered young. Many places even considered those who were younger than 20,000 years old or even 30,000 years old as young. "It's nothing. I just don't like them. You don't have to thank me." Duanling Tian glanced at Yi Chengwei and said indifferently, "Since you're going to Blue Dawn City, I'll give you a ride. When we reach Lan Xiaocheng, we will part ways, and we may never meet again." This time, he'd gone to Blue Dawn City for the sake of helping Wang Yiyuan, whom he'd met in the small world within the Crimson Devil's body, fulfill his final wish. He had no other wishes, and this was also the first goal he'd set for himself. Then, he would stay in Lanshao City for a while to learn more about the situation in the outer realm. Then, he would leave Lanshao City and go out to explore. Since he had come to the outer realm, he did not plan to stay in the city and cultivate. What he needed was not only cultivation, but also a baptism of blood and fire. His wife Ker could not wait for him for too long. In the past, he had been advancing triumphantly, but that didn't mean that he would be able to do so in the future. In the future, he still had to fight for himself. Even becoming an invincible higher ultimate god was not his ultimate goal. His ultimate goal was to become an ultimate god, the strongest among ultimate gods. He wanted to find the Spectre clan member who had merged with Yun Qingyan and force him to release his wife from the soul shackles. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian did not wait for Yi Changwei to speak. He took a few steps back and sat cross-legged on the side of the spaceship. Even when Yi Changwei asked for his name, he did not say a word. Yi Changwei looked disappointed when she saw this. This was the first time in her life that she had been frustrated by someone of the same generation. She had seen many geniuses before. Even those young geniuses who were younger than 10,000 years old and had the strength of a high-level ultimate god had tried to curry favor with her. In fact, there was more than one of them. Granny. Who do you think he is? Yi Changwei and the old woman walked to the other side of the spaceship. Yi Changwei looked at the old woman with a complicated expression. I've never heard of a young genius who's not even 10,000 years old who has the strength of an invincible higher ultimate god. I don't think he's from the heavenly sand realm. The old woman glanced at the young man who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and said softly, I've never heard of such a talented young man in the heavenly sand realm. He must be from outside the heavenly sand realm. What a joke! How could someone who was not even 10,000 years old not have a powerful background? There were legends of people who rose from the bottom up in the outer realm, but it was impossible for someone to achieve this. He's not from the heavenly sand realm? Yi Changwei's eyes glinted as she muttered, I'm really curious. Which realm is he from? I've never heard of such a genius even in the outer realm. He must be a descendant of a reclusive force that rarely shows himself. Who knows, he might be a descendant of many ultimate gods. Yi Changwei's curiosity about Duan Lingtian was apparent. However, this is my first time meeting such a blockhead. I've already introduced myself, but he didn't tell me his name. When I asked him about it, he ignored me. Could it be that his name is so shameful? Yi Changwei lowered her voice as she spoke. She was obviously worried that Duan Lingtian would hear her. Young mistress. The old woman was helpless. Earlier, that young master also said that we'll part ways when I arrive at Lanshao City. We'll be strangers from now on. You'd better not provoke him. With the speed of the flying ship, we'll arrive at Lanshao City in no time. She could tell that her young mistress was curious about the young man in purple. As someone who had been through this, she knew that this was a dangerous thing. When a woman was curious about a man, it was often the beginning of her fall. And she wanted to nip all of this in the bud. Don't forget that we're here at Lanshao City for official business. The old woman reminded her. Yi Changwei nodded when she heard this, and at the same time, she glanced at the nearby Duan Lingtian with slight unwillingness, and she didn't lower her voice any longer and seemed to raise it intentionally. No matter what, I, Yi Changwei, won't easily forget the favor of saving my life. One day, I'll repay the favor of saving my life. Currently, Duan Lingtian didn't seal off his consciousness and hearing, so he clearly heard Yi Changwei's words. But even then, he still remained indifferent. He pretended that he did not hear what she said. It did not take long for the flying ship to arrive at Lanshao City. Lanshao City was a vast and magnificent city, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Dancing Sun City that Duan Lingtian had visited before. The Wang clan that Wang Yiyuan is from. I wonder what kind of clan they are in Lanshao City. When he was in Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian knew that most of the clans in the Outer Realm controlled the cities. The clans in the cities were also divided into different levels. For example, in Dancing Sun City, the 5 major clans that were overseen by experts were the first-class clans in Dancing Sun City. The second-class clans did not have an expert overseeing them but had a deep foundation. There were many godly venerable experts in the clans, especially clans that were close to being an invincible upper ultimate god. I'll keep the flying ship. I'll take my leave now. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Yi Changwei. He did not wait for her to react before he kept the flying ship and flew into Lanshao City. In the blink of an eye, his figure completely disappeared from Yi Changwei's sight. At that moment, Yi Changwei found it difficult to accept Duan Lingtian's attitude. She was furious. Do I, Yi Changwei, make him hate me so much? Why is he in such a hurry to leave me? Humph. Since you're in Lanshao City, it's not difficult for me to find you. We'll meet again. Duan Ling Tian naturally did not know that he had unintentionally provoked a petty woman. After entering Lanshao City, he began to inquire about the Wang clan that Wang Yiyuan was from. The Wang clan used to be one of the strongest clans in Lanshao City. They had an expert overseeing them. However, 100,000 years ago, the Wang clan's expert fell and their status in Lanshao City plummeted. They went from a first-class clan to a second-class clan. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although the Wang clan has fallen, they're still deeply rooted in Lanshao City. They're one of the strongest clans even among the second-class clans in Lanshao City. Currently, the Wang clan has 3 experts who are close to being an invincible upper ultimate god. They're the 3 founding elders of the Wang clan and also the old antiques of the Wang clan. In just half a day, Duan Ling Tian had found out a lot about the Wang clan in Lanshao City at the cost of some immortal crystals. He also found out about Wang Yiyuan. Only then did he know that Wang Yiyuan was actually the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wang clan. Come to think of it, if it was not for his outstanding talent and comprehension, why would the Crimson Demon take a fancy to Wang Yiyuan and imprison him in his little world as one of the candidates for possession? Speaking of which, the prodigy of the Wang clan could be considered to have died at an untimely age. I heard some time ago that he was training outside and died. Wang Yiyuan was the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Wang clan, and his sister was the most beautiful woman in Lanshao City. The reason why the latter was able to have a smooth life in the Wang clan was mainly because of Wang Yiyuan, the prodigy that the Wang clan focused on nurturing. Now that Wang Yiyuan has died, Wang Luoyu has lost her protection. In addition to her beauty, I'm afraid she'll become a marriage tool for the Wang clan. That's right. Wang Yiyuan and Wang Luoyu are actually only collateral relatives in the Wang family. It was only because Wang Yiyuan was outstanding enough that he was accepted by one of the main branches of the Wang family. Now that Wang Yiyuan has died, Wang Luoyu's status as a direct descendant will not be lost. Otherwise, it'll seem like the Wang clan is burning the bridge after crossing the river. However, the Wang clan will definitely use Wang Luoyu's status as a direct descendant to push her out to represent the Wang clan in a marriage alliance to maximize her benefits. When Wang Yiyuan was still around, some of the higher-ups in the Wang clan already had such thoughts. However, because of Wang Yiyuan's ruckus, the matter was left unsettled. In the end, no one mentioned pushing Wang Luoyu out for a marriage alliance. After hearing all sorts of news about the Wang siblings, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why Wang Yiyuan had such a dying wish. It was obvious that Wang Yiyuan knew that it would be fine if he was still alive. However, if he died, his sister would definitely be used by the Wang clan as a marriage tool. I've more or less understood the situation. Now what I have to do is to get in touch with Wang Luoyu and tell her about Wang Yiyuan's request. After that, it'll be up to her to decide. As long as she's willing, I'll do my best to find a free and pure land for her without the pressure of a marriage alliance. After walking out of the restaurant, Duan Ling Tian headed in the direction of the Wang clan. Chapter 44:13. In Lanshao City, there was a clear distinction between the clans. The first-rate clans were all stationed in the best places in Lanshao City. To the east of Lanshao City was where the 4 first-rate clans of Lanshao City were stationed. Each of the 4 first-rate clans of Lanshao City had an ultimate powerhouse. Therefore, they were the 4 most powerful clans in Lanshao City. Their status in Lanshao City was comparable to the 5 clans with ultimate powerhouses that Duan Ling Tian had visited in Dancing Sun City. The 5 great clans had 5 supreme experts overseeing them. They were in the limelight and were extremely powerful. However, after the Battle of Dancing Sun City, the 5 clans of Dancing Sun City were completely crippled. Although not all of the ultimate powerhouses of the 5 clans had died, those who were still alive had escaped from Dancing Sun City. However, they could not bring their clan's foundations with them. In the end, they were destined to be destroyed by the demons of Mount Qiming led by the Qiming Demon Venerable. After all, there was an unforgettable feud between them. It would not be so easy to resolve it. Even ultimate powerhouses are not invincible. It's not impossible for them to be killed by others. The Battle of Dancing Sun City made Duan Ling Tian witness a shocking scene. Ultimate powerhouses had fallen, and there was a phenomenon in the sky. A rain of blood poured down, and the momentum was vast. It was as if the heavens were crying tears of blood for the ultimate powerhouse's death. Although the Wang clan is only a second-rate clan in Lanshao City, because of its glorious past, it was once a first-rate clan in Lanshao City. Its ultimate powerhouse ancestor had built many connections outside. Even if it did not move its base, the 4 first-rate clans of Lanshao City did not target it and force it to move. After all, if the Wang clan was forced, it might anger the ultimate powerhouses in the outside world who had connections with the ultimate powerhouse ancestor of the Wang clan. The ultimate powerhouse ancestor of the Wang clan did not die by accident. He was taken away by the 10,000-year tribulation. His friend is also a supreme expert. Those who are still alive are undoubtedly existences that are even more powerful than him. Perhaps, none of the ultimate masters of the 4 first-class families in Lanshao City would dare to say that they are stronger than the ultimate masters who had close ties with the Wang family's ancestor in the outside world. Moreover, the Wang family only has a base in the best place in Lanshao City. The most profitable businesses in Lanshao City are all in the hands of the 4 first-rate families. The Wang family can't get involved at all, and they don't dare to. The strong are respected, and the strong are respected. This has always been the case in the outer realm. Although he had not been in Lanshao City for long, Duan Lingtian had inquired about the Wang family situation clearly. The Wang clan, as a first-rate clan in the former Blue Dawn City, had an incomparably glorious past. When the ancestor of the supreme powerhouses was still alive, it was only others who sought marriage alliances. They never had to take the initiative to find marriage alliances. However, in today's Wang clan, after not having a descendant with the talent to become an ultimate powerhouse for a long time, they once again began to form marriage alliances in order to survive. This was because they knew that as time passed, the ultimate masters that the Wang clan had connections with in the outside world would grow old one by one and be taken away by the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation. At that time, without the protection of external aid, it would be even more difficult for the Wang clan to maintain the status it currently had today. Therefore, they needed to use marriage alliances to seek other protection. In the past, Wang Luoyu, who was recognized as the #1 beauty in Lanshao City, was favored by many direct descendants of the ultimate masters in the outside world. Many of them were direct descendants of the ultimate masters. So many people in the Wang clan had their eyes on Wang Luoyu. However, Wang Luoyu's elder brother, Wang Yiyuan, had already displayed the potential to become an ultimate master. Therefore, after weighing the two sides, more people chose to support Wang Yiyuan. Wang Yiyuan was unwilling to let his sister marry, so they all supported him. Therefore, with Wang Yiyuan around, Wang Luoyu's situation was actually quite good. Even if Wang Yiyuan went missing and could not be contacted, no one made things difficult for Wang Luoyu. Until some time ago, when Wang Yiyuan's spirit pearl shattered and the Wang clan confirmed Wang Yiyuan's death, the matter of Wang Luoyu's marriage alliance was once again brought up by many people. In fact, recently, there were already many powerful families from the outside world that had sent people to propose marriage. Duan Lingtian flew over Lanshao City. Not long after, he arrived outside the inner city where the Wang clan and the 4 first-class clans of Lanshao City were located. Normally, the inner city would not allow unauthorized people to enter. When Duan Lingtian arrived near the inner city where the Wang clan was located, a patrolling member of the Wang clan came forward to stop him. The Wang clan is located in front of you. Please wait. The Wang clan members were an old man and 2 middle-aged men. They were the Wang clan's elder and 2 young men who were in charge of patrolling the inner city. I'm here to visit the Wang clan. Duan Lingtian stood in the void and looked at the 3 people in front of him calmly. At the same time, his aura appeared and shrouded the 3 of them. A strong pressure from his space law and sword principle pressed down on the 3 of them. The expressions of the 2 middle-aged men among the 3 instantly changed, and their faces flushed red. Even the old man's expression changed drastically. If it was not for Duan Lingtian who immediately withdrew his aura, the Wang clan's elder would have most likely sought help from the Wang clan. Even then, his expression was still grave. Sir, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to show off to the Wang clan? Don't misunderstand. A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's calm face. Senior, you have the strength of a high-level ultimate god and you're obviously not an ordinary high-level ultimate god. You must be an elder of the Wang clan, right? My name is Li Feng. I'm an itinerant cultivator from the outside world. When I was passing by Lanshao City, I heard that many young talents from big clans came to propose marriage to the Wang clan. In addition, I heard many people say that Miss Wang Luoyu is the most beautiful woman in the Wang clan. This junior has been wandering the outside world for many years, with no friends or family, with no one to rely on, and I'm already a little tired. If I can meet Miss Wang Luoyu and obtain her favor, this junior is willing to stay in the Wang clan and become a guest elder of the Wang clan. This was the excuse Duan Lingtian had thought of long ago. It was also one of his plans. His plan was to enter the Wang clan as a genius itinerant cultivator, get close to Wang Luoyu, and then find an opportunity to bring Wang Luoyu to the Wang clan. He could not use Wang Yiyuan's dying wish to ask the Wang clan to give up on the idea of a marriage alliance with Wang Luoyu. After all, the Wang clan would not give face to a dead person like Wang Yiyuan. The Wang clan valued benefits more than anything else. That was why he planned to sneak into the Wang clan. A young genius who was not even 10,000 years old but had the strength of an unrivaled high-level ultimate god was willing to marry into the Wang clan. To the Wang clan, this was a blessing from their ancestral graves. Why would they refuse? How could the benefits of sending Wang Luoyu out for a marriage alliance compare to this? As for whether I'm qualified, I'm willing to spar with the strongest person in the Wang clan so that the Wang clan can see my strength and my sincerity. Duan Lingtian stared straight at the Wang clan elder, and said each word in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Wang clan elder's expression to change. He could see that the young man in front of him was very strong and far stronger than him. He was also very young and definitely not more than 10,000 years old. However, when he heard that he wanted to spar with the strongest person in the Wang clan, he could not help but be shocked. Although the Wang clan no longer had an ultimate god or an invincible higher-level ultimate god, they still had two ultimate gods who were said to be close to invincible higher-level ultimate gods. These two ultimate gods were also the current pillars of the Wang clan. Their status in the Wang clan was so high that no one in this generation could compare to them. As long as they could reach an agreement, they could change the current Wang clan leader with just one word. Your matter is no longer within the scope of my concern. The old man took a deep breath and sent a message at the same time. Soon, another sagely old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion flew over. Grand Elder. When they saw the newcomer, the elder in charge of patrolling earlier and the other two Wang clan disciples bowed respectfully to him. The newcomer was the current Grand Elder of the Wang clan, and also the leader of the Wang clan Elder Council. In the Wang clan, apart from the two supreme elders and the clan leader, his position was the highest. Sir, you wish to spar with the supreme elder of the Wang clan? After the Wang clan's grand elder arrived, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely unkind, because he felt that the violet-clothed youth before him was too arrogant, actually daring to say that he wanted to spar with their Wang clan's supreme elder. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently in response to the grand elder's question. At the same time, he felt a sudden burst of energy from the Grand Elder as soon as he finished speaking. The energy vibrations were extremely terrifying, but to Duan Lingtian, it was like a gentle breeze. The current Duan Lingtian was so strong that even if he was slightly weaker than those existences who were closest to the invincible upper-level ultimate gods, it would not be easy for those existences to defeat him. In front of those existences, he could definitely escape unscathed. The Wang clan had two existences who were close to the invincible upper-level ultimate gods. If they were to fight, he had no confidence of winning. He might even be at a disadvantage after a few moves or even be defeated. After all, it was a spar, not a battle to the death. There was no option of escaping. Even so, he believed that the Wang clan would be able to see his potential. When that time came, the Wang clan would be very satisfied with this live-in son-in-law. Perhaps they could not wait for him to immediately marry Wang Luoyu and become the Wang clan's son-in-law. Whoosh! At this moment, the aura on Duan Lingtian's body shot out as well. In just a blink of an eye, it destroyed the Grand Elder's aura mercilessly. In order to further prove his strength, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all this time. He directly caused the Grand Elder of the Wang clan to take 3 steps back. At the same time, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This scene caused the other 3 members of the Wang clan to be shocked. It was just a collision of energy. The Grand Elder of the Wang clan was defeated in an instant. Chapter 44:14. Although the Grand Elder of the Wang clan was not close to being an invincible high-level supreme god, he was still an absolute powerhouse among high-level supreme gods. In terms of strength, he could be ranked in the top 10 of the Wang clan. Now, it was just a collision of auras. In the blink of an eye, someone as strong as the Grand Elder of the Wang clan was defeated. So strong! Seeing their first elder suffer a setback, the patrolling elder and the Wang clan members beside him all revealed shocked expressions. Although they already knew that the other party was powerful, due to the large gap between them and the other party, they did not have a deep understanding of the other party's strength. Now, however, they were completely frightened. It turned out that the other party was so strong. Perhaps, the other party was not boasting. Perhaps, he could really compete with the strongest existence of the Wang clan. Grand Elder, I wonder if I, Li Feng, am now qualified to meet the strongest existence of the Wang clan and spar with him? Duan Lingtian looked at the Grand Elder of the Wang clan and asked with a smile. Although it was just a collision of auras, he did not hold back because he knew that he had to be decisive and let the other party acknowledge his strength. Only then would his future path be smooth. As expected. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the Grand Elder of the Wang clan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Duan Lingtian with a different gaze. There is definitely no young talent like you in the Sky Sand Realm. I wonder where you are from? The Sky Sand Realm. It was one of the regions in the Outer Land where Duan Lingtian was now. He had already known this when he was in Dancing Sun City. This included the sea region where he first came from, the Crimson Devil Ridge, the ruined cities that he went to, the Dancing Sun City, and the Lanshao City that he was currently in. They all belonged to the Heavenly Sand Realm. There were a total of 36 realms in the Outer Land, and the Sky Sand Realm was only one of them. And it was only the Sky Sand Realm, but it was said that the number of supreme experts in the open and in the dark was no less than 100. When Duan Lingtian first found out, he was also shocked. He did not expect that one of the 36 realms in the Outer Realm would have so many supreme powerhouses. However, along the way to Blue Dawn City, some of the supreme experts and forces that he passed by made him realize that it was not strange that there were more than 100 supreme experts in the Sky Sand Realm, both in the open and in the dark. The city of the Dancing Sun, for example, had 5 powerhouses guarding it. Now, in Lanshao City, there were also 4 supreme masters in charge. In these 2 cities, there were a total of 9 supreme experts on the surface. In the Sky Sand territory, there were more than 10 cities like the Blue Dawn City and the Dancing Sun City. Of course, in some cities, there were only 2 or 1 ultimate powerhouse. Even so, the total number of supreme powerhouses in the dozen or so cities amounted to about 50 people. I am not from the Sky Sand Realm. Faced with the Wang family Grand Elder's question, Duan Lingtian said calmly, I came from outside the Sky Sand Realm and wandered here. I heard of the number 1 beauty in the Blue Dawn City, Wang Luoyu, and fell in love with her at first sight. That's why I had the idea of marrying into the Wang family. Of course, even if I marry into the Wang family, I can only guarantee that I will stay in the Wang family for a period of time. At least a few hundred years, at most a few thousand years, or even 10,000 years. However, I may not stay in the Wang family forever. After all, I am used to wandering around the world, and I also want to bring my beautiful wife around the Outer Land to experience the local customs and culture. At the same time, I want to train myself and seek a breakthrough. However, if anything happens to the Wang family, as long as it is within my power, I will not shirk my duty. After all, my goal is to become a supreme powerhouse. If I stay in the Wang family and work behind closed doors, I may not be able to take that step. Of course, even if I become a supreme powerhouse, as long as I am Wang Luoyu's husband, I am a member of the Wang family. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, there was a burning look in his eyes. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, the Wang family Grand Elder did not think much of it. In his opinion, such a heaven-defying monster could not stay in the Wang family forever. The other party's interest in their Wang family's Wang Luoyu was probably just a whim. However, compared to a marriage alliance with a supreme powerhouse's young genius, if this young man was really willing to marry into the Wang family, it would undoubtedly be much more beneficial to the Wang family. Even if the young geniuses of the supreme powerhouse's forces were in the direct line of descent, they might not necessarily be able to rise to power in the future. Although their elders were at the peak of their power, they might not be willing to do something difficult for their wives and concubines. A marriage alliance with a supreme powerhouse's young genius was actually more of a matter of reputation. For example, if the Wang family Grand Elder had a marriage alliance with a certain faction, They might not let the matter rest if they touched the Wang family grand elder. However, if the young man in front of them really got together with their Wang family's Wang Luoyu, it would definitely be much more beneficial to the Wang family. From young Master Li Feng's words, it's not hard to see that young Master Li Feng is a straightforward person. Although the Wang family grand elder had suffered a loss in front of Duan Ling Tian, he was still all smiles. At the same time, he sent 2 messages to the current Wang family patriarch and his grandfather, one of the 2 Wang family grand elders. "You flatter me, grand elder." Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses and smiled. "Young Master Li Feng, please follow me to the Wang family's guest hall. Our Wang family patriarch has already gone there and is awaiting young Master Li Feng's arrival." In the message just now, the Wang family grand elder had already informed the Wang family patriarch and his grandfather, one of the 2 Wang family grand elders, of the ins and outs of the matter. According to the Wang family patriarch's intentions, if this matter really came to fruition, it would definitely be great for the Wang family. The Wang family grand elder had also expressed his willingness to spar with the other party and test his strength. If the young man was really not even 10,000 years old and already had the strength to contend with him, then the Wang family would definitely not let this son-in-law go so easily. They would do their best to keep him here. The Wang family patriarch had even sent a message to the leader of Wang Luoyu's direct line of descent, instructing him to do his job well for Wang Luoyu. If that monstrous young genius was really willing to win over Wang Luoyu, it would be a great opportunity for Wang Luoyu. It would also be a great opportunity for the Wang family. An existence who was not even 10,000 years old but was close to being an invincible higher ultimate god. Such a monstrous genius might be able to step into the ultimate realm and become an ultimate expert before the age of 20,000. An ultimate expert who was not even 20,000 years old. Even in the outer realm and the history of the 10,000 worlds, although there were not many of them, there were definitely not many of them. Moreover, each of them had left their names in history. Among them, there was no lack of universe supremacy experts. In the Wang family's estate, in a quiet and elegant courtyard, 2 young women were sitting in front of a stone table and chatting with each other. Both of them had a smile on their faces. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that one of the 2 young women was the woman who came to Lanshao City with him not long ago, Yi Chengwei. Currently, the old woman who came with Yi Chengwei was also standing at the side of the courtyard. Her gaze swept the surroundings vigilantly from time to time, as though she was aware of the movements in the surroundings. "Sister Chengwei, I'm afraid the next time you want to look for me, it won't be in Lanshao City anymore. Even if you intend to look for me, you might not be able to get what you want." At this moment, the young woman sitting together with Yi Chengwei suddenly seemed to have thought of something. A helpless expression appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. At the same time, a hint of pain flashed in the depths of her eyes. At this moment, she thought of her brother, Wang Yiyuan. When she thought of how she was often willful and made her brother unhappy in the past, her heart was filled with regret. Unknowingly, tears rolled down her cheeks like pear blossoms. "Sister Luoyu, I'll look for Patriarch Wang later and tell him that I want to invite you to my place as a guest. After that, I'll arrange for you to leave and never return to the Wang family or Lanshao City again," Yi Chengwei said with a resolute expression. This was also the purpose of her visit this time. "Sister Chengwei, I appreciate your kindness." Wang Luoyu shook her head lightly. "However, if you really do this, it will only drag you down. Sister Luoyu, how is this a burden between us? If you and Brother Yuan didn't risk your life to save me back then, I would have died outside. Now that Brother Yuan is dead, you're my biological sister to me. Don't worry. I've already informed my father about what I'm going to do this time. He also supports me," Yi Chengwei said. Yi Chengwei shook her head. When Yi Chengwei heard this, she shook her head again. "Sister Chengwei, Uncle Yi is at a crucial point in his competition for the position of patriarch of the Ye family. If he offends the Wang family because of this, I'm afraid the people who originally supported him will waver. I don't want to implicate Uncle Yi. Don't worry. Even if I really have a marriage alliance, it's not necessarily a bad thing for me. Even if there are no feelings, we can still cultivate feelings." Although Wang Luoyu said it lightly, her heart was filled with helplessness. If possible, who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for the family's interests? "Luoyu." Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the courtyard. It was a strong old man with a head full of white hair who strode over and arrived outside the courtyard very quickly. Grandpa Ming. Wang Luoyu stood up and walked out of the courtyard accompanied by Yi Chengwei. She bowed respectfully to the person who came. The person who came was the head of their branch. All these years, he had taken good care of her and her brother. It could be said that he completely treated them as his grandchildren. Miss Yi is also here? When he saw Yi Chengwei standing beside Wang Luoyu, the old man smiled and greeted her. In the past, the Ye family was nothing in the eyes of the Wang family, who had an ultimate expert holding the fort. However, now, the Ye family's strength was no weaker than the Wang family's, because the Ye family had 3 existences who were close to being invincible at the supreme god level. One of them was the ancestor of the direct line of descent of the Ye family that Miss Yi was in. Chapter 44:15. Yi Chengwei was a proud daughter of heaven in the Ye family. Her status in the Ye family was on a completely different level from Wang Luoyu's status in the Wang family. Yi Chengwei's ancestor was one of the 3 strongest people in the Ye family. She was doted on by that ancestor. Moreover, there were very few female descendants in the Ye family's younger generation. Therefore, she had successfully become the proud daughter of heaven in the Ye family. Due to this, even Wang Ming, who was in charge of one of the Wang family's direct descendants, was very courteous to Yi Chengwei. Elder Wang Ming. Yi Chengwei nodded at Wang Ming. She had a good impression of this elder from the Wang family. According to Sister Luoyu, after Wang Yiyuan's accident, many people began to treat her coldly. However, this elder from the Wang family did not treat her that way. In fact, he had even comforted her a few times. Wang Ming glanced at Wang Luoyu and sighed. Luoyu, the patriarch sent a message to me. He said that there's a young talent who wants to meet you. He said that he's willing to marry into our Wang family for you. Based on the patriarch's words, it seems like he's more willing to let that young talent marry into our Wang family than marry you off. The patriarch sent me here to inform you of this matter. He asked me to wait for news. Once he sends word, I'll bring you to him to meet that young talent. Wang Ming said. A bitter smile appeared on Wang Luoyu's face when she heard Wang Ming's words. Although there was no need for her to marry into another family, what was the difference between this and an additional marriage? She still could not choose a husband for herself. Of course, she had already accepted her fate regarding the marriage, let alone this. Elder Wang Ming. Yi Chengwei looked at Wang Ming and frowned slightly. I'm here to bring Sister Luoyu to our Ye family as a guest to relax. I hope Elder Wang Ming can delay this matter for her. When Wang Ming heard this, he looked deeply at Yi Chengwei before he shook his head and said, Miss Yi, the fact that you're so considerate shows that you really want to help this girl. However, I advise you to give up on this idea. If this matter blows up, it won't be a good thing for your father. It might even cause your father to lose the chance to become the head of the Ye family. As an elder of the Ye family, Wang Ming knew quite a lot about them. Currently, the position of the head of the Ye family was being contested by 2 of the most outstanding young men in the prime of their lives. The 2 of them could be said to be evenly matched in every aspect. One of them was Yi Chengwei's father. However, once Yi Chengwei did something that infuriated the Wang family, the matter would definitely spread to the Ye family. It might even infuriate the Ye family elders, and they would favor Yi Chengwei's father's opponent for the position of the head of the family. Hearing this, Yi Chengwei's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, Then don't go to the Ye family. I'll be responsible for the whole thing. You're in charge? Wang Ming shook his head. Miss Yi, you're too naive. Even if you didn't bring Luoyu to the Ye family, as long as we can confirm that you were the one who took Luoyu away and ruined the Wang family's marriage, the Wang family will still blame you and demand an explanation from the Ye family. Don't tell me you're going to leave the Ye family. Wang Ming shook his head. He felt that this Miss Yi was too naive. Perhaps she was too worried and confused, so she didn't see the stakes clearly. As long as Sister Luoyu is fine, so what if I leave the Ye family? Yi Chengwei's face turned slightly red as she said in a low voice. Sister Chengwei. At this moment, Wang Luoyu opened her mouth. If you do this, Luoyu won't go with you even if she dies. Moreover, if you leave the Ye family, Uncle Yi will also be implicated at this juncture. Sister Chengwei, don't interfere in this matter. No matter what the outcome is, No matter what the future holds, it's Luoyu's fate. As Wang Luoyu spoke, she sighed faintly. As for Yi Qiangwei, although she didn't say anything this time, it wasn't difficult to see how great a storm was raging in her heart just by looking at her darkened expression. Grandpa Ming, go sit down in the courtyard and wait for news from the family head. Wang Luoyu looked at Wang Ming and greeted him with a smile. As for Wang Ming, when he saw how sensible Wang Luoyu was, he sighed in his heart. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, before the news of Wang Yiyuan's death spread, before everyone's eyes focused on Wang Luoyu, it would have been better if he had sent this girl away. At that time, it would have been easy to send her away. But now, it was difficult. Within the Wang family, a group of higher-ups who prioritized the family's interests were all eyeing Wang Luoyu, this family marriage tool. Luoyu. After Wang Ming entered and sat down, his originally serious face squeezed out a trace of a smile. Compared to a marriage outside, staying within the family is definitely a better choice. I heard from the elder in charge of patrolling today that the young talent is also a talent. Most importantly, he has astonishing strength at such a young age. In terms of natural talent and comprehension, even the most outstanding people in the younger generation of the family are far beyond his reach. Even to the extent that no one in the younger generation of the Sky Sand territory can compare to him. Such a person can make many girls crazy for him, but he only took a fancy to you. Perhaps many years later, you'll be glad that you met him. Wang Luoyu took Wang Ming's words purely as comfort, and didn't take it seriously at all. If he was really such a monstrous existence, why would he take a fancy to her, Wang Luoyu? Although she, Wang Luoyu, was publicly recognized as the #1 beauty in Blue Dawn City, Blue Dawn City was only one of the cities within the Sky Sand territory. Not to mention the entire Outer Realm, even in the Sky Sand territory, there was probably someone who could not compare to her in terms of appearance and temperament. Elder Wang Ming. At this moment, even Yi Qiangwei could not bear to continue watching. She felt that Wang Ming's comfort was too exaggerated. If he is really such a monstrous figure as you said, would he be willing to marry into the Wang family for Luoyu? Based on what you said, he has a high possibility of becoming an omnipotent expert in the future. Would such a person be willing to marry into the Wang family for a woman he has never met and only seen in her portrait? Yi Qiangwei was a disciple of an aristocratic family and had seen much of the world. She knew the pride of those capable young geniuses. It was impossible for them to marry into the Wang family for a woman when they knew that the family was of no help to them. Based on what Wang Ming said, that young talent did not need to rely on the Wang family at all even if he married into the Wang family. Perhaps the Wang family would need to rely on him soon. Would such a person be willing to marry into the Wang family? What a joke! At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the situation at Wang Luoyu's side. He was meeting the Wang family's current clan leader in the Wang family's main hall. The current clan leader of the Wang family was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His face was resolute, and there was a hideous scar on his forehead that looked like an earthworm. In fact, such a scar could be easily removed. However, since the clan leader kept it, there must be a reason for it. Clan leader, this is young Master Li Feng. After the Wang family's grand elder brought Duan Lingtian into the Wang family's main hall, he began to introduce Duan Lingtian to the clan leader. Li Feng greets the clan leader of the Wang family. Although Duan Lingtian knew that the clan leader of the Wang family before him might not be a match for him, since he was here on business, he could not afford to fall out with the clan leader. If he fell out with the clan leader, it would not be beneficial for him to take away Wang Yiyuan's younger sister, Wang Luoyu. In fact, it might even cause more trouble. Brother Li Feng. Although the person before him looked very young, and the result of his divine consciousness probing showed that he was also very young, the clan leader of the Wang family did not dare to slight the other party because of this. After all, his strength was not much stronger than their Wang family's grand elder. However, their Wang family's grand elder had suffered a great loss at the hands of the other party. Therefore, the clan leader of the Wang family was not only full of smiles at this moment, he even warmly welcomed Duan Lingtian. My name is Wang Kuei, and I'm the current clan leader of the Wang family. If Brother Li Feng can really get together with our Wang family's Luoyu, it would not only be Luoyu's honor, it would also be our Wang family's honor. I've already contacted the Grand Elder regarding Brother Li Feng's request to spar with our Wang family's Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's intention is that he is willing to spar with Brother Li Feng. Also, the Grand Elder's intention is that Brother Li Feng has come from afar, so he can rest in our Wang family for a few days and recover to his peak condition before you spar with him. Wang Kuei said with a smile. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Clan leader Wang, tell the Grand Elder that I can spar now. If he's willing, we can spar now. Seeing that Wang Kuei seemed to be slightly hesitant, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he said, After I spar with the Grand Elder, it's time for me to officially meet Miss Luoyu. To me, this spar with the Grand Elder is a demonstration of my strength in front of the Wang family. I want to let the Wang family know that I, Li Feng, am worthy of Miss Luoyu. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Kuei's expression changed slightly before he said with a smile, Since Brother Li Feng has said so, I'll send a message to ask the Grand Elder. After a moment, Wang Kuei received a reply. Brother Li Feng, the Grand Elder asked me to bring you to see him. In order not to cause too much of a commotion, your spar with him will be held in one of our Wang family's spatial artifacts. Do you have any objections? If you want to spar outside, you'll have to find a secluded place outside the city. Wang Kuei asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I have no objections. If the space in your family's spatial artifact is stable enough, we'll spar there. Chapter 44:16. Sky Sand Territory. Kanglan City. Kanglan City was also a big city in Sky Sand Territory that had an ultimate expert. Its status in Sky Sand Territory was no less than Lanshao City and Dancing Sun City. Of course, everyone knew that Dancing Sun City had been destroyed. It was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. With the destruction of the 5 big clans, order had collapsed, and the rules had been broken. It had become a ruined city. Similar things often happened in the outer realms. A large city might be flourishing one day, but the next day, because of an unforeseen event, it would be completely destroyed and become one of the countless ruined cities in the outer realm. Just like the ruined cities that Duan Lingtian had been to in the past, they often had a prosperous past. However, time was merciless, and in the blink of an eye, the world had changed. Kanglan City had a total of 5 big clans, and each of them had an ultimate expert. The 5 big clans had the best resources in Kanglan City. The other clans below them, including more than 10 second clans, could only rely on them to survive. After all, they were not as strong as them, and there was nothing to complain about when they were suppressed by them. Under such circumstances, the powerhouses of the various second-rate clans were also working hard, wanting to take a step further and step into the realm of the ultimate powerhouses. Once an ultimate expert was born in a second clans, they would be directly ranked as a first clans. However, Kanglan City was not peaceful today. Boom, boom, boom. The sky above Kanglan City was covered with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and it looked like it was going to rain. However, it did not rain for a long time. Suddenly, a strong light appeared in the sky, causing Kanglan City, which was originally dark because of the dark clouds, to experience the change from day to night, and then back to day again. Bang! An earth-shattering sound of thunder came from the sky. The terrifying sound wave even caused the entire Kanglan City to tremble a few times. Then, under the gaze of everyone in Kanglan City who looked up at the sky, a figure rose from a mansion in Kanglan City and arrived in the sky above Kanglan City. Thunder and lightning fell from the sky like a waterfall, drowning the figure. After that, space warped, and even the lightning and dark clouds were swept into it. This scene caused many people to be stunned. What's going on? Looking at the calm sky, a moment ago, it was still raging, but now it was incomparably quiet. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine that there would be such a big change. At this moment, a figure appeared in the air above each of the 5 spacious mansions in the inner city of Kanglan City. Then, these 5 figures all gathered together. I really didn't expect that the 6th strongest in our Kanglan City would be that guy from the Meng clan. One of them sighed emotionally. That old fellow is from the same generation as me. Back then, his innate talent and comprehension were not inferior to mine. If it wasn't for the fact that he experienced quite a big calamity later on that delayed his progress, perhaps he would have become an ultimate expert a step ahead of me. I have to say that this guy is pretty lucky. I heard that he was injured during the last millennium tribulation. Although it was only a minor injury, it's a sign of decline for a high-level ultimate god like him. If he can't break through and become an ultimate god, it's only a matter of time before he falls under the heavenly tribulation. Once he breaks through, our Kanglin city will have a sixth ultimate god. The Meng clan will also become the sixth first-rate clan in Kanglin city. Everyone, greet the juniors below. Take out some of the properties that our 5 clans are in charge of and distribute them to the Meng clan. From today onward, the Meng clan will be on equal footing with our 5 major clans. Become an ultimate god. In the air above the mansions of the 5 major first-rate clans in Kanglin city, the 5 ultimate gods gathered together to communicate. Obviously, not only did they recognize the person who had hidden in the clouds earlier and was swept away by the heavenly tribulation, but they could also see that he was about to become an ultimate god. As ultimate gods, they had all experienced a similar experience. They were taken away by the power of heaven and earth, swept into a space, and underwent a baptism to transform their strength and completely become an ultimate god. There was no danger in this process. As long as a person reached this step, they would be able to smoothly become a supreme expert. However, it was extremely difficult to reach this step. One had to meet the requirements of becoming an ultimate god in a certain aspect to receive the recognition of heaven and earth, be baptized by lightning and refined by space, and finally become an ultimate god. Currently, one of the Meng clan's second-rate clans in Kanglin city, who was close to becoming an invincible higher godly venerable, had reached this step and was taken away by the power of heaven and earth. Next, he would be baptized by lightning and refined by space to become an ultimate god. This was just a process. In the eyes of the ultimate gods of the 5 major first-rate clans, when this person from the Meng clan returned, he would be an ultimate god who could be on equal footing with them. Although he had just entered the ultimate realm, they were not necessarily stronger than him, even if some of them had become ultimate gods tens of thousands of years ago. After entering the ultimate realm, it was extremely difficult to advance further. It was precisely because of this that most ultimate gods' strength was on the same level. Even if they were stronger, it could only be because their original bodies were different and their clans were different. Humans, for example, were at a disadvantage in this aspect. Even if a human's body was transformed by the baptism of heaven and earth when they became ultimate gods, the transformation effect was not as good as those of great demons and foreign life forms because their foundation was not as good as those of other life forms. Even so, the strength of a human ultimate god's body was not something that any great demons and foreign life forms who had not become ultimate gods could compare to. In the sky above Kanglin city, a phenomenon descended. In the second-rate Meng clan, a figure flew into the sky and was swept away by the power of heaven and earth. Many people saw this scene. Some people who knew about the phenomenon of an ultimate god breaking through also realized that the Meng clan was about to produce an ultimate god. The Meng clan is going to rise completely this time. The Meng clan has produced an ultimate god. The Meng clan will become the 6th first-rate clan in our Kanglin city. Similar discussions were everywhere in Kanglin city. In the Meng clan mansion, there was already a wave of excited laughter and cheers. The ancestor has become an ultimate god. Our Meng clan has risen. I really didn't expect that our Meng clan would produce an ultimate god one day. This will be the first ultimate god in our Meng clan's history, right? Yes. Although our Meng clan has produced many ultimate gods in the past, the strongest in history was only an existence that was extremely close to being an invincible higher ultimate god. An ultimate god has never appeared before. When the ancestor returns, our Meng clan will become a first-rate clan in Kanglin city. Haha. Just now, I received a message from some friends of the 5 first-rate clans. They said that their clans have already gathered to discuss ceding some of their properties to our Meng clan. In my life, to be able to see the Meng clan today, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Everyone in the Meng clan was excited. In a spacious and luxurious courtyard in the Meng clan, a young man's face was filled with excitement, but a hint of gloominess also flashed in his eyes. Humph. The Wang clan of Lanshao City completely looked down on me when I came to propose marriage. Isn't it because our Meng clan has never produced an ultimate god and is not strong enough? Now, our Meng clan has produced an ultimate god. Moreover, it's the ancestor of my bloodline. Moreover, it's my direct bloodline. And I'm the only son of the ancestor. He was well aware of how much that old ancestor of his valued him. In the past, he lacked a rare herb because of his cultivation. It was the ancestor who went deep into the tiger's den to retrieve the rare herb for him, allowing his cultivation path to be smooth sailing. That old ancestor completely saw him as the hope of the direct line of descent that was passed down. When the ancestor returns, I'll mention to him that I'm the one who wants to marry the woman from the Wang clan of Lanshao City. Even if the ancestor doesn't personally make an appearance, he'll definitely let the clan do it. At that time, I'd like to see how the Wang clan of Lanshao City, which only produced an ultimate god in the past, has the guts to reject my marriage proposal. Humph. In the past, I wanted to take Wang Luoyu as my first wife. But now, she's only fit to be a lowly concubine. The eyes of the Meng clan's younger direct bloodline disciple, Meng Yuzheng, shone brightly. There was a hint of coldness in the depths of his eyes. Regardless of whether it was the death of one of the 5 ultimate gods in Wuyang City, the annihilation of the 5 great clans, or the birth of another ultimate god in Kanglan City, they were all major events in the Tiansha region. News of these 2 major events reached Lanshao City one after another. In Lanshao City, the news of these 2 incidents spread like wildfire. Even as more and more people in the second-rate Wang family's mansion knew about it, the head of the Wang family and the head elder of the Wang family had already left the Wang family. Of course, strictly speaking, they did not leave the Wang clan. Instead, they entered a spatial artifact that had been passed down in the Wang clan for generations. Within the spatial artifact, a purple-robed youth stood in the air. Currently, the space around him was a vast expanse, and he could not see the end of it. Opposite the purple-robed youth was an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He was dressed in a light green robe and looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. No emotions could be seen on his face. You're not even 10,000 years old, but you have such strength. You can be considered a peerless genius. I wonder where you're from, little brother? The green-robed old man was one of the 2 grand elders of the second-grade Wang clan of Wuyang City. He was also one of the Wang clan's 2 existences who were close to being an invincible high-level supreme god. In his opinion, the young man before him was so peerless that there was no way he was just a lone cultivator. No matter how lucky a lone cultivator was, it would be difficult for him to reach this stage at such a young age. Senior, Duan Lingtian said calmly, if you want to chat with me, let's finish sparring first. How about that? You're rather impatient. The green-robed old man shook his head and smiled disdainfully. Then his turbid gaze changed and became extremely sharp. If that's the case, then let me see what you're capable of. In the next moment, the old man's aura shot up to the sky. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword and swept towards Duan Lingtian. Chapter 44:17. That was right. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Wang clan in Lanshao City was also a sword cultivator. His sword radiance soared into the sky as the metal elemental law shone brightly and filled the entire artifact space. It was like a blazing sun that illuminated the dark and murky time and brought light to the universe. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the appearance of the metal elemental law at the perfection stage. No matter what, his opponent was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Wang clan in Lanshao City, and was said to be close to an invincible upper ultimate god. It was not surprising that he had comprehended the metal elemental law at the perfection stage. However, what shocked Duan Lingtian was that the Grand Supreme Elder of the Wang clan in Lanshao City was not only proficient in the metal elemental law, but he had also mastered the sword principle. Moreover, it was not the embryonic form of the sword principle, but the real sword principle. Of course, in terms of the sword principle realm, he was much weaker than Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian also unleashed his sword. In terms of weapons, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, which was now a supreme artifact, did not have any advantage because the sword in the Wang clan Grand Supreme Elder's hand was also a supreme artifact. Duan Lingtian infused his divine power into the divine sword. The sword hummed and the 7-colored sword radiance shone brilliantly. It was especially eye-catching among the golden sword radiance that filled the sky. Whoosh! 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 The golden sword radiance filled the entire artifact space. The terrifying sword essence seemed to cause the entire artifact space to tremble. The current Wang clan leader and the Wang clan Grand Supreme Elder stood in the distance with a solemn expression. In the past, they had once asked this Supreme Elder to give them guidance. However, compared to the situation today, this Supreme Elder was only playing a small game with them in the past. Today, they had truly witnessed the Grand Supreme Elder's peerless talent. The metal elemental law was amazing. The sword principle was equally amazing. No wonder some people say that the Grand Supreme Elder is the hope of the Wang clan to have another ultimate expert. The Grand Supreme Elder might really have the chance to enter the ultimate realm and become an ultimate expert. The Wang clan leader muttered to himself. In the field, Duan Lingtian and the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan were fighting. When the Supreme Elder activated his bloodline power to attack, Duan Lingtian also felt the terrifying strength of this white-haired old man. No wonder he was close to being an invincible high-level supreme god. This person was definitely the most powerful opponent he had encountered since coming to the outer realm. Apart from the immortal realm, no one would dare to say that they could win against the old man in front of them unless an invincible higher-level supreme god appeared. Senior, your strength is truly admirable. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to defeat me with just the sword Dao. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had already exchanged over 100 moves with the old man. After these 100 moves, although Duan Lingtian fell into a slight disadvantage a few times, he quickly turned the situation around. He'd relied on none other than his sword Dao that was even more formidable than the sword Dao that his opponent had grasped. When it came to the path of the sword, the one who reached the apex would be the first. This had nothing to do with age. It was only related to perception. After 100 moves, the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan also noticed the problem. Since he had comprehended the sword Dao, his opponent had relied on his more powerful sword Dao to find a loophole and escape many times when he had the upper hand. This was entirely because his opponent's sword Dao was more powerful than his. In terms of strength, his opponent was actually weaker than him, even if his opponent's sword Dao was stronger. However, because both of them had mastered the way of the sword, even if their paths were different, they were still ways of the sword, and there were many similarities between them. Today, even if I don't master the sword Dao but saber Dao, spear Dao, or other weapons, it's almost impossible for me to defeat him. Unless I master one of the other 3 heaven and earth Daos. After realizing this, the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan could not help but sigh. Let's end this sparring here. If this continues, both of us will only continue to exhaust each other. I'm afraid it's not possible for us to determine the victor. I admit that it's impossible for me to defeat you. However, it's also impossible for you to defeat me. In the end, my strength is still a level higher than yours. After saying this, the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan had already put away his powerful divine sword. He stood in the distance and looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. If he had not seen it with his own eyes and experienced it for himself, he would not have believed that a young man who was not even 10,000 years old could reach this stage. He was even certain that this was the case. As long as this person did not die prematurely, it was only a matter of time before he became an ultimate expert. In fact, if this person became an ultimate expert, he would not be an ordinary ultimate expert. He knew about ultimate experts. Many ultimate experts were extremely talented before they became ultimate experts, but after they became ultimate experts, it was difficult for them to progress any further. That was because they had wasted far too much time before they became omnipotent powerhouses. For example, if he became an ultimate expert one day, his strength would probably remain at that level forever. If he wanted to progress any further, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. He was already very old. In fact, he might not even have the chance to become an ultimate expert. However, when he thought about the battle just now, the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan could not help but have an uncontrollable light in the depths of his eyes. Earlier, he had stopped in time not only because he felt that there was no point in continuing, but also because he had comprehended something in the way of the sword during the battle. At this moment, he was communicating with Duan Lingtian as he tried to capture that vague feeling. If his way of the sword could progress further, he would be one step closer to becoming an ultimate expert. Indeed. Duan Lingtian nodded. The battle just now had allowed him to witness the old man's strength. If Senior did not comprehend the way of the weapon, based on Senior's attainments in that way of the sword, I would only lose if the battle dragged on. Let's end this battle here. Next, I have a request that I hope Senior will agree to. Duan Lingtian said to the old man. Speak. The purple-clad young man before him had helped him find an opportunity to improve his way of the sword. Even if it was not intentional, he had unintentionally helped him greatly. He was still very grateful for this. When he heard that the other party had a request, He naturally could not refuse. In fact, as long as it was within his power, he would not refuse. He had been so magnanimous all his life. If he went against his heart now, it would be even more difficult for him to improve further. This junior hopes that senior can be a matchmaker and help me and Miss Wang Luoyu from the aristocracy. In my life, I have seen many beauties, but only this Miss Wang Luoyu made me fall in love with her at first sight, unable to extricate myself. If I am not fated to be with her, I'm afraid my path to becoming an ultimate expert will be obstructed. I'm sure senior can understand why you have come to this point. One wrong step will lead to many more mistakes, and in the end, it will be harder than ascending to the heavens to try to remedy it. Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more solemn as he spoke. Of course, these words of his were naturally nonsense, however. Even though it was nonsense, there was evidence to be relied on and there were traces to be followed. At least, there was no loophole to be found. The other party was stunned at first. Then he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. I've heard about this matter from the clan leader. I really did not expect that a female disciple of our clan would be fortunate enough to become a hindrance to little brother Li Feng's path of cultivation. After he finished speaking, he pondered for a while and said, however, this so-called marrying into the clan is just a joke. It is her fortune to be able to marry you. Little brother Li Feng, if there is anything you need the Wang clan to do, you don't have to stand on ceremony. From now on, we are all one family. The words of the Wang clan's supreme elder were obviously intending to help Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, if he could do this favor, it would only be beneficial to him and the Wang clan, and there would be no harm at all. Duan Ling Tian never imagined that the Wang clan's supreme elder would be so open-minded and directly agree to it. Moreover, his words were magnanimous, causing Duan Ling Tian, who originally had a firm will, to be unable to help but be slightly shaken. A wave of guilt rose from his heart. Forget it. I'll just take it that I owe him and the Wang clan a favor. I'll just return these 2 favors in the future. Duan Ling Tian comforted himself in his heart. At the same time, he quickly adjusted his emotions. On the other side, the Wang clan leader and the Wang clan grand elder quickly found out about Duan Lingtian's attitude from the Wang clan's grand elder. They were also told to cooperate with Duan Ling Tian. Of course, in their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was a peerless monster called Li Feng who came from outside the Tianxia realm. He had the potential to be extremely powerful. Grand Elder, I'll definitely handle this matter properly. The head of the Wang clan repeatedly agreed. Subsequently, the Wang clan's grand elder bid farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left. The Wang clan leader called out to Duan Ling Tian and left together. Little brother Li Feng, I'll first arrange a place for you to stay. Then, I'll immediately have someone bring Wang Luoyu to see you. Chapter 44:18. Before the Wang clan's supreme elder left, he informed Duan Lingtian of his name, Wang Jingrao. It was obvious that he had acknowledged Duan Lingtian's strength. Otherwise, as a senior who was much older than Duan Lingtian, he would not have been so courteous to Duan Lingtian. This was a form of acknowledgement from Duan Lingtian. It should be noted that even in the Wang clan, very few people knew the supreme elder's name. Although most people knew of his existence, they would address him respectfully as ancestor or supreme elder. Subsequently, when Duan Lingtian, the Wang clan leader, and the Wang clan's grand elder left together, the Wang clan's grand elder introduced himself respectfully to Duan Lingtian. After that, the Wang clan's grand elder bade farewell and left. The Wang clan leader led Duan Lingtian to personally arrange a place for Duan Lingtian to stay in the Wang clan. Although the place was in the Wang clan's mansion, there were a few artificial mountains and a small stream that flowed through it. On both sides of the stream were flowers and trees. There were also many small birds circling around it. It could be said that it was a place filled with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Brother Li Feng, if there's anything you need, just tell her. From now on, she'll be at your disposal. She'll arrange for some maids to come over later. Not long after the Wang clan leader led Duan Lingtian into the quiet courtyard, an ordinary-looking, kind-looking middle-aged woman arrived. After greeting the Wang clan leader respectfully, she looked at Duan Lingtian with surprise in her eyes before lowering her head again. Aunt Chiu has been in our Wang clan for many years and has always been reliable. At the same time, she's also one of the housekeepers of our Wang clan. With her at your disposal, Brother Li Feng, There shouldn't be any problems. As the Wang clan leader instructed the middle-aged woman, he used voice transmission to introduce Duanling Tian to the middle-aged woman in depth. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened continuously during this process. This young man was not even 10,000 years old, but he was able to fight to a draw with one of the two strongest people in the Wang clan. At this moment, she finally understood why the clan leader had arranged for him to stay here. One had to know that this was the place where the Wang clan had always entertained their most esteemed guests. A long time ago, when the Wang clan still had a supreme expert, some of the supreme expert's ancestors' friends had even stayed here. Later on, those who were able to live in this place were either astonishingly powerful or had an extraordinary background. Moreover, they had a high status in the forces behind them. Earlier, she had assumed he was a spoiled brat from some supreme expert force. She did not expect him to be someone with frightening strength. I'll have to trouble then. Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he greeted the woman, and the woman was instantly slightly flattered when she heard this. Young Master Li Feng, you're too courteous. Feel free to let me know if there's anything you need me for. Brother. The Wang clan leader looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, do you intend to rest first and see Wang Luoyu tomorrow? Or do you want to see her now? If you want to see her now, I'll get someone to bring her here. The Wang clan leader said. See you tomorrow. Duanling Tian said to the Wang clan leader. Now, he was destined to see Wang Luoyu, so there was no hurry. Although he did not suffer any injuries in the battle with the Wang clan Grand Elder, his essence, qi, and spirit had been greatly depleted. He indeed needed to rest. Of course, this kind of depletion of essence, qi, and spirit would take at most 10 days to half a month to fully recover. All right. Duanling Tian's reply was within the expectations of the Wang clan's patriarch. At the same time, he was able to understand the inner workings of the young man before him. He surely wanted to face the person he admired in a better state. He had been young before. He too once had someone he liked. Brother Li Feng, since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Have a good rest. If there's anything you need, and if Aunt Chiu can't handle it, you can ask her to look for me. If there's something urgent, you can ask Aunt Chiu to call me over. In front of Duanling Tian, the Wang clan leader, Wang Kuei, was very humble. He even said bluntly that if Duanling Tian had something urgent, he could ask someone to look for him. After all, he was the Wang clan leader. In the Wang clan, the only ones who could make him run around were the two grand supreme elders with lofty statuses. And now, there was obviously another person. After Duanling Tian officially settled down in the Wang clan, on the other side of the Wang clan mansion, Wang Ming looked at Wang Luoyu and said with a sigh, the clan leader just sent a message saying that that person will rest first today and will only see you tomorrow. Have a good rest tonight. I'll look for you at noon tomorrow and bring you to see him. As soon as Wang Ming finished speaking, he turned around and left. As he turned around, he could not help but shake his head lightly. If it was possible, he also hoped that Wang Luoyu would be able to walk out of the cage that was the Wang clan. However, it was obviously impossible. The Wang clan would not give up on such a good social resource. After Wang Ming left, Yi Chengwei could not help but feel slightly angry. What did that person mean? So impolite? He came to look for you. If he wanted to see you, he would see you. If he didn't want to see you, he wouldn't see you. Why did he purposely drag it out until tomorrow? He made us wait here for half a day in vain. Right now, Yi Chengwei was a little angry. Sister Chengwei. Wang Luoyu shook her head lightly and said, since that person wants to see me tomorrow, he must have his own plans. Don't be angry because of me. When Yi Chengwei heard Wang Luoyu's words, she could not help but frown. Then, she sent a voice transmission to the old woman standing nearby, and asked if she was confident she could bring Wang Luoyu out of the Wang clan. Young Mississippi. The old woman sent a voice transmission and sighed. If we had just arrived, as long as Miss Luoyu cooperated, perhaps we would have some confidence. But now, I'm afraid it's impossible. Just now, I could clearly feel that there were a few more powerful divine senses in the surroundings. Obviously, there are strong people in the Wang clan watching over here. Their purpose is to prevent Miss Luoyu from leaving. When the old woman said this, Yi Chengwei instantly felt despair, but at the same time, she became even more furious. Tomorrow, I'll follow Sister Luoyu over to see. What kind of man is actually so shameless to force a girl to marry him? Now, Xianxia was counting her chickens before they hatched. However, the next day, when she wanted to go over with Wang Luoyu, she was stopped by Wang Ming. "Young Miss Yi," the patriarch said, that only Luoyu will be brought over. "As for you, you can't follow." When Wang Ming said this, Xianxia originally wanted to say something but was stopped by the old woman. "Young miss, let's stay here and wait for Miss Luoyu to return." Because right when Wang Ming finished speaking, she clearly sensed that a few terrifying auras had locked onto her, and it seemed as if they would attack her at any moment. Chapter 44:19. Within the elegant and tranquil courtyard that was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds, the sound of flowing water ceaselessly rang out. Duan Tian, who wore violet clothes, was squatting by the side of the stream as he stretched out his hand to pick up a small fish that had swam into the shallows and was stranded before releasing it back into the stream. "Little fellow, don't wander around willfully in the future. You've gone too far in some places, and the only thing waiting for you is the end of your life." Duan Tian muttered as he looked at the small fish that he had released. At the same time, his gaze became a little dazed at this moment. He was a stranger in a foreign land. To him, the land outside the realm was truly a foreign land. Most of the places here were far away from the god-defying realm where he was originally from. There were tens of thousands of realms connected to this place, including the god-defying realm. "Young Master Li Feng, the clan leader has brought Miss Luoyu here." Suddenly, the woman's voice sounded out from behind Duan Tian. When Duan Tian heard this, he stood up as well. At the same time, he turned around and looked outside the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Wang Kuei, the clan leader of the Wang clan, was leading the way. Two people followed behind him. One was an old man, and the other was a young woman with a beautiful face. With just a glance, Duan Tian could not help but sigh in his heart. She's indeed beautiful to be recognized as the most beautiful woman in Lanshao City. Moreover, Wang Luoyu did not look like Wang Yiyuan at all. If Wang Yiyuan had not asked him to take care of his sister before he died, he would not have believed that such a beautiful woman was Wang Yiyuan's sister. It wasn't that Wang Yiyuan was ugly, but the two of them didn't look alike at all. "Haha. Brother Li Feng. Sorry to keep you waiting." Wang Kuei walked into the courtyard and greeted Duan Tian with a laugh as though they were close friends. Wang Ming and Wang Luoyu followed behind him as well. Wang Ming followed suit and bowed to Duan Tian. "Wang family's elder Wang Ming, and Wang Luoyu, a descendant of our lineage, greet young Master Li Feng." With this sentence, Duan Tian knew that he was the person in charge of Wang Yiyuan and Wang Luoyu's direct line of descent. Patriarch Wang. Duan Tian smiled at Wang Kuei. Then, his gaze fell on Wang Luoyu. In that instant, his gaze became somewhat scorching. He even turned a deaf ear to Wang Kuei's next words. Seeing this, Wang Kuei didn't feel embarrassed or angry. He just smiled and called out to Wang Ming and the woman in the courtyard, as well as a few other servant girls, and then left with them. Duan Tian and Wang Luoyu were left alone in the courtyard. In his opinion, at this time, what Brother Li Feng wanted the most was to spend time alone with Wang Luoyu. Elder Wang Ming, Brother Li Feng is a man of striking appearance. It won't be an insult to Luoyu. You don't have to look so glum. After leaving the courtyard, Wang Kuei frowned slightly and looked at Wang Ming. He naturally saw the unnatural expression on Wang Ming's face. Hearing this, Wang Ming smiled bitterly. Patriarch, if Luoyu can be with young Master Li Feng, it's his fault. I'm only glum because I'm worried that young Master Li Feng will get bored and abandon Luoyu in the future. This girl lost her parents when she was young. She and her only brother, Wang Yiyuan, depend on each other. Now, even Wang Yiyuan. Wang Ming didn't continue. He just shook his head and sighed. Hearing this, Wang Kuei's expression softened slightly. What happened to Wang Yiyuan is something that no one wants to see. After all, he was publicly acknowledged by the two grand elders as the one with the most hope of reaching the ultimate stage among the current generation of Wang family disciples. As the patriarch of the Wang family, how could he not feel heartache when something happened to Wang Yiyuan? Wang Yiyuan was considered a genius even in the history of the Wang family. Of course, he definitely couldn't compare to that monster called Li Feng, but in the Sky Sand Realm, he was still a rare genius. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know or hear the conversation between the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, and Wang Ming outside the courtyard. This was because the courtyard had its own soundproofing array that isolated the sounds inside. Since Duan Ling Tian couldn't hear it, Wang Luoyu naturally couldn't hear it either. Come and sit. After confirming that the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, and the others had left the courtyard, they no longer observed them. Duan Lingtian's burning gaze towards Wang Luoyu disappeared and was replaced by indifference. After that, Duan Lingtian slowly walked to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down. At the same time, he gestured for Wang Luoyu to sit as well. At this moment, Wang Luoyu was also a little confused. Just now, the burning gaze of the other party had scared her so much that her heartbeat kept accelerating. And the sudden change in the other party's attitude completely baffled her. However, although she walked closer to Duan Lingtian, she didn't dare to sit down. Instead, she stood in front of the stone table and lowered her head somewhat awkwardly. Young Master Li Feng. What are your orders? Sit down. Duan Lingtian spoke again. His voice was a little louder, and there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. Seeing that Wang Luoyu was trembling in fear but still didn't sit down, Duan Lingtian shook his head and shrugged helplessly. Sit down. I'm a friend of your brother, Wang Yiyuan. My brother's friend. Wang Luoyu finally raised her head and glanced at Duan Lingtian. There was confusion and disbelief in her eyes. I've never heard my brother mention you as a friend. I know almost all of my brother's friends, Wang Luoyu said. Although that was what she said, Wang Luoyu also felt that with the other party's status, there was no need for him to pretend to be her brother's friend. Unless he wanted to use this opportunity to quickly get closer to her. But that didn't seem to be necessary. After all, with the Wang family around, she couldn't possibly reject the other party. I met your brother not long before he died, Li Mu said. Duan Lingtian spoke again. Wang Luoyu's expression immediately changed. Then, as if she had suddenly gained courage, she stared straight at Duan Lingtian. Young Master Li Feng, Do you know how my brother died? At this moment, Wang Luoyu seemed to have lost her composure. Sit down and let's talk. This time, Wang Luoyu was finally willing to sit down. But her gaze towards Duan Lingtian became increasingly anxious. Young Master Li Feng, do you know? She knew nothing about her brother's death, nor did she have any clues. Even the Wang family didn't have any clues. I know. As Duan Lingtian spoke, Wang Luoyu's eyes suddenly brightened. At the same time, she became even more anxious. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian did not hide anything. He recounted how he and Wang Yiyuan were similar, and at the same time, he also told her about the situation he and Wang Yiyuan were in at that time. When she found out that her brother had died in the scheme of a supreme powerhouse, although Wang Luoyu felt despair, she was still filled with grief and indignation. After all, that was her brother, her biological brother. Unknowingly, she bit her lip so hard that it bled. Her delicate fists were also tightly clenched. It was obvious that she was unable to control her emotions. I'm here this time because I've been entrusted by your brother, Wang Yiyuan, to bring you away from the Wang family so that you won't be used as a tool for the marriage alliance. My real name is Duan Lingtian, not Li Feng. However, it's best not to reveal my real identity in front of them. Also, don't let them know my purpose. Otherwise, they won't let me bring you away. Duan Lingtian directly told Wang Luoyu the purpose of his visit this time. This was also to prevent Wang Luoyu from resisting during the process. Do you have any evidence to prove that you know my brother? Earlier, you said that he gave his spatial ring to you as well? Wang Luoyu looked at Duan Lingtian as if she wanted to confirm it one last time. When she saw Duan Lingtian take out a spatial ring, she was finally completely certain that he was not lying. To be able to make her brother remove the ownership of the self-destructing spatial ring meant that her brother trusted the person he entrusted the spatial ring to very much, and she believed in her brother's judgment. Elder brother Duan, before my brother died, was he in a lot of pain? After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, Wang Luoyu's voice trembled slightly. Her tone was filled with uncontrollable sobs. Chapter 44:20. He didn't suffer much when he died. Duan Lingtian recalled the scene of Wang Yiyuan's death and sighed. He said to Wang Luoyu, "The only thing he couldn't let go of was you." However, even before he died, he still tried his best to give you a way out. Of course, at that time, he wasn't sure if I could escape from the clutches of that supreme powerhouse. However, that was the only thing he could do for you at that time. As for me, after I escaped, I searched all the way and came to Lanshao City. After I found out about your current situation, I thought of this idea. I pretended to marry into the Wang clan, but in reality, I wanted to bring you away from the Wang clan and Lanshao City to a place where the Wang clan couldn't find you and settle you down there. Duan Lingtian said. Elder brother Duan, you're so considerate. Wang Luoyu nodded lightly, but her tears still flowed down uncontrollably. She seemed to have lost her strength at this moment. Her brother was really gone. I hope you don't disappoint your brother Wang Yiyuan's last words to me. From now on, you just have to listen to my arrangements. I'll bring you away from the Wang clan in one piece. Duan Lingtian said again. The girl in front of him was crying so hard that she was like a pear blossom in the rain. However, he did not have much time to pity this girl. He was more concerned about how he could escape from the Wang clan without any flaws. Although the grand elder of the Wang clan seemed to think highly of him and was friendly to him. However, the premise was that he wanted to marry a female disciple of the Wang clan. The grand elder also hoped that he would be related to the Wang clan. Once the grand elder found out that he was only here to bring Wang Luoyu away, he might not be so easy to talk to. Although his talent and comprehension were high, and if there were no accidents, there was hope for him to become a supreme powerhouse in the future. However, so what if that was the case? After all, he was still not a supreme powerhouse. The Wang clan might not be willing to give up the best marriage tool in the Wang clan just to invest in him. Elder brother Duan, don't worry. Hearing Duan Lingtian mention her brother again, Wang Luoyu's pretty face froze and she became unusually serious. I won't disappoint my brother. I definitely won't. Next, I will do whatever you want me to do. Wang Luoyu said. All right. A smile finally appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. As long as the other party cooperated, he would be able to do the rest by himself. However, for the sake of caution, he seriously reminded Wang Luoyu again, don't let anyone know about this, and let a third person know that Li Feng is just a name I made up. Elder brother Duan, don't worry. Luoyu understands. Wang Luoyu hurriedly nodded. She trusted and had a good impression of the young man in front of her. If it was someone else, even if they received benefits from her brother, they wouldn't really fulfill their promise. After all, it was just a verbal promise. Furthermore, it was the promise of a person who was about to die. Without a third person present, even if he didn't fulfill the promise, no one would know. However, the person in front of her didn't do that. This was enough to prove that the person in front of her was someone who kept his promise and was trustworthy. After receiving Wang Luoyu's consent, Duan Lingtian nodded. Later, you will act as if you've hit it off with me at first sight and that we get along very well. Let them think that you also admire me and that it isn't my wishful thinking. Then, I will take the opportunity to propose marriage to the Wang family. After that, we have two choices. 1. We can postpone the wedding date and leave the Wang family and Lan Xiaocheng before the wedding date to bring you out of the Wang family's control. 2. We can hold the wedding as usual. Of course, you and I both know that it's just a fake wedding. The one you're marrying is Li Feng and not me, Duan Lingtian. The first choice isn't risky, but we will fall out with the Wang family. The second choice is almost free of risk. After the wedding, we can use the excuse of going out to relax and never return. Under such circumstances, the Wang family won't be able to guess that my purpose of coming to the Wang family is to bring you out of the Wang family's control. At this point, Duan Lingtian paused and said, no matter what choice you make, I will cooperate with you. Obviously, Duan Lingtian had given Wang Luoyu the power to choose. When Wang Luoyu heard this, she pondered for a moment before speaking again. Elder brother Duan, I choose the second choice. We will fake the wedding and then leave the Wang family as usual. I don't want the people in the Wang family who care about me to worry. In the end, Wang Luoyu also explained the reason for her decision. You don't have to explain too much. I've said before that no matter what choice you make, I will cooperate with you. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. This is also my promise to your brother. Now I will send you out. As for how you're going to behave, that's up to you. I can see that you and your brother are both smart people. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian stood up and led Wang Luoyu out of the courtyard. As the courtyard was isolated by a soundproof formation and was under Duan Lingtian's control, Duan Lingtian was not worried that someone would eavesdrop on his conversation with Wang Luoyu. Moreover, with his current abilities, even the two Wang family supreme elders who were close to being invincible high-level ultimate gods would not be able to eavesdrop on his conversation without anyone noticing, let alone Wang Kuei, the Wang family's clan leader. Outside, when the Wang clan's patriarch Wang Kuei saw Duan Lingtian and Wang Luoyu walk out side by side, and Duan Lingtian had a brilliant smile on his face and Wang Luoyu had her head lowered in embarrassment, his face revealed a brilliant smile as well. Based on the current situation, Wang Luoyu was obviously interested in this young genius. When Elder Wang Ming saw this scene, his worried expression eased up a little. Follow Elder Wang Ming back first. I have something to discuss with clan leader Wang. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Luoyu beside him and said gently. Wang Luoyu nodded lightly. Yes, big brother Li. Then she left Duan Lingtian's side with a blush on her face and walked toward Wang Ming. Her bashful appearance caused the gloomy expression on Wang Ming's face to disappear completely. It seemed that Wang Luoyu not only did not reject this young genius, but she also seemed to have feelings for him. After Wang Ming left with Wang Luoyu, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Kuei, the Wang family's clan leader, and said with a startled expression, Clan leader Wang, today, I formally propose marriage to the Wang family. I want to marry Wang Luoyu in a month's time. I'll have to trouble clan leader Wang to inform all the guests in this month's time. At that time, I want to give Luoyu a proper wedding. Before that, I'm willing to follow the process of becoming a guest elder of the Wang family and become a guest elder of the Wang family. Wang Kuei did not expect Duan Lingtian to say this. He did not expect him to be so anxious to marry Wang Luoyu after seeing her. However, when he thought of Wang Luoyu's shy expression, he faintly realized that the two of them might have taken a liking to each other. Otherwise, they would not have acted like this. Of course, this was undoubtedly a joyous occasion for the Wang family. Haha. Brother Li Feng, you can count on me. In a month's time, the Wang family will arrange your wedding properly. Also, I'd like to congratulate Brother Li Feng in advance for bringing home the beauty. The smile on Wang Kuei's face was as radiant as it could be. From this day onward, the Wang family would have another person who was close to being an invincible higher-level supreme god. Moreover, this person was not even 10,000 years old and already had the ability of an invincible higher-level supreme god. Such a monstrous existence had never appeared in the history of the heavenly sand realm. This time, our Wang family will once again become the center of attention. At this moment, Wang Kuei was extremely excited. When the time comes, I'll also send wedding invitations to the few supreme experts who were on good terms with our Wang family ancestors. Even if only one of them comes in the end, it will still be a great thing for our Wang family. With the help of supreme experts and a young and monstrous guest elder like Li Feng, why should our Wang family worry about not being able to restore our glory in the future? On the other side, when Wang Luoyu returned and saw Yi Changwei again, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Big sister Changwei, you shouldn't leave for the time being. I'm going to marry Big Brother Li in a month's time. At that time, Uncle Yi will definitely come as well. You should wait until my wedding with Big Brother Li is over before returning with Uncle Yi. Yi Changwei was stunned when she heard Yi Changwei's words. What the hell? Who could tell her what was going on? Sister Liu, you. Yi Changwei's mind was filled with question marks. She could not understand what Wang Luoyu had experienced and why there was such a huge change in her. Chapter 44:21. Yi Changwei could not wrap her head around this. Was this really her sister Luoyu? Sister Changwei. As for Wang Luoyu, she also saw Yi Changwei's shock. She smiled slightly and said, Previously, before I went to see Big Brother Li, my heart was indeed filled with unwillingness. I even lamented that I was unable to control my own fate. But, after I saw Brother Li and chatted with him for almost an hour, I felt as though I had met a soulmate. even though it's a little hard to believe. But I really did develop a good impression of Big Brother Li in just a short hour. I even look forward to being with him. As she spoke, Wang Luoyu's face was filled with infatuation. Yi Changwei could only frown. Although she felt that something was not quite right. The Wang Luoyu before her was poles apart from the Wang Luoyu she knew. She did not seem like a person at all, however. When she scanned with her divine perception, she could confirm that the Wang Luoyu before her was the Wang Luoyu she knew and not someone in disguise. Granny! As Wang Luoyu spoke, the old woman who was standing nearby took out a disc array and activated layers of arrays, enveloping the courtyard they were in. Miss, right now, even the two grand elders of the Wang clan wouldn't be able to hear a single sound from here without me noticing, the old woman said to Yi Changwei. Yi Changwei's expression turned serious immediately. She looked at Wang Luoyu, her eyes filled with worry and unconcealable anger. Sister Luoyu, they must have forced you. You didn't want me to worry and ask me to help you. You were afraid of implicating my father. Right? Now, no one in the Wang family will know about our conversation. You don't have to pretend to be fine and deceive me anymore. Yi Changwei said. Obviously, she did not think that Wang Luoyu's words were sincere. She thought that Wang Luoyu said that on purpose so that she would not worry. Sister Changwei. Wang Luoyu took 2 steps forward and held Yi Changwei's hand. She still had a sincere smile on her face. I was really not forced. Brother Li, I do have a good impression of him. Furthermore, even though we've only met for a short while, I can tell that he's someone worth trusting. At the very least, he's much stronger than those aristocratic descendants. Big Sister Rose, when you meet Big Brother Li, you'll naturally understand why I said this. He's really not someone those hedonistic sons of aristocratic families can compare to. As she finished speaking, the infatuated smile of a young girl in love once again appeared on Wang Luoyu's face, causing Yi Changwei to fall silent. Even now, Wang Luoyu was still acting like this. She couldn't help but question her own judgment. Sister Rose. Wang Luoyu smiled again and said, You must want me to be happy, right? Of course. Yi Changwei nodded. If you can really marry the man of your dreams, Big Sister Changwei will give you my blessings from the bottom of my heart. But if you don't want to, Big Sister Changwei will do her best to help you. No matter how difficult it is, I will help you. Yi Changwei spoke very seriously, and these were her heartfelt words, without a hint of falsehood. Wang Luoyu naturally knew this as well. So in the depths of her heart, besides feeling touched, she also felt a little guilty. Yi Changwei could be said to be the person closest to her after the death of her brother Wang Yiyuan. Regarding her and that elder brother Duan, even if she were to tell her, she wouldn't tell on them. But since she had promised that elder brother Duan not to let anyone know about this matter, she naturally couldn't go back on her words. After all, the one who knew and understood Yi Changwei was her, and not that elder brother Duan. She trusted this Big Sister Rose of hers, but that elder brother Duan might not. Big Sister Rose, don't worry, I really didn't force you. 1 month later, it'll be my wedding day with Big Brother Li. At that time, I still want you to help me dress up. Wang Luoyu said with a smile. When Yi Changwei heard this, a trace of gentleness flashed across her eyes. Little Sister Luoyu, of course I have to personally help you dress up. I'm really curious, what kind of man can make you fall in love at first sight? Big Sister Rose, if you want to see him, I'll see him in 2 days' time and ask if it's convenient for him to see you. If it's convenient, I'll arrange for the 2 of you to meet. Wang Luoyu said with a smile. Of course. Her words were perfunctory. That elder brother Duan had come to the Wang family in Blue Dawn City to save her because of her brother Wang Yiyuan's dying wish. It was already commendable for him to go to this extent, so how could she trouble him and ask for his help? She, Wang Luoyu, was not an insatiable person. After the Wang family patriarch, Wang Kuei, left the family's spatial artifact, he naturally heard about the news from Dancing Sun City and Kanglin City. Although he knew about these 2 matters, he didn't pay much attention to them. He also didn't think that these 2 matters had anything to do with the Wang family's interaction with that freak, Li Feng. As for the matter of the Meng family from Kanglin City coming to propose marriage and being rejected, he didn't take it to heart. Or rather, he didn't remember anyone from the Meng family coming to propose marriage. In the past, The Meng family was only a second-rate family in Kanglan City. Although their status was on par with the Wang family in Blue Dawn City, the Wang family had once produced an ultimate powerhouse and had a deep foundation that the Meng family, which had never produced an ultimate powerhouse, could not compare to. Under such circumstances, the Wang family from Blue Dawn City had a sense of superiority when facing the Meng family from Kanglan City. Because of this, the Wang family did not take the Meng family's proposal seriously at all. In fact, the Wang family patriarch, Wang Kuei, did not even personally receive the Meng family's representative. He just casually sent a Wang family elder to send the representative away. In the Wang family's eyes, even if they wanted to use Wang Luoyu for a marriage alliance, they would not find a family that was not as good as the Wang family. Only those who were currently more powerful than the Wang family would be valued by the Wang family. Some of those with noble statuses would even be personally received by the Wang family patriarch, Wang Kuei. However, this did not include the direct descendant of the Meng family from Kanglan City, Meng Yuzheng. After waiting for more than half a month, the Meng family from Kanglan City finally saw the return of the Meng family's ancestor who had left to become an ultimate powerhouse. The moment the old man in a loose green robe appeared in the sky above Kanglan City, he was welcomed by the other ultimate powerhouses of Kanglan City. Brother Meng, congratulations. Haha. Old Brother Meng, congratulations on becoming an ultimate powerhouse. Old Brother Meng, you're the first person in the history of the Meng family to become an ultimate powerhouse. In the future, your name will go down in history and you'll be revered by the future generations of the Meng family. The few ultimate powerhouses from the first-rate families of Kanglan City who had come were all very familiar and polite to the green-robed old man in front of them. They knew the old man's previous strength. He was definitely not weaker than them before becoming an ultimate powerhouse. Now, although the old man had just become an ultimate powerhouse, his strength was not necessarily weaker than them who had not improved after becoming an ultimate powerhouse. In the face of such an existence, they naturally could not ignore him or even look down on him like they did before he became an ultimate powerhouse. Thank you, everyone. The green-robed old man's face was flushed red at this moment. When he saw the polite people in front of him, there was an indescribable excitement in the depths of his eyes. In the past, although he was only one step away from becoming an ultimate powerhouse, he was not an ultimate powerhouse after all. The difference between him and the people in front of him was like heaven and earth. He even had to look up to them. Now that he had become an ultimate powerhouse, he could be on equal footing with them. According to tradition, the Meng family he was in would also be promoted to a first-rate family in Kanglan City. Old Brother Meng, since the Meng family has produced an ultimate powerhouse like you, then from now on, the Meng family will also become a first-rate family in our Kanglan City. Before Old Brother Meng returned, we've already ceded some properties and handed them over to the Meng family. The current patriarch of the Meng family will personally take over. If Old Brother Meng feels that it's not enough, we can discuss it again. While the Meng family patriarch was receiving the ultimate powerhouses in Kanglan City, a group of people in the Meng family, including Meng Yuzheng, were eagerly waiting for the Meng family patriarch's return. There was a commotion just now. The patriarch should be back. The people who appeared just now seemed to be the supreme powerhouses of our Kanglan City. They came out together to welcome the patriarch. It's definitely not appropriate for us to go over directly now. It's better for us to wait for the patriarch's return in the family. Meng Yuzheng stood among the group of people in the Meng family. His eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. That Lanshao City's Wang family not only rejected my marriage proposal, but also the Meng family's marriage proposal. They actually dared to send an invitation to the Meng family to participate in Wang Luoyu's wedding with someone else? They're going too far. When the patriarch returns, I'll definitely make him avenge me. Wang Luoyu. Even if the Wang family has betrothed you to someone else, even if the Wang family is already preparing for your wedding, you're still mine. Your Wang family might have supreme powerhouses aiding you in the future. However, would those people help you, a descendant of the Wang family from a branch family who joined the main family and has a lowly bloodline? What a joke! Chapter 44-22. Within Lanshao City. Originally, it was filled with news from afar about the annihilation of the 5 major clans of Dancing Sun City, the fall of an ultimate powerhouse, the destruction of Dancing Sun City, and the appearance of a new ultimate powerhouse in Kanglan City. However, recently, these two shocking pieces of news were suppressed by another piece of news. This piece of news was that the Wang clan of Lanshao City would be holding a wedding in half a month's time. In fact, this piece of news had spread half a month ago. However, even after half a month, the news did not die down. Instead, it became more and more lively as the wedding approached. This time, it said that the Wang clan is marrying off their daughter to a young genius from outside the Xianxia region. As for whether he has a strong background, it's unknown. That young genius must be extraordinary to be able to make the Wang clan marry off Wang Luoyu. That's right. The Wang clan has always been a person who won't act unless there's an incentive. It's almost impossible for them to do a losing business. The wedding is in half a month's time. At that time, there will be many clans from the dozens of major cities in the Tiansha region who will send people over. Also, many of the forces in the wilderness will have received the Wang clan's invitation. I wonder if the Wang clan's ancestors' influence will be able to invite an ultimate powerhouse. If an ultimate powerhouse really comes, it will definitely cause a chain reaction. There will be other ultimate powerhouses coming as well. If that's the case, it'll be really lively. Everyone in Lanshao City was discussing the mysterious son-in-law of the Wang clan who came from outside the Tiansha region. They were curious about where he came from and how talented he was to be able to make the Wang clan willingly marry off Wang Luoyu, who was known as the most beautiful woman in Lanshao City. Duan Ling Tian, who occasionally walked out of the Wang clan, naturally saw and heard the commotion in Lanshao City. However, his thoughts were not here. Instead, he wanted to know more about the Wang clan and Lanshao City. In the process, he also learned a lot about the 4 first-rate clans in Lanshao City. The 4 first-rate clans in Lanshao City all had ultimate powerhouses in their current generation. They were also the most powerful clans in Lanshao City. They were actually against the Wang clan, but because the Wang clan still had some connections with some supreme experts in the outside world, they were still polite to the Wang clan on the surface. For example, the Wang family's wedding banquet in half a month's time might not be attended by the family heads of the first-class families in other cities. But the 4 major families in Lanshao City definitely had family heads there. Even if the clan head didn't come, the great elder, whose status wasn't much lower than the clan head, would come. In Lanshao City, the 4 first-rate families still gave face to the Wang family on the surface. As the saying goes, the predecessor plants the tree, and the successor enjoys the shade. The Wang clan had a supreme expert in the past. Even though the supreme expert is no longer around, he still brought them all kinds of benefits. In Lanshao City, most of the industries were in the hands of the 4 first-rate families. Below them, the one who controlled the most assets was the Wang family. It was to the point that the Wang clan controlled more than twice the amount of the other second-rate clans. This showed the Wang family's foundation in Lanshao City. Humph! I don't know what kind of bewitching potion the Wang family head, Wang Kuei, ate to actually betroth Wang Luoyu to him. Within the Tiansha region, there are young geniuses who are more outstanding than him. I don't even know how many there are. If you ask me, if that kid goes up against you, young master, I'm afraid he'll be defeated by you in less than 3 moves. Duan Ling Tian slowly walked past a large street. On the street that was filled with people, a master and servant walked past, and the conversation between the two entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Hearing that, Duan Ling Tian was startled at first, but then he shook his head and smiled. He didn't take it seriously. Looks like the Wang clan has done a good job of keeping my information a secret. At least, they didn't tell anyone that my strength is close to that of an invincible high-level supreme god. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had no idea of his current strength. It wasn't until recently that he had a better understanding of the outside world that he realized how shocking the strength he displayed at the age of less than 10,000 years old was. Of course, across the 10,000 worlds in the outside world, there were such geniuses. However, without exception, they were all well-known figures. Although they were still young and had not stepped into the realm of an invincible high-level supreme god or become an ultimate expert, they were already more famous than many of the older generation experts who were close to becoming an invincible high-level supreme god. All of this was because they were younger. Youth represented limitless possibilities. For example, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, if he was already past his prime and had even been injured when facing the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, then, who would think that he had a chance to become an invincible high-level supreme god or even an ultimate expert? Although becoming an ultimate expert did not necessarily require one to pass the threshold of an invincible high-level supreme god, that kind of existence almost had no hope of becoming an ultimate expert in their lifetime. They were too old. If they could really break through, they wouldn't have to wait until then. For existences at that age, unless they had some special encounter, breaking through was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There are also differences in strength among those who have just entered the ultimate expert realm. After coming to the outside world, Duan Ling Tian not only understood many things about the outside world, but he also understood many things about the later part of his cultivation journey. There were those who had just entered the ultimate expert realm who were close to becoming an invincible high-level supreme god, and those who were close to becoming an ultimate expert and those who were close to becoming an ultimate expert. The former, even if they had just entered the ultimate realm, was stronger than an invincible high-level supreme god. However, the latter, even if they had just entered the ultimate realm, was far stronger than the former. They were both ultimate experts who had just entered the ultimate realm. However, the strength of an invincible high-level supreme god was so strong that they were considered very strong even among the ultimate experts. Some high-level supreme gods who had not experienced the stage of being an invincible high-level supreme god, and had been in the ultimate realm for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years might not be comparable to an invincible high-level supreme god who had just entered the ultimate realm. Becoming an invincible high-level supreme god depends more on talent and comprehension. I have 2 ultimate expert godhoods as support, so it's not impossible for me to become an invincible high-level supreme god. Of course, the ultimate expert godhoods can only be used as support. In the outside world, there may be fewer ultimate expert godhoods, but they are definitely not fewer than an invincible high-level supreme god. This also means that even with the ultimate expert godhoods, one may not necessarily be able to become an invincible high-level supreme god. Although Duan Ling Tian had the ultimate expert godhoods in his hands, he did not blindly believe that he would definitely become an invincible high-level supreme god with the help of the ultimate expert godhoods. If it was so easy to become an invincible high-level supreme god, it would not be that the number of invincible high-level supreme gods in the outside world and even in the infinite worlds was less than the number of ultimate experts. This was something that had shocked Duan Ling Tian for a long time. According to many people's investigations, the number of invincible high-level supreme gods in the outside world and even in the infinite worlds was less than 1/10 of the ultimate experts. This was terrifying. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to become an invincible high-level supreme god. It said that there are some people who clearly have the confidence to become an ultimate expert, but they suppress their breakthrough. They want to become an ultimate expert after becoming an invincible high-level supreme god. Some people say that after becoming an ultimate expert, cultivation is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's extremely difficult to increase one's strength after that. Therefore, if one becomes an invincible high-level supreme god before breaking through to become an ultimate expert, one can be considered one of the best among the ultimate experts after becoming an ultimate expert. Some people also say that as long as one's lifespan is still long and one is still young, it's best to try and become an invincible high-level supreme god. To a certain extent, becoming an invincible high-level supreme god gives one a greater sense of accomplishment than becoming an ultimate expert. Invincible high-level supreme gods are also the targets that all the ultimate experts fight to win over. Once an invincible high-level supreme god becomes an ultimate expert, they will be the strongest among the ultimate experts. Even if they don't become an ultimate expert, they will still have the ability to be invincible among those below the ultimate expert level. There are many fortuitous encounters in the outer realms. There are some places with amazing fortuitous encounters that even supreme masters can't enter. Even if there are treasures that even supreme masters would covet, they can only look at them and can't take them. Under such circumstances, if only those below the ultimate expert level enter, an invincible high-level supreme god will undoubtedly have a great advantage. Many ultimate experts try to win over an invincible high-level supreme god because of this. Invincible high-level supreme god. Unknowingly, these words seem to have taken root in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was as though there was a voice constantly reminding him that even if he had the opportunity to become an ultimate expert in the future, it was best to suppress his cultivation base and try to become an ultimate expert after becoming an invincible high-level supreme god. Yun Qingyan has merged with the Bai Hun clan and has the ability of an ultimate expert. However, according to the Xia clan's ultimate expert ancestor, he should only be an ordinary ultimate expert. If I rashly enter the ultimate realm before becoming an invincible high-level supreme god, Even if I meet him, I might not be stronger than him. If I'm not stronger than him, I won't be able to suppress him and force him to release Ker's soul imprisonment power. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he thought about his wife, Ker. He naturally hadn't forgotten his original intention for coming to the outer dimension this time. It was to save his wife, Ker. Of course, even if I become an invincible higher ultimate god, it will still take some time for me to enter the ultimate realm. However, as long as I become an invincible higher ultimate god, there will be an ultimate realm expert who will extend an olive branch to me. At that time, I will be able to negotiate with the other party and ask them to help me find that person and force him to release Ku-er's soul shackles. If that's the case, I'll be able to save Ku-er before I become an omnipotent. Also, if it's an extremely powerful ultimate powerhouse who is considered a top existence among the ultimate powerhouses of the 10,000 realms or even the ultimate powerhouses of the outer realms, they might be able to help Ker break the seal on her soul. During this period of time in the outer realm, I've learned more about the Bai Hun clan. Those who are stronger than them by a certain level can also forcefully release their soul imprisonment power. For example, even if it's an invincible high-level supreme god from the Bai Hun clan, any ultimate expert can easily remove the soul imprisonment power from their soul imprisonment power. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought about this. Unknowingly, he clenched his fists tightly. I, Duan Lingtian, I must become an invincible high-level supreme god. Compared to becoming an invincible high-level supreme god without becoming an invincible high-level supreme god, he was more confident that he could save his wife Ker. Chapter 44-23. Invincible Upper-Level Ultimate God. I must become an invincible upper-level ultimate god. This thought lingered in Duan Lingtian's mind for a long time as though he was possessed. At the same time, he stood on the side of the street as though his acupoints had been sealed. The sudden action of a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by. However, no one disturbed Duan Lingtian. From their point of view, this young man was either rich or noble. Now that he was standing there in a daze, it could be that he had some enlightenment in cultivation or even had an epiphany. At this time, if they rashly disturbed him, it was very likely that they would become enemies. The best thing to do was to observe or pretend that they did not see anything. Unknowingly, a young woman walked slowly from the end of the street with an old woman. "Granny, do you think Luoyu is really willing?" Even though it had been half a month since Wang Luoyu said that she was willing to marry that man, Yi Changwei was still unwilling to believe that Wang Luoyu was willing to marry that man. "Mississippi," the old woman heard and sighed. She naturally knew what her miss was thinking. After all, she had watched Yi Changwei grow up. "Do you think this is still important?" Judging from Miss Luoyu's state in the past half a month, there is no abnormality. This also means that either what she said is true and she is willing to marry that man, or what she said is false. Either that or what she said was false, but since she's so stubborn, it means that she's already mentally prepared and made a decision. Although I don't know Miss Luoyu as well as you do, I can see that she is the kind of person who looks weak but has a strong heart. What you can do now is to follow her wishes and not create unnecessary problems. Otherwise, her efforts will go to waste. The old woman said. Yi Changwei was silent when she heard the old woman's words. She walked in silence for a while with a confused look in her eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her empty eyes. Immediately, her originally unfocused eyes focused again. It's him. With just a glance, Yi Changwei recognized the young man who stood motionlessly by the side of the road like a statue. He was the mysterious young man who had saved her on the way to Blue Dawn City. Back then, when he had parted ways with the Wang clan, he was still thinking of using his connections with the Wang clan to investigate the other party's whereabouts and background. However, what happened to her sister, Wang Luoyu, caused her to completely forget about looking for her. Even if she occasionally thought about it, she didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that they would meet again here? "Miss, it's that benefactor." At the same time that Yi Changwei discovered Duan Lingtian, the old woman behind her also discovered Duan Lingtian. In addition to gratitude, there was also some respect in her eyes. After all, although the other party was young, he was an existence that was more powerful than him. He was suspected to be an existence close to the invincible high-level ultimate god. He was less than 10,000 years old, but he was suspected to be close to the invincible high-level ultimate god level. Throughout the history of the Xianxia territory, he had never seen or heard of such a person. He can't be experiencing an epiphany on the street, right? Soon, Xianxia discovered that the other party's condition was not right. As for the old woman behind her, she moved almost at the instant her words left her mouth. In the blink of an eye, she arrived near the young man. She stood there, and without alarming the young man, she vigilantly surveyed her surroundings. Her chi was also locked down on the area within a circumference of 100 meters. If there was any movement that was unfavorable to the young man, she would be the first to discover it and intervene. Although she was not very familiar with the young man, half a month ago, if it were not for his help, she would have died in the hands of the experts from the Blood Sea organization and her miss would have been taken away. Although the other party had no intention of asking them to repay his kindness, she remembered it in her heart. Now, seeing that the other party seemed to have entered a certain state, her first thought was to protect the other party so that no one would disturb him. Although she wasn't sure what the other party's situation was, she believed that her actions would only benefit the other party. Xianxia also reacted in the next moment. She quickly moved to the other side of Duan Lingtian and protected the Duan Lingtian with the old woman. At that moment, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what the two of them were doing. Although he seemed to be in a daze as though his soul had left his body, it was only because he was not in any danger. Otherwise, he would have regained his senses immediately. Currently, his mind was filled with the crazy thought of becoming an invincible higher ultimate god. As a result, his mind was in a mess and he could not calm down. However, this state did not last for long before it was suppressed by him. When he had completely calmed down, he opened his eyes and saw the master and servant who were protecting him. A hint of gentleness flashed in his eyes. He could tell what the two of them were doing. Although he knew he did not need them to do this, he also knew the two of them could not possibly understand his state earlier. They might have thought he was experiencing an epiphany and were guarding him vigilantly. No matter what, based on his character, he was destined to accept this favor. Thank you, both of you. Duan Lingtian thanked the two in front of him and cupped his hands slightly. His expression was solemn. You're awake. Xianxia's expression softened. The young man in front of her was obviously different from the heartless he was when they parted ways previously. It was obvious he was enlightened by her and her mother-in-law's actions. At that moment, the old woman also regained her senses and sighed. I thought you were comprehending something, but I didn't expect you were just in a daze. My lady and I were worried for nothing. At that moment, the old woman also sensed from Duan Lingtian's faint aura, when he regained his senses, that the young man in front of her was also vigilant of his surroundings. Moreover, he was not comprehending anything. He was just in a daze. Under such circumstances, the young man had the ability to protect himself. No matter what, I still have to thank both of you. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. His attitude was gentle, completely different from when he was facing Xianxia earlier. Then, at that moment, Xianxia's eyes turned. Now, can you tell me, what's your name? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then he shook his head and smiled. There's nothing that can't be said. Miss Yi, my name is Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that the Ye family's Miss Xianxia and Wang Luoyu from the Wang family were best friends who could talk about anything. If he knew, perhaps he would consider if he should tell her his real name. Of course, the current him was indebted to Xianxia and her servant for protecting him, so he did not conceal his true identity. Duan Lingtian. Xianxia silently remembered this name in her heart. At the same time, a smile bloomed on her face. Elder brother Duan, is the family or sect behind you from the Outer Realm or the Three Great Realms? Obviously, Xianxia was still curious about Duan Lingtian's origin. Neither. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The realm I'm in is one of the 18 realms below the Three Great Realms. What? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only was Xianxia stunned, but even the old woman turned pale with fright. The 18 realms that were inferior to the Three Great Realms actually gave birth to such a monstrous existence. Chapter 44-24. Although Duan Lingtian had mentioned his background, he did not elaborate further. He even said all this because Yi Chengwei and the old woman had protected him earlier, and he owed them a favor. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother to tell them his name, let alone his origin. Of course, even if he did not elaborate on his background, both Yi Chengwei and the old woman were shocked when they heard that Duan Lingtian came from the 10,000 worlds and was not from one of the 3 great worlds that stood at the peak of the 10,000 worlds. Perhaps he has the bloodline of a supreme expert. And that super expert just so happened to have stayed in his home domain and left behind a descendant there. Yi Chengwei and the old woman looked at each other. When Yi Chengwei communicated with the old woman, she said that she could not understand, and the old woman made such a guess. This guess was quickly approved by Yi Chengwei. Other than this, she really could not think of any other possibility. Young Master Duan, do you have anything to do in Blue Dawn City? Yi Chengwei was a little reserved in front of Duan Lingtian, so she could only let the old woman ask Duan Lingtian on her behalf. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard the old woman's question. I do have something to do. However, it's almost done, and I'll leave this place when the time comes. Duan Lingtian exchanged a few more pleasantries with the old woman, then nodded to Yi Chengwei and turned to leave. Yi Chengwei brought the old woman and looked at Duan Lingtian's back view from afar. Her gaze was especially complicated. Even she did not know why, but she had an inexplicable feeling toward this young man with a mysterious background and monstrous talent. She only felt that he was completely different from the young talents she had met before. In front of him, the young talents she had met before were not even worth mentioning. Mississippi at this moment, the old woman seemed to have vaguely seen through Yi Chengwei's thoughts, and she sighed. You and him are people from 2 different worlds. Perhaps her family's young miss had yet to develop feelings of admiration for that young Master Duan. However, she was definitely filled with admiration and curiosity. And this was often the beginning of a woman's downfall. She, too, had been young once. She knew very well that women of this age were easily muddle-headed and even one-track-minded. Granny, what are you saying? Yi Chengwei's cheeks reddened as her thoughts were exposed. I don't like him. I just feel that he's different from other men. I believe what Miss said. The old woman nodded. What I said just now was just to remind Miss. Don't be curious about him. Just treat him as a passerby in your life. Perhaps, after he leaves Lanshao City in half a month's time, the 2 of you will never meet again. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of the conversation between Yi Chengwei and the old woman after he left. After he left, he wandered around Lan Xiaocheng for a while before returning to the Wang family. He returned to the VIP courtyard that the Wang family had arranged for him. For the next period of time, he did not plan to go out again. He just wanted to wait for the wedding day to arrive. At that time, he and Wang Luoyu would finish their act and leave with Wang Luoyu. After settling Wang Luoyu down, he could continue to pursue his goal. In the past, his goal had only been to grow stronger and find the supreme expert from the succubus clan who had merged with Yun Qingyan. At the same time, he was worried that he would not be able to do anything to the supreme expert from the succubus clan. Now, his goal was to become an invincible higher ultimate god. As long as he became an invincible higher ultimate god, he would be valued by the ultimate experts. At that time, he would choose a powerful ultimate expert to work for him. Perhaps he would be able to get the ultimate expert to save Kerr. However, Duan Lingtian wanted to wait quietly for the wedding day, but there were people who would not let him wait. On this day, the Wang family welcomed 2 uninvited guests. These 2 people were from the Meng clan of Zhonglan City that had been the talk of the town recently. The Meng family of Kanglan City was frequently mentioned and discussed because an ultimate expert had recently appeared in the Meng family of Kanglan City. Moreover, it was the first ultimate expert in the history of the Meng family. Everyone was talking about how the Meng family was going to rise to prominence this time. Young Master Meng, please come in. I have informed the patriarch, and he is waiting for you in the reception hall. Outside the Wang family mansion, one of the Wang family elders who had been in charge of accumulating power respectfully led a young man and a middle-aged man through the main gate into the Wang family mansion. The young man was none other than Meng Yuzheng, a direct descendant of the Meng family of Kanglan City. In fact, this was not Meng Yuzheng's first visit to the Wang family mansion. Not long ago, he had visited the Wang family mansion, but he had not received such preferential treatment at that time. At that time, he had not even met the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, before he was dealt with. However, today, he was being treated differently when he visited the Wang family mansion again. This was because an ultimate expert had appeared in the Wang family mansion. He believed that if he told the Wang family that the ultimate expert was the patriarch of the Wang family mansion and loved him dearly, it could be said that he was the Wang family mansion's most beloved descendant. The patriarch of the Wang family mansion, Wang Kuei, would definitely not just wait for him in the reception hall. He would definitely come out to welcome him personally. Young Master Meng, you must be here to represent the Meng family and attend our Wang family's wedding in 10 days, right? Young Master Meng, you are early. In the next 10 days, I will arrange for you to walk around the Lanshao city. All your expenses will be paid by the Wang family. The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, was very polite when he faced Meng Yujing in the reception hall. Now, he was certain that Meng Yujing was here on behalf of the Meng family of Kanglin City. Under such circumstances, he naturally did not dare to neglect this representative of the Wang family. After all, the Meng family of Kanglin City was no longer the same as before. The Meng family, which had produced an ultimate expert, had risen in status. At least within the Tiansha region, they were above the Wang family of Kanglin City. He was not worried that Meng Yujing would spend recklessly after he said that the Wang family would pay for his expenses in the Lanshao city. He was giving face to Meng Yujing and the Meng family of Kanglin City. If Meng Yujing were to act recklessly, not only would he be humiliated, but the Meng family of Kanglin City would be humiliated as well. He did not think that someone who was sent as a representative by the Meng family of Kanglin City would act recklessly. Therefore, when he said these words, he was very casual and did not have the slightest hesitation. When Meng Yujing heard Wang Kuei's words, he was first stunned. Then, his expression turned cold. Patriarch Wang, what do you mean by this? Are you humiliating me, Meng Yujing? Meng Yujing's expression changed instantly. His tone was unfriendly as he questioned loudly. Chapter 44-25. Are you humiliating me, Meng Yujing? Wang Kuei was stunned by Meng Yujing's words. He did not know why this brat from the Meng family in Kanglin City had suddenly changed his attitude. He was still polite a moment ago, but in the next moment, it was as if he had a blood feud with him. Young Master Meng, why do you say that? Wang Kuei was the head of the Wang family after all. Although he did not understand Meng Yujing's sudden change in attitude, he quickly recovered and asked in a low voice, "Did you misunderstand something?" At the same time, Wang Kuei recalled his previous words. There did not seem to be anything wrong. It was also because of this that he did not know this brat from the Meng family. What the hell was wrong with him? Did he really think that the Meng family could completely disregard the Wang family just because they had produced the first ultimate powerhouse in history? Did he think that a brat from the Meng family could disregard him, the head of the Wang family? Wang Kuei sneered in his heart. So what if the Meng family had produced an ultimate powerhouse? It was not as if the Wang family had never produced an ultimate powerhouse. To this day, the Wang family could still contact a few ultimate powerhouses who had close ties with their ancestors. If the Wang family was really in trouble, those few would definitely not stand by and do nothing. If not, how could the Wang family still stay in the inner city of Lanshao City and not be expelled by the other first-rate families? Misunderstanding? Meng Yujing sneered. I did not misunderstand. Head of the Wang family, when I came to the Wang family to ask for her hand in marriage, the head elder of the Wang family told me that Miss Wang Luoyu wanted to mourn for her brother for 100 years and had no intention of marrying anyone for 100 years. But now, I've heard that the Wang family is betrothing her to someone else. Are you treating me, Meng Yujing, like a monkey? Meng Yujing asked in a low voice. As he spoke, he was burning with anger. Of course, this was not an act. Meng Yujing was indeed furious when he thought of this. Even though back then when he heard Wang family's great elder's words, he already knew that they were just half-hearted words, that the Wang family didn't think highly of him, didn't think highly of the Wang family that didn't have any supreme experts back then. However, now that he had enough confidence, even though he knew that the Wang clan was just being perfunctory, he still brought it up and used it as a starting point for his trip. As for the head of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, when he heard Meng Yujing's words, he was startled at first. Then, He realized that the person in front of him did not come with good intentions. For a moment, his expression darkened as he glared at Meng Yuzheng. He believed that Meng Yuzheng definitely knew that the Grand Elder of the Wang clan was just being perfunctory. Yet, he still brought up that matter now. He was undoubtedly trying to stir up trouble. Young Master Meng, if this is true, I will definitely severely punish our Wang clan's Grand Elder. As the head of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei was naturally not someone to be trifled with. Didn't you say that our Wang clan Grand Elder was just being perfunctory? Then I will punish him. As for whether he would be punished afterwards, that was another matter altogether. Could this little brat of the Wang clan continue to stay in the Wang clan to keep an eye on this matter? Moreover, even if this little brat really insisted on staying in the Wang clan, it would not be a big deal for the Wang clan to symbolically punish the Grand Elder. His words do not represent our Wang clan. Wang Kuei shook his head as he spoke. Meng Yuzheng frowned when he heard Wang Kuei's words. He did not expect that Wang Kuei would be able to bluff his way through such a good opening. The Wang clan Grand Elder did not represent the Wang clan? Punish the Wang clan Grand Elder? At this moment, he realized how difficult it was to deal with the head of the Wang clan. For a moment, he did not even know what to say. In the next instant, Meng Yuzheng took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "If that's the case, then the Wang clan should not have rejected my marriage proposal. Since Miss Wang Luoyu is not married yet, and no one knows who she is marrying, why don't we change the person Miss Wang Luoyu is marrying to me, Meng Yuzheng?" Meng Yuzheng looked at Wang Kuei and said bluntly. When Wang Kuei heard Meng Yuzheng's words, he could not help but be startled even though he was used to seeing all sorts of situations. He did not expect this little brat from the Meng clan to be so laughable. How could the person the Wang clan wanted Wang Luoyu to marry be an ordinary person? Did this little brat from the Wang clan think that he was more important than that young genius Li Feng in the eyes of the Wang clan? How laughable! At this moment, Wang Kuei laughed disdainfully in his heart. Even though he did not laugh out loud, his gaze when he looked at Meng Yuzheng again was filled with contempt. Young Master Meng, this joke is a little too much. It's not funny at all. Wang Kuei was giving Meng Yuzheng face by saying this. If Meng Yuzheng did not want this face, then he did not mind falling out with him. Although the Meng clan had produced an ultimate powerhouse, in terms of foundation, they were still inferior to the Wang clan. Even the new ultimate powerhouse of the Meng clan would have to consider his gains and losses before making a move against the Wang clan. Moreover, the other party might not necessarily target the Wang clan for this little brat from the Meng clan. This little brat from the Meng clan might not even have a close relationship with that person. As the clan leader of the Wang clan, he knew very well that even if there was an ultimate powerhouse in the clan, he would not dote on every disciple and would even be willing to stand up for them. Clan leader Wang, I'm not joking. Meng Yuzheng smiled coldly. What I'm saying is not only my own opinion, but also my great-grandfather's opinion. Your great-grandfather? Wang Kuei frowned slightly. At the same time, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Could it be the new ultimate powerhouse of the Meng clan? When he thought about Meng Yuzheng's strength, he vaguely had an answer in his heart. My great-grandfather is Meng Tianfeng. Meng Yuzheng enunciated each word clearly. When he finished speaking, his face was filled with arrogance as though he did not take Wang Kuei, the clan leader of the Wang clan, seriously. Meng Tianfeng. When Wang Kuei heard Meng Yuzheng's words, he knew he had guessed correctly. Among the younger generation of the Meng clan, my great-grandfather dotes on me the most. Before he broke through to the ultimate stage, he publicly announced that he would personally nurture me and make me the next clan leader of the Meng clan. This was where Meng Yuzheng's confidence came from. At this moment, Wang Kuei finally understood. It was no wonder Meng Yuzheng was so overbearing. As it turned out, he had the support of an ultimate powerhouse. When he thought about it, he who did not have the support of an ultimate powerhouse in the past could only leave dejectedly in the face of the Wang clan's Grand Elder's perfunctory attitude. This was because the Meng clan in the past could not be compared to the Wang clan in terms of status. However, now that the Meng clan had an ultimate powerhouse, their status in the Heavenly Sand region had already surpassed the Wang clan in one fell swoop. Of course, no one would think that the Meng clan had the ability to destroy the Wang clan just because they were more powerful than the Wang clan. This was because everyone knew that the Meng clan was not that stupid. After all, The Wang clan still had the various foundations left behind by the ultimate powerhouse in the past. Clan leader Wang, you won't disrespect my great-grandfather. The Wang clan won't disrespect him, right? Meng Yuzheng asked meaningfully as he looked deeply at Wang Kuei. When Wang Kuei heard this, he did not immediately respond. Instead, he looked at the person behind Meng Yuzheng. Although he did not know this person, he could feel that this was an ultimate powerhouse. At the very least, he was not weaker than him. This was not one of the few high-level ultimate gods in the Meng clan who were not weaker than him or even stronger than him. This was probably an ultimate powerhouse who had taken the initiative to join the Meng clan after the birth of an ultimate powerhouse. In the outer realm, after a high-level ultimate god broke through and became an omnipotent expert, there would be many powerful high-level ultimate gods, or even existences close to invincible high-level ultimate gods, who would be willing to take the initiative to become their subordinates and work for them. There were many benefits to this. First of all, they would no longer lack the divine power of an ultimate powerhouse. Secondly, they would have one more backer. As for ultimate powerhouses, after breaking through to the ultimate realm, they would usually take in a few subordinates at the beginning. Once the number of subordinates reached a certain level, they would not take in any more unless that person was outstanding enough, such as an invincible high-level ultimate god or someone who had the potential to become an invincible high-level ultimate god. This kind of thing was usually best done as soon as possible. Wang Kuei guessed that this person behind Meng Yuzheng was probably the first batch of people to join the Meng clan after learning that the Wang clan had produced an ultimate powerhouse. He was definitely not weak. If Patriarch Wang is worried that I am a fox trying to intimidate others, you can ask this person behind me. This person was a famous independent cultivator expert in the Heavenly Sand territory. I believe Patriarch Wang has heard of him before. When Meng Yuzheng saw that Wang Kuei did not speak, he turned his head slightly and looked at the middle-aged man behind him. At the same time, he said respectfully, "Uncle Tan, please prove to me that I am not lying." At this time, the middle-aged man who had been standing behind Meng Yuzheng with his eyes closed opened his eyes. A sharp blade light flashed in his eyes, giving people a strong sense of oppression. After the middle-aged man opened his eyes, he looked at Wang Kuei and cupped his hands slightly. He said loudly, "Tan Xiaoting greets Patriarch Wang." Tan Xiaoting. Wang Kuei's pupils shrank sharply when he heard the middle-aged man's self-introduction. This person was a famous independent cultivator in the Heavenly Sand territory. Although his strength was not at the level of an invincible higher godly venerable, he was not far from it. At the very least, Wang Kuei had no confidence in winning against him. Unless he used some of the trump cards that had been passed down through the generations of patriarchs of the Wang family, it would be difficult for him to fight to a draw with the middle-aged man. So it's the Azure Flame Saber Monarch. I didn't recognize you earlier. My apologies. Wang Kuei was very polite to experts. In the entire Wang family, perhaps only the two grand elders dared to say that they could defeat the middle-aged man. Of course, in half a month, there would be a third person in the Wang family who had the ability to defeat the middle-aged man. It was the peerless genius who was about to become the son-in-law of the Wang family, Li Feng. Patriarch Wang. The Azure Flame Saber Monarch, Tan Xiaoting, smiled faintly. What young Master Meng Yuzheng said earlier was indeed the Supreme Lord's idea. I hope that Patriarch Wang and the Wang family will give the Supreme Lord face and betroth young Master Wang Luoyu to young Master Meng Yuzheng. In 10 days, young Master Meng Yuzheng and young Master Wang Luoyu will be married. As soon as he finished speaking, the saber light in Tan Xiaoting's eyes flashed even more fiercely. The reason he was called the Saber Monarch was because of his deep attainments in the Saber Dao of the Weapon Dao. In addition, he had a fortuitous encounter with the Law of Fire that caused his red flames to turn into azure flames, making him even more powerful. Therefore, he was called the Azure Flame Saber Monarch. Chapter 44-26. As the Azure Flame Saber King finished speaking, Meng Yuzheng, who was standing in front of him, once again looked at Wang Kuei with a smug look on his face. It was as if he was silently saying, "Now, do you believe what I said?" Wang Kuei, after hearing Tan Xiaoting's words, only frowned slightly and then smiled faintly. I really didn't expect the Azure Flame Saber King to submit to a newly ascended ultimate expert. How enviable. Wang Kuei's words were honest. Even someone as strong as the Azure Flame Saber King would not be accepted by an ultimate expert unless he submitted to one when one had just broken through. After all, not only was he not an invincible high-level supreme god, he was not even close to being one. Such an existence was only at the bottom of the hierarchy among the envoys of the ultimate experts. No matter how weak he was, the ultimate experts would not take a liking to him. Wang family leader, don't change the topic. Tan Xiaoting raised his eyebrows slightly. It was not difficult to see the smug look on his face, but he continued with the previous topic. If your Wang family's Miss Wang Luoyu can marry young Master Meng Yuzheng, it will only be good for your Wang family. Although I don't know who your Wang family is planning to marry Miss Wang Luoyu in half a month, but I heard that he is not from the Sky Sand realm. In terms of status, he is probably far inferior to young Master Meng Yuzheng. The Azure Flame Saber King kept raising Meng Yuzheng's status as he spoke. Wang Kuei's expression did not change when he heard the Azure Flame Saber King's words. Azure Flame Saber King, there are some things that our Wang family can't do as we please. That young Master Li Feng, our Wang clan has promised him. Since we've agreed, Wang Luoyu will naturally marry him. I hope that the Azure Flame Saber Monarch can properly discuss this with the person behind you when he returns. I think that person is also a sensible person. Wang Kuei said. Wang Kuei's words also indicated his intention to leave the stage. Wang Kuei. As Meng Yuzheng's expression changed drastically, Tan Xiaoting's tone also became colder. Are you saying this for yourself or for the Wang family? Those two grand supreme elders of your Wang clan. Can you represent them? You should know that. This time, it was his honor who asked me to accompany young Master Meng Yuzheng to marry Wang Luoyu from the Wang family. As Tan Xiaoting spoke, his tone was extremely unkind. On the other hand, Wang Kuei smiled faintly when he heard those words. Just a moment ago, I've already informed the two supreme elders. The two supreme elders also have the same intention. Therefore, what I have just said can be said to represent the entire Wang clan. In the Wang clan, the two grand elders who were close to invincible high-level ultimate gods were the strongest. Below them was the Wang clan's patriarch, Wang Kuei. The decision made by the three of them was enough to represent the entire Wang clan. No one in the Wang family would dare to disobey the three of them. After receiving Wang Kuei's response, Tan Xiaoting's expression became increasingly gloomy. As for Meng Yuzheng, who was in front of him, his expression had long darkened. His fists were tightly clenched together, and his gaze was fierce. He was like an enraged ferocious beast that could attack at any time. In that case, Wang family is not giving face to his honor? Tan Xiaoting's voice became deeper and deeper. Azure Flame Saber King, the Wang clan has no intention of not giving face to the person behind you. Wang Kuei shook his head and said, however, everything has a first come, first served rule. If you had come a month earlier, even if you had appeared at the same time as young Master Li Feng, the Wang clan would still have prioritized betrothing Wang Luoyu to young Master Meng Yuzheng. However, it's a pity that you've come too late. Furthermore, our Wang clan has already set a date for young Master Li Feng and Wang Luoyu's wedding. The Wang clan will not change this matter. Unless, at this point, Wang Kuei paused for a moment before continuing jokingly, unless young Master Li Feng suddenly changes his mind and has no intention of marrying Wang Luoyu. If that's the case, it's not impossible for young Master Meng Yuzheng to be the one marrying Wang Luoyu in half a month's time. However, I don't think that's possible. As far as I know, young Master Li Feng is very fond of Wang Luoyu. It's impossible for him to abandon her. Wang Kuei's last sentence was a spur-of-the-moment thought up. At the same time, he wanted to push the blame of the Wang clan's rejection of the Meng clan's ultimate powerhouse onto Li Feng. The Wang clan was not afraid of an ultimate powerhouse. However, if they could avoid offending him to death, they would do so. Of course, to put it bluntly, Wang Kuei's actions were already diverting the trouble away. Until now, Wang Kuei still felt that he could not see through Li Feng, a peerless genius from outside the heavenly sand realm who was not even 10,000 years old but whose strength was close to that of an invincible higher godly master. Even in the outer realm, or even the myriad realms, such an existence was definitely one of the top ones. Now, he was doing this not only to appease the anger of the newly ascended ultimate powerhouse of the Meng clan in Kanglan City, but also to see what kind of choice that person would make in the face of pressure from an ultimate powerhouse. When he said the last sentence, he had already guessed that Meng Yuzheng would definitely bring people to look for Li Feng. What happened next was just as Wang Kuei had expected. Meng Yuzheng asked Wang Kuei to bring him to see Duan Lingtian. Naturally, in their eyes, that person was a young man named Li Feng. Young Master Meng Yuzheng, if you want to see young Master Li Feng, I can pass on your message. However, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to bring you there directly. Wang Kuei did not bring Meng Yuzheng there directly. After all, he did not want to offend the young man named Li Feng. How about this? I'll go and see young Master Li Feng first and ask for his opinion. What do you think? Humph. Meng Yuzheng snorted coldly. You can tell Li Feng directly. If he dares to not meet me, even if he completes the wedding in half a month, he might not be able to live to be with Miss Wang Luoyu for the rest of his life. Meng Yuzheng's eyes flickered with a fierce light as he threatened Wang Kuei. When Wang Kuei heard this, he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Meng Yuzheng. Clan leader Wang, I know your Wang clan has supreme powerhouses. However, I'm afraid those supreme powerhouses might not be willing to make a move for Li Feng, right? In the Wang clan, Wang Luoyu was only accepted as a direct descendant because her brother, Wang Yiyuan, was outstanding. The bloodline flowing in her body is only the lowly branch bloodline of the Wang clan. Moreover, I'm not targeting her, I'm targeting Li Feng. When he heard Meng Yuzheng say this, Wang Kuei did not say anything else. He only looked at Meng Yuzheng deeply. Young Master Meng Yuzheng, I'll pass on your message to young Master Li Feng. In the next moment, Wang Kuei asked someone to bring Meng Yuzheng and Meng Yuzheng away to rest. After he left the guest hall, he went straight to look for Li Feng. Duan Lingtian, who had changed his name to Li Feng, did not reject Wang Kuei when he heard that Wang Kuei had come looking for him. Instead, he asked him to wait for him in the courtyard. When Wang Kuei saw Duan Lingtian, he greeted him warmly before he said with a heavy heart, Young Master Li Feng, have you heard of the Meng clan in Azure Water City? The Meng clan in Azure Water City. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he nodded. It seems like a supreme powerhouse has appeared in the Meng clan in Azure Water City not long ago. This matter has also spread like wildfire in Blue Dawn City. If I hadn't gone out during this period, I might not have heard of the Meng clan in Azure Water City. Now the Meng clan in Azure Water City has successfully been promoted from a second-rate clan to a first-rate clan because of a supreme powerhouse. They're now one of the 6 tycoons in Azure Water City. This was Duan Lingtian's understanding of the Meng clan in Azure Water City. Chapter 44-27. That's right. Wang Kuei nodded. The current Meng family has been promoted from a second-rate family to a first-rate family in Kanglan City. All this is because their family gave birth to an ultimate powerhouse. The Meng family's grand elder, Meng Tianfeng. The Meng family's grand elder, Meng Tianfeng. Duan Lingtian had heard this name from many people in Blue Dawn City. He knew that the Meng family's ultimate powerhouse was Meng Tianfeng, so he did not feel anything when Wang Kuei mentioned his name. Wang Kuei seemed to have something to say but hesitated after he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said, Patriarch Wang, I'm sure you won't mention the Meng family of Kanglan City for no reason. If Patriarch Wang has something to say, please speak frankly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only thought that the news of his strength at such a young age had spread to the Meng family of Kanglan City. The Meng family of Kanglan City might be extending an olive branch to him. Apart from that, he could not figure out why Patriarch Wang Kuei of the Wang family had such a troubled expression. He was most likely worried that he would be poached by the Meng family of Kanglan City. However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was even more certain that the Meng family of Kanglan City wanted to rope him in. The direct descendant of the Meng family's ultimate powerhouse, Meng Tianfeng, wants to see me? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Patriarch Wang, do you know why he wants to see me? Although he had guessed it, he did not point it out and ask the obvious. However, when Wang Kuei spoke again, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He realized that he had misunderstood. The descendant of the ultimate powerhouse of the Meng family of Kanglan City was not here to rope him in but to compete with him for Wang Luoyu. Patriarch Wang, do you mean? In the past, he came to propose marriage but was rejected by the Wang family? Now that an ultimate powerhouse has appeared in the Meng family and he has the backing of an ultimate powerhouse, he wants to make a comeback and ruin the marriage between Wang Luoyu and me? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow, and his gaze instantly became sharp. That's what he meant. At the same time, Wang Kuei nodded and said righteously, "However, young Master Li Feng, don't worry. Our Wang family will definitely stand on your side. I've also bluntly rejected Meng Yuzheng. However, he still insists on meeting you, young Master Li Feng. Most likely, he is still unconvinced and wants to see what kind of person our Wang family betrothed Luoyu to, and what kind of background he has." Not interested. Hearing Wang Kuei's words, Duan Lingtian immediately responded in an indifferent tone. If I were to meet any Tom, Dick or Harry who comes looking for me, I Li Feng would be lowering my status. A descendant of a newly ascended powerhouse dares to ruin my wedding? How laughable. Patriarch Wang, since you said that the Wang clan's attitude is clear, then there's no need to bother with him anymore. I'm not interested in seeing him anyway. Duan Lingtian made his stance clear in a domineering manner. In the face of Duan Lingtian's strength, Wang Kuei's heart trembled. When the young man in front of him mentioned the words newly ascended powerhouse, his tone was obviously contemptuous. It was obvious that he did not think highly of the newly ascended powerhouse. A person with such confidence was either deliberately mystifying or had an even more powerful person behind him. With his achievements at such a young age, it's basically impossible for him to be deliberately mystifying. There should be an extremely powerful supreme powerhouse behind him. Moreover, it should be a supreme powerhouse outside of Xianxia. When he thought of this, Wang Kuei's heart trembled. At the same time, he was somewhat relieved that he had rejected Meng Yuzheng. Otherwise, he would have offended this person in front of him. The person behind Meng Yuzheng was only a newly ascended supreme powerhouse. Even if the few supreme powerhouses who had connections with the Wang clan were only mediocre among the supreme powerhouses, it was enough to deter the newly ascended supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan. However, the supreme powerhouse behind this young man named Li Feng could be a powerful existence among the supreme powerhouses. Even if the Wang clan had connections with a few supreme powerhouses, they would not dare to provoke such a supreme powerhouse. This was because it was very likely that the other party could rely on his own strength to deal with those supreme powerhouses. As expected, these heaven-defying geniuses rarely have any roots. Every one of them is someone with a powerful background. At this moment, Wang Kuei's back was drenched in cold sweat. "Young Master Li Feng, don't worry. I'll pass on the message immediately." Wang Kuei quickly replied. Compared to before, his tone was more respectful. Previously, he was only impressed by the young man's heaven-defying talent and strength. Now, he was completely intimidated by the supreme powerhouse behind the other party. Although the other party's talent and comprehension were high and his strength was strong, if he wanted to deal with the Wang clan now, it would be like striking a rock with an egg. However, if the supreme powerhouse behind the other party made a move, the Wang clan could be destroyed. As the current head of the Wang clan, he naturally did not want the Wang clan to be destroyed by his own hands. If that happened, how could he face his ancestors? After Wang Kuei left, Duan Lingtian's side regained its peace. However, while Duan Lingtian's side was calm, Meng Yuzheng of the Meng clan of Kanglan City flew into a rage when he found out that Duan Lingtian had no intention of meeting him. "Head of the Wang clan, if he doesn't want to meet me, then I'll meet him. I'd like to see what kind of thing he is. How dare he ignore me, a member of the Meng clan who received orders from a supreme powerhouse to marry Wang Luoyu." At this moment, Meng Yuzheng was like an enraged beast. However, in the face of his rage, Wang Kuei snorted coldly. "Young Master Meng Yuzheng, this is the Wang clan, not your Meng clan. Young Master Li Feng will become the son-in-law of the Wang clan in half a month's time. Now, he can be considered half a member of the Wang clan. If you want to meet him, you'd better wait until the wedding date in half a month's time." At this moment, Wang Kuei was furious. It was because of this fellow that he had almost offended young Master Li Feng, and might have destroyed the Wang clan. Meng Yuzheng naturally ignored Wang Kuei and clamored to meet the two grand elders of the Wang clan. In his opinion, the head of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei, was not strong enough to go against the wishes of his great-grandfather, the supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan, Meng Tianfeng. Head of the Wang clan, let the two grand elders come out for a meeting. I'm afraid you alone can't represent the entire Wang clan. The Azure Flame Saber King, Tan Xiuting, stared at Wang Kuei with an unfriendly gaze and said in a low voice, "Young Master Meng Yujing just wants to meet the young man chosen by the Meng clan. Is this request very high?" The Meng clan is unwilling to even agree to such a small request from young Master Meng Yujing, who has been instructed by the Supreme Lord. Tan Xiuting's tone became increasingly unfriendly as he spoke. "Since the two of you want to meet the Grand Elders, there's naturally no problem. Please follow me to the guest hall." Wang Kuei was also somewhat irritated by the two of them being so difficult to deal with. He kept bringing up the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan, Meng Tianfeng, and even said that he alone could not represent the Wang clan. Could it be that these two fellows thought that the two Grand Elders of the Wang clan were senile and did not know who was more important? Meng Yujing was making a fuss. It was not a big fuss, but it was not a small one either. After all, the person he was making a fuss about was the current head of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei. Almost everyone in the Wang clan knew Wang Kuei. Therefore, when Meng Yujing and Tan Xiuting were brought to the guest hall by Wang Kuei again, the news of Meng Yujing's unfriendly visit began to spread in the Wang clan. That Meng clan of Kanglan City really thinks that they are invincible just because they produced a supreme powerhouse? They want Meng Yujing to come over and forcefully marry Wang Luoyu? Humph. The Meng clan is only a newly promoted first-class clan. In the history of the Meng clan, this is the first supreme powerhouse of their clan. On the other hand, our Wang clan has produced supreme powerhouses in the past, and they have been reigning supreme for many years. Even today, they still have the power to protect us. Compared to our ancestors of the Wang clan, that Meng Tianfeng of the Meng clan is nothing. Shh. Lower your voice. After all, he is a supreme powerhouse. If he takes issue with you for being disrespectful to him, even the clan won't be able to protect you. The news spread in the Wang clan, and naturally, it spread to the person involved, Wang Luoyu. When Wang Luoyu heard about this matter, she could not help but frown. She knew that the wedding in half a month was only a part of her elder brother Duan's plan. After the wedding, elder brother Duan would bring her away from the Wang clan and Kanglan City. She had even been waiting for that day to come step by step. She did not expect such an unforeseen event to suddenly occur. Will elder brother Duan be able to withstand the pressure from the Meng clan? When she thought of this, Wang Luoyu could not help but feel slightly worried. However, when she understood the ins and outs of the matter, she heaved a sigh of relief. Based on the current news, the clan seems to be on elder brother Duan's side. Just as Wang Luoyu heaved a sigh of relief, Yi Changwei brought the old woman who followed her like a shadow to the courtyard and greeted Wang Luoyu. "Sister Luoyu, are you in?" "Sister Changwei." Wang Luoyu stood up and left the courtyard. She welcomed Yi Changwei and Yi Changwei in and greeted the old woman beside Yi Changwei at the same time. "Sister Luoyu, I heard that someone from the Meng clan of Kanglan City came and requested to change your wedding partner in half a month to Meng Yujing of the Meng clan." Yi Changwei went straight to the point as soon as she entered the courtyard. Her willowy eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Moreover, Meng Yujing even brought an envoy under the command of the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan. He said that this is the will of the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan. When Yi Changwei mentioned the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan, there was a hint of fear in her tone. The Meng clan of the past was nothing. However, due to the birth of a new supreme powerhouse, the Meng clan of today was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. They could no longer be underestimated. "That's what I heard." Wang Luoyu nodded. However, the clan has already expressed that the clan supports big brother Li Feng and will not listen to the Meng clan's unreasonable request. As she finished speaking, the corners of Wang Luoyu's mouth curled up into a smile as if she was relieved of a heavy burden. "I heard that too." Yi Changwei nodded. "I came to look for you because of this. Sister Luoyu, what kind of person is that big brother Li Feng of yours? He can actually make the Wang clan be willing to offend the Meng clan of Kanglan City, who now has a supreme powerhouse, for him." Chapter 44-28. Big Brother Li Feng. Faced with Yi Chengwei's question, Wang Luoyu was first stunned before she smiled shyly. Sister Chengwei, actually, I'm not too sure about Big Brother Li Feng's background. You're not sure about his background? Yi Chengwei's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean, you don't even know his background and you intend to marry him? At this moment, Yi Chengwei was slightly stunned. For the first time, she felt she didn't know her best friend before her. In her impression, her best friend called Wang Luoyu was absolutely not such a rash person. I only know that he's from outside the Heavenly Sand region. Wang Luoyu smiled lightly. As for the rest, I haven't asked yet. At the same time, I feel there's no need. After all, I like him as a person and not his background. The current Wang Luoyu was smiling like a little girl who'd lost her rationality because of love. The more she was like this, the more curious Yi Chengwei was about the big brother Li Feng that Wang Luoyu mentioned. Although this Li Feng was praised by Sister Luoyu to be unparalleled in the world, if he's really compared to that young man called Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid he's still lacking by quite a bit, right? After seeing Wang Luoyu's infatuation with that Li Feng, a violet figure couldn't help but appear in Yi Chengwei's mind. She felt that Li Feng was definitely inferior to Duan Lingtian. I'll be able to see that Li Feng in half a month's time. At that time, I want to see exactly what kind of person can actually make Sister Luoyu so infatuated with him. In Yi Chengwei's heart, she became more and more curious about Li Feng. After Yi Chengwei left, Wang Luoyu hurriedly left her residence and went to look for Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, that Meng Yujing of the Azure Water City's Meng clan won't cause trouble, right? After all, he has a new supreme expert behind him. When Wang Luoyu saw Duan Lingtian, she voiced her concern. If that ultimate powerhouse were to take action for him, elder brother Duan, I'm afraid you would be in great danger. How about we change our plan? Although Wang Luoyu also wanted to escape the cage that was the Wang family, she did not wish for anything to happen to the kind-hearted youth in front of her. In her opinion, it was already very difficult for the other party to fulfill his promise to her brother. She didn't want to see the other party throwing himself into danger. No need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Let's proceed according to the original plan. Not to mention the fact that the ultimate master might not personally make a move for him. Even if he did, the Wang family is not to be trifled with. Duan Lingtian was very clear in his heart. Originally, half a month later, even if the Wang clan invited those supreme experts who were familiar with the ancestors of the Wang clan, they might not necessarily show up. But now, for the sake of safety, the Wang clan would definitely invite at least one supreme expert to hold the fort. After all, the peerless genius named Li Feng was far more valuable in the eyes of the Wang clan than the mere threat from the Azure Water City's Meng clan. Duan Lingtian explained the pros and cons to Wang Luoyu. Only then did Wang Luoyu relax. At the same time, she felt that this person whom her brother Wang Yiyuan had entrusted before his death was far more reliable than she had imagined. On the other side, Meng Yujing had never imagined that even if the Wang clan's grand elder came personally, he would act like the Wang clan leader, Wang Kuei. Not only did he not support him in marrying Wang Luoyu, but he also did not allow him to forcibly meet the youth named Li Feng. Although only the Wang clan's grand elder came, the other party's meaning was very clear. He alone was enough to represent the two Wang clan's grand elders. That old fellow named Wang Jingrao. I didn't expect him to act like Wang Kuei and not show any respect to me and the ancestor. Currently, Meng Yujing was personally sent out of the Wang clan by Wang Kuei. Although Wang Kuei had invited him to attend the wedding of Wang Luoyu and another man in half a month's time, it was no different from humiliation. Therefore, after Meng Yujing left the Wang clan and found an inn in Blue Sky City to stay, he was extremely embarrassed and furious. This won't do. I can't let this matter rest. I can't take this lying down. The more Meng Yujing thought about it, the angrier he became. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man beside him. Uncle Tan, can you contact the ancestor and ask him to personally come to the Wang clan in half a month's time to pressure the Wang clan? The middle-aged man was none other than the Azure Flame Saber King, Tan Xiuting. He had come with Meng Yujing. When Meng Yujing was sent out of the Wang clan, he was sent out as well. When Tan Xiuting heard Meng Yujing's words, he raised his eyebrows slightly. I've already reported this matter to the Honorable Lord. The Honorable Lord is very angry that the Wang clan did not show him any respect. As for whether the Honorable Lord will personally come in half a month's time, that will depend on the Honorable Lord himself. Tan Xiaoting paused for a moment before he continued. Moreover, the Honorable Lord also said, the Wang clan would definitely not support a foreign boy for no reason. That kid most likely has an extraordinary background or something special. Moreover, although the Wang clan no longer has any supreme powerhouses, if anything happens to the Wang clan, the few supreme powerhouses that the ancestor of the Wang clan is on good terms with who are still alive might not just stand by and do nothing. Tan Xiaoting's words made Meng Yujing feel even more aggrieved. He suddenly felt that having a supreme powerhouse as his backing was not as good as before. Humph. Meng Yujing's eyes flashed as he thought of the blow he had suffered from the Wang clan today. The ancestor is afraid of the Wang clan, but I am not afraid of that guy called Li Feng. This is the Sky Sand territory. He is someone from outside the Sky Sand territory. Even if he is a dragon crossing the river, in front of our Zhonglan City's Meng clan, he still has to be obedient. In half a month's time, I'd like to see what kind of person he is. I'd like to see if he can withstand the anger and threat of our Zhonglan City's Meng clan. He is the husband of a lowly female descendant of the Wang clan. If something really happens to him, will the Wang clan really fall out with me and even our Zhonglan City's Meng clan? When a person dies, a lot of value will no longer exist. As Meng Yujing muttered to himself, his expression became more and more ferocious. His eyes were filled with killing intent as if he was about to devour someone. Uncle Tan. Meng Yujing looked at Tan Xiaoting and pleaded with a sincere expression. In half a month's time, I will send a message to that guy to force him to take the initiative to break off the engagement. It's fine if he knows what's good for him. If he doesn't, I'd like to ask Uncle Tan to make a move and kill him. At this moment, Meng Yujing was jealous of the young man named Li Feng whom he had never met before. At the same time, he also had the intention to kill him. However, Tan Xiaoting frowned when he heard this. That person is able to make the Wang clan willingly bear the pressure of their pride to marry Wang Luoyu to him. I'm afraid he's not an ordinary person. Before we find out his background, I don't recommend making a move on him. After all, Tan Xiaoting had lived for a long time, so he had a clearer view of many things. When Meng Yujing heard this, his brows furrowed slightly before they relaxed. He grinned. As far as I know, you're quite well versed in the Tao of assassination. I'm sure you'll be able to kill him under the circumstances where others can't find any clues, right? When Tan Xiaoting heard this, his brows raised. Even so, it's still slightly risky. If the other party's background is not ordinary and is even stronger than the Meng clan, it will bring disaster to the Meng clan. A true powerhouse wants to avenge his descendant. As long as there's suspicion, there's no need for evidence. Tan Xiaoting voiced his concerns. Uncle Tan, if you're willing to make a move, I have a treasure here that you'll definitely be interested in. I can give it to you. Meng Yujing raised his hand, and an item flashed in his hand. As soon as it appeared, it was put away into the self-destructed spatial ring. He was not afraid of Tan Xiaoting forcefully snatching it away. This is... Tan Xiaoting's pupils contracted rapidly at this moment. Even his breathing became extremely hurried. His chest rose and fell continuously like a bellows. Where did you get this thing from? At this moment, Tan Xiaoting's eyes were slightly red. Chapter 44-29. Tan Xiaoting had never imagined that Meng Yujing would be able to take out something like this. This was the godhead of a supreme master. Moreover, it was a fire-type ultimate divinity. He was originally skilled in fire-type laws of nature, and now his attainments in fire-type laws were extremely deep, having reached the minor perfection stage. Moreover, because his fire-type laws of nature had mutated even more, it gave him a greater chance of reaching the great perfection stage. To him, the fire-type ultimate divinity was absolutely a treasure that surpassed everything else. At least, to him now, it surpassed everything else. This was because once he had the fire-type ultimate divinity, his chances of reaching the great perfection stage in fire-type laws of nature would increase infinitely. He would have more than a 70% chance of reaching the great perfection stage. Huff, huff, huff. Therefore, at this moment, Tan Xiaoting's breathing was very rapid, and he could not calm down for a long time. Of course, after a while, Tan Xiaoting's emotions gradually calmed down. At the same time, he looked at Meng Yuzhing and said in a low voice, "Just now I didn't see clearly what that was. Can you let me see again?" Although he said that, there was a hidden greed in the depths of Tan Xiaoting's eyes. For the fire-type ultimate divinity, even if he had to kill the person in front of him, offend the Meng family of Kanglan City, leave the Sky Sand Realm, and become a fugitive, it would be worth it. As long as he comprehended the great perfection fire-type laws of nature, he would become an invincible high-level supreme god. At that time, he could totally find an even more powerful ultimate god as his backer. Even if Meng Tianfeng of the Meng family of Kanglan City saw him again, he would not dare to attack him. Invincible high-level supreme gods were much fewer in number than ultimate gods in the Outer Realm and the 10,000 realms. Uncle Tan. Meng Yuzhing was no fool. He smiled faintly and said, "You're skilled in fire-type laws of nature, so I'm sure you're more sensitive to it than anyone else. If you're not sure, then I'll tell you personally. That's an ultimate divinity, and it's a fire-type ultimate divinity. As for the origin of this ultimate divinity, I'm sure you can guess without me telling you. My ancestor gave it to me." The reason the old ancestor was able to become a paramount powerhouse is largely due to the fire-type paramount powerhouse divinity he obtained 10,000 years ago. However, after he became a paramount powerhouse, the fire-type paramount powerhouse divinity was no longer of much use to him, so he gave it to me. Meng Tianfeng, the newly ascended omnipotent of the Meng family in Azure Water City, was also proficient in the laws of fire. Because I'm the most outstanding amongst his direct descendants, and I'm skilled in the laws of fire. Hearing Meng Yuzhing's words, Tan Xiaoting raised an eyebrow. The Supreme Powerhouse's divinity that the Supreme Powerhouse gave you is not for you to casually give away. In the future, don't joke about this kind of thing anymore. If His Honor were to find out that you want to give that thing to someone else, I'm afraid that he would not be happy. Tan Xiaoting suddenly calmed down. Since it was given to him by that supreme expert, how could this Meng Yuzhing give it to him so easily? Most of what he said just now was just a joke. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong believed that the other party was also aware of the value of a supreme expert's godhead. Uncle Tan. Meng Yuzhing smiled. Perhaps I misspoke when I said that I would give you the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity. What I'm thinking is that if you can help me get rid of that brat who's going to marry Wang Luoyu in half a month, I'll lend you the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity so that you can use it to comprehend and become a Supreme Powerhouse or an invincible higher Supreme God. At that time, you can return it to me. Meng Yuzhing's expression turned serious as he said this. Of course, if you agree, Uncle Tan, you'll have to make a heavenly blood oath and promise that you'll return the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity to me after you become a Supreme Powerhouse or an invincible higher Supreme God. Otherwise, even if you kill that Li Feng, I won't lend you the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity. The heavenly blood oath was a kind of oath in the outer realm. Once it was fulfilled, one would be restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. Once the oath was broken, even if one fled the outer realm and hid in the land of the infinite worlds, it would be difficult to escape death. In the land of the infinite worlds, unless one was a supreme powerhouse, it was difficult to make a heavenly blood oath with blood. Therefore, the heavenly blood oath was rarely mentioned in the land of the infinite worlds. Moreover, in the land of the infinite worlds, it was usually the supreme powerhouses who maintained the order. For example, in the God-reversing realm, there were supreme powerhouses who maintained the oath. At the same time, Tan Xiaoting, who heard Meng Yuzhing's words, frowned slightly at first, but after a while, he relaxed. I can promise you this. As for whether Meng Yuzhing would go back on his word after the matter was done, he was not worried because even if Meng Yuzhing was protected by a supreme powerhouse, he would not dare to say that he would be followed and protected everywhere. There was no benefit in offending Tan Xiaoting. Moreover, now that Tan Xiaoting was under the command of the supreme powerhouse, Meng Tianfeng, he could be considered half a member of the Meng family. Meng Yuzhing would not tease him about this matter. Thank you, Uncle Tan. Meng Yuzhing smiled brightly. He did not expect Tan Xiaoting to reject him because he knew how tempting the supreme powerhouse's divinity was to him. Tan Xiaoting was also a well-known figure in the Sky Sand Realm. People called him the Azure Flame Saber Monarch, and he was famous for being arrogant and unruly. If not for the fact that the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Meng family was also proficient in the law of fire, Someone as arrogant and unruly as him might not have been willing to become a subordinate. In the past, there had been supreme powerhouses born in the Sky Sand realm, but no one had heard of him doing anything. Obviously, he was not very willing to become a subordinate of an supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he had heard from the Meng family's ancestor that Tan Xiaoting had become his subordinate because he wanted to consult him about the law of fire. At this moment, Duan Lingtian still did not know that he had been targeted by Meng Yujing of the Meng family of Kanglan City, whom he had refused to meet. Furthermore, he was going to hire someone to kill him. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. It would be good enough if someone who was not even as strong as the two supreme elders of the Wang family could escape from him. Duan Ling Tian silently waited for the arrival of the wedding day that would be half a month later. At that time, he would be able to leave with Wang Luoyu. As long as he settled Wang Luoyu down, he would be able to get back on track and continue on his own path. After that, the favor of the deceased Wang Yiyuan giving him the treasure would be written off. They would not owe each other anything. Half a month's time passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the Wang family's daughter's wedding came soon after. In fact, a few days before this, Lan Xiaocheng was already bustling with activity. The guests that the Wang family had invited from various places came to Lan Xiaocheng in an endless stream and stayed in the inn that the Wang family had arranged for them. The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, respectfully brought a sage-like old man back to the Wang family on the day before the wedding of Duan Lingtian's alias Li Feng and Wang Luoyu. Moreover, the supreme elder of the Wang family, Wang Jingrao, whom Duan Lingtian had fought before, immediately came to the door and respectfully kowtowed to the old man. End of chapter. Chapter 44-30. Your little Jingjing? The old man with the air of a transcendent being asked in surprise as he looked at the old man who was also over 60 years old kneeling on the ground. It's me, Senior Situ. Wang Jingrao replied respectfully as he knelt on the ground. I didn't expect you to remember me, Senior Situ. Back then when he was young, he was fortunate enough to meet this person in front of him. At that time, this person was not an ultimate powerhouse yet. He was a powerhouse who had joined the Wang clan's ultimate powerhouse patriarch and was also one of the external consecrators of the Wang clan. At that time, due to his outstanding talent, the Wang clan's ultimate powerhouse did not treat him as a servant. Instead, he treated him as a disciple and gave him pointers with great care. Because of this person had always been grateful to the Wang clan's ultimate powerhouse patriarch. Later on, this person successfully became an omnipotent expert and left the Wang clan. However, from then on, he became good friends with the Wang clan's omnipotent expert ancestor. Both in public and in private, he would respectfully address the Wang clan's omnipotent expert ancestor as teacher. Now, the reason the Wang clan lost their ultimate powerhouse and their former status was mainly due to this person in front of him. Of course I remember. The old man smiled slightly. I still remember the first time I met you. You were being bullied by a Wang clan disciple who was a few years older than you. At that time, you were crying and yelling that you, little Jingjing, would get back at him within 3 years. That was the first time I came to the Wang clan. At that time when I heard what you said, I had an impression of you. A few years later, I even specially asked the Wang clan's elder who received me. I didn't expect you to surpass that Wang clan disciple in just 2 years. The old man spoke casually, but Wang Jingrao, who was kneeling on the ground, was excited when he heard this. He did not expect the old man to still remember him. After all, this was his first time meeting the old man after so many years. In the past, although he knew of the old man's existence, he always happened to have something to do or was in closed-door cultivation. Therefore, the person who took the initiative to meet the old man was his elder brother, the other Wang clan's grand elder. Good luck. The old man still had a smile on his face. Now that you've come this far, it won't be difficult for you to advance further. I'll be in the Wang clan for the next few days. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can look for me any time. Thank you, Senior Situ. Hearing this, Wang Jingrao immediately became excited. The person in front of him had stepped into the omnipotent realm many years ago. Although he was not far from the omnipotent realm, there was still a large gap between them. If you can become a supreme expert, Even if Teacher's spirit in heaven knows that the Wang clan has produced a second supreme expert, he will be gratified, the old man said with a smile. At the same time, there was a hint of sadness in the depths of his eyes. However, neither Wang Jingrao nor the head of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, noticed it. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to protect the Wang clan for much longer. Once he died, the Wang family's status in the Blue Dawn City, and even the Heavenly Sand territory, would plummet. Although there were still a few other supreme experts in the Wang family who were in contact with him, he knew very well that without his supervision, the other supreme experts would no longer care about the Wang family. They would no longer leave behind the last piece of cloth to cover their shame. After all, the one who had helped those people in the past was only the ancestor of the Wang family who was an ultimate expert, and not anyone in the current generation of the Wang family. His existence more or less caused those people to have some scruples about their own reputation. They were afraid that if they ignored the Wang family, he would tell others about how ungrateful those people were. Once he died, those people would no longer have any scruples. Therefore, he hoped from the bottom of his heart that the Wang family could produce a second supreme expert, and Wang Jingrao was also one of the two most promising people in the current generation of the Wang family. While Wang Jingrao and the old man were conversing, the head of the Wang family felt a little guilty. Little Jingjing? This was the first time he had heard the pet name of his Grand Supreme Elder. He thought to himself, I didn't expect this ancestor to have such a cute and feminine pet name in the past. If the descendants of the Wang family who worshipped this ancestor of the Wang family found out, their worldview would probably be completely destroyed. While Wang Kuei was still letting his imagination run wild, Wang Jingrao and the old man had finished catching up. At the same time, she woke Wang Kuei up. Family head, Senior Situ has come from afar. Let's send him to my place to rest. Originally, the Wang clan had a guest courtyard that was used to entertain supreme powerhouses. However, since it had been given to Duanling Tian who had changed his name to Li Feng, Wang Jingrao immediately arranged for a distinguished supreme powerhouse guest to stay in his courtyard. Moreover, this way, it would be much more convenient for him to seek guidance from the other party regarding cultivation. Wang Kuei came back to his senses and led the way for the old man with Wang Jingrao. On the way, Wang Jingrao's voice transmission sounded in Wang Kuei's ears. Wang Kuei, just now. Did you hear what Senior Situ called me? Hearing this, Wang Kuei was startled at first, then as if he had just woken up from a dream. This was a warning to him. As the family head, Wang Kuei naturally had a high EQ. After being stunned for a moment, he came back to his senses and hurriedly replied through voice transmission. Grand Elder, I was just thinking about the wedding between Wang Luoyu and brother Li Feng tomorrow. I was wondering if there were some things that could be arranged more appropriately. Did Senior Situ call you anything just now? Wang Kuei had a blank expression on his face as though he really did not know anything. Nothing. Wang Jingrao nodded his head in satisfaction. However, his gaze was still filled with deep meaning. This time, it's been hard on you to personally bring Senior Situ over. Later on, after you send Senior Situ to my place, you can rest for a while and wait for the arrival of brother Li Feng and Luo Yu's wedding day tomorrow. Yes. Grand Elder. Wang Kuei hurriedly replied again, but his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He wondered if this Grand Elder would kill him to silence him if he did not know what was good for him. That should not be the case. However, it would not be so easy for him to get away with it. At this moment, Duanling Tian did not know that because Meng Yujing from the Meng clan of Conglan City had come to the Wang clan to cause a ruckus and said that the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan would back him up, the Wang clan had specially invited a supreme powerhouse to oversee the wedding of Li Feng and Wang Luoyu. In fact, he did not take Meng Yujing seriously at all. As for the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan of Conglan City, he also felt that there was a high probability that he would not appear at the wedding tomorrow. Even if he did appear, he was certain that the other party would not dare to make a move on him. After all, he had a mysterious origin and was not even 10,000 years old, but he already possessed such shocking strength. If it was any ordinary person, they would not think that he did not have any background. What a joke! How could someone who did not have any background or resources have such achievements at such a young age? Once the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan had any doubts or fears, as long as he was given time, he would have already fled with Wang Luoyu. At that time, even if the other party reacted, it would be too late. After tomorrow, The plan this time is more or less complete. After settling Wang Luoyu down, I'll have fulfilled my promise to Wang Yiyuan. After that, I can continue on my own path. I only hope that Meng Yuzheng from the Meng clan knows what's good for him. If he continues to pester me for no reason and goes too far, I don't mind consigning him to eternal damnation before I leave. Although he had never met Meng Yuzheng, the Meng clan's disciple who had come with ill intentions, he could tell that Meng Yuzheng was difficult to deal with from the words of Wang Kuei, the Wang clan leader. Tomorrow was the day of the wedding. It would be fine if Meng Yuzheng behaved himself, but if he did not, he would not mind teaching him a lesson. An invincible high-level supreme god. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian collected his thoughts and thought about his next goal. The current me is still some distance away from being an invincible high-level supreme god. Although the temporal and spatial laws are close to the perfection realm, I have not officially stepped into that realm. If both of them step into the perfection realm, my true combat strength should be comparable to some of the invincible high-level supreme gods who did not rely on the perfection realm's nomological profundity. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Not all invincible higher-level supreme gods had mastered a single law to the perfection realm. Among the invincible high-level supreme gods, the most powerful ones were those who had mastered a particular law to the perfection realm. Even if they did not rely on the four Tao of heaven and earth, their strength was still extremely shocking. Even those who had mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth, such as the sword principle that he had mastered, were far from being a match for them with the perfection realm's nomological profundity. Even he felt that even if he had comprehended the temporal and spatial laws to the perfection realm, he would not be a match for those invincible high-level supreme gods with the sword principle that he had mastered. Those invincible high-level supreme gods were the top existences among the invincible high-level supreme gods. When they mastered the laws to the extreme, quantitative changes would lead to qualitative changes. Their strength was extremely terrifying. It said that the four Tao of heaven and earth can also be perfected. However, there has never been anyone who has mastered any of the four Tao of heaven and earth to the perfection realm in the outer realm or even in the history of the 10,000 worlds. Some people say that if someone has mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth to the extreme, even if their nomological profundity has only reached the perfection realm, their strength may not be inferior to those who have mastered the laws to the perfection realm. If one has mastered the laws to the perfection realm and mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth to the perfection realm, one's strength may reach the level of invincibility below the ultimate experts. One may even be able to fight against an ordinary ultimate expert. Of course, what Duan Lingtian said to himself at the end was just speculation that he had read in some ancient books. The real situation was not necessarily so. Moreover, an ordinary person can become an ultimate expert without mastering the four Tao of heaven and earth to the perfection realm. How many people can give up the opportunity to become an ultimate expert and continue to study the four Tao of heaven and earth to the perfection realm with the cultivation of a high-level supreme god? Even if everyone knows that studying the four Tao of heaven and earth will become more difficult after becoming an ultimate expert. Chapter 44-31. Duan Lingtian still had a long way to go before he could become an ultimate expert. However, from another point of view, it was almost inevitable that he would become an ultimate expert. Putting aside the fact that he had mastered an extraordinary sword Tao, which was enough for him to become an omnipotent expert, even the 5 divine elements in his body would be able to push him forward and become an omnipotent expert as long as he could improve further. Many higher ultimate gods sought the opportunity to become an ultimate expert, but it seemed to be worthless to Duan Lingtian. However, the current Duan Lingtian did not have much desire to become an ultimate expert. What he desired most now was to become an invincible higher godly venerable. The number of invincible higher ultimate gods in the outer realm and even the land of the 10,000 realms was far less than an ultimate expert. It was even said that the number of invincible higher ultimate gods was less than 1/10 of the number of ultimate experts. What did this mean? Under such a concept, one could see how precious invincible higher ultimate gods were. In the outer realm and even the land of the 10,000 realms, there's a saying, if you're confident of becoming an invincible higher ultimate god, it's best not to rush to become an ultimate expert. This is because once you become an ultimate expert, whether it's the 4 Tao of heaven and earth or the law profundity, it'll be a world of difference compared to before you break through. The ideal situation is to reach the perfection stage in the law profundity and the 4 Tao of heaven and earth before seeking a breakthrough. However, in the history of the Outer Realm and even the land of the 10,000 realms, such an existence has never appeared. There's a legend that if such an existence appears in the land of the 10,000 realms, he'll have the strength of a universe master as soon as he breaks through to the ultimate expert realm. The Universe Master Realm is the name of the ultimate expert realm. In the land of the 10,000 realms, there are only a few dozen people who can reach this level. If a person has the strength of a universe master as soon as he breaks through to become an ultimate expert, what does that mean? Just thinking about it made Duan Lingtian's scalp tingle. After coming to the outer realm, as he gained a deeper understanding of the outer realm, he also gained a deeper understanding of the outer realm. He learned a lot of things about the outer realm. This included the fact that once one became an ultimate expert, it was extremely difficult to increase one's strength. Among the ultimate experts, there were different levels. The ultimate experts of the Universe Master Realm were the top existences among the ultimate experts. It is said that, in the vast myriad worlds, only the 3 most powerful realms and the 18 realms below them have such existences. It is because of this that the 21 realms are able to dominate the myriad worlds and even make the other realms willingly submit to them and even offer up the realm power of their realms. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought of something else. Universe Masters are so powerful. If they are willing to help, they should be able to forcibly remove the soul imprisonment in Kerr's body, right? If they can. When I become an invincible higher ultimate god, I just have to choose to work under a Universe Master and let that expert help me. Kerr will be able to successfully free herself from the soul imprisonment. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. At the same time, his desire to become an invincible higher ultimate god became even more resolute. He could not wait to cultivate and comprehend the precepts. Of course, after a moment of restlessness, he quickly calmed down. Now, I should first deal with the matter that Wang Yiyuan asked me to do. After settling Wang Luoyu down, I will continue to wander in the outer realm and continue on my path of becoming stronger. After calming down, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the next day to come. Currently, there were still scattered sounds outside the room and in the courtyard. Those were the people that the Wang family had arranged for to decorate his new room. As for the inside of the room, when the wedding ceremony began the next day, there would naturally be people who would decorate it. Now, no one would disturb Duan Lingtian's peace and quiet. This was also specially instructed by Wang Kuei, the Wang family head. The night passed in the blink of an eye amidst many people's anticipation. Duan Lingtian also walked out of his room early in the morning. Under the Wang family's arrangements, he successfully changed into a festive red ceremonial robe. His long hair was also tidied up, making his already extraordinarily handsome face appear even more heroic and awe-inspiring. Young Master Li Feng, I will now bring you through the process of the Wang family's wedding ceremony. If there's anything you don't understand, you can tell me. A middle-aged woman walked beside Duan Lingtian and said with a smile. Actually, the wedding ceremony may seem complicated, but you just need to go through the motions. Of course, there are still some distinguished guests that we would like to invite you and Miss Luoyu to greet and entertain. The middle-aged woman's words allowed Duan Lingtian to see the importance that the Wang family placed on this wedding. Of course, he did not object to this. To him, all of this was just a formality. Perhaps after today, he would have to leave the Wang family, and Wang Luoyu would disappear forever before the Wang family's eyes. In the future, he might still have some interactions with the Wang family, but that would be because he was indebted to the Wang family's grand elder, Wang Jingrao, and had to repay the Wang family to the best of his ability. Chapter 44-32. To the people of the Wang family, that son-in-law by the name of Li Feng was very mysterious. It was said that he had taken the initiative to approach them. Some people even said that despite his young age, he was already as powerful as the Wang family's grand elder. When he first arrived at the Wang family's grand elder was already at a disadvantage. It was said that one of the patrolling disciples who had been present at the time spread the news. However, when someone asked the patrolling disciples who had been present that day to confirm it, none of them confirmed it. It was as if they had been given a gag order. This made most of the members of the Wang family even more curious about the identity of this son-in-law. If the rumors were true, then this son-in-law was not even 10,000 years old, but he was already as powerful as the Wang family's grand elder. Such a person would be a first-rate genius even in the entire Xianxia realm. If he really is such a monstrous person, coupled with his possible background, even if he comes from outside the Xianxia realm, he is indeed worthy of our Wang family's attention. The clan definitely won't act rashly. Between this new son-in-law and the Meng clan of Azure Water City, the clan chose the new son-in-law. This shows that the new son-in-law is far more important than the Meng clan of Azure Water City. There were still many rational people in the Wang family. Through this incident, it was not difficult to guess the importance of this son-in-law in the eyes of the upper echelons of the Wang family. This time, all the reputable forces within the Xianxia realm had received invitations from the Wang family, including a group of powerful forces with supreme powerhouses. Although the Wang family did not have any supreme experts, the forces with supreme experts who had received invitations still sent people over. Even the supreme experts who stood at the top of the pyramid in the Xianxia realm did not fear the Wang family when they had supreme experts. This time they also sent people over. However, the people they sent were not the core members of their respective forces. Even so, they still gave the Wang family enough face. After all, the Wang family did not have any supreme experts now. This time, the Wang family was able to be so busy mainly because of the supreme expert ancestor of the Wang family. The glory he had left behind had allowed the Wang family to flourish until now. Many people felt that if the Wang clan wanted to completely decline, they would have to sever all ties with the supreme experts of the Wang clan. Or before that happened, the Wang clan had yet to produce a supreme expert. Otherwise, even if the Wang family did not have a supreme expert, there would not be many people or forces within the Xianxia region who would underestimate him. How troublesome! Although the woman in charge of arranging things for him said that everything should be simple, even this simple wedding ceremony still made Duan Lingtian feel that it was cumbersome and troublesome. Fortunately, the Wang clan had sent people to do most of the work, so Duan Lingtian saved a lot of effort. What he wanted to do was to be a vase. He would stand there and follow Wang Kuei, the head of the Wang family, to receive the guests from all the powerful forces in the Sky Sand realm. Wang family head, congratulations! Wang family head, your Wang family's son-in-law this time is clearly not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian didn't know the people who came at the beginning, so he just greeted them with Wang Kuei. However, when a loud voice sounded from behind him, it woke him up from his reverie. Ta Yu from the Qiming Mountain and his descendant, Ta Mengsha, congratulate the Wang family on behalf of the Qiming Mountain. A loud voice resonated in the air as a middle-aged burly man walked in with a young burly man in tow. When both of them saw Duan Lingtian, it was obvious that they were momentarily stunned. The young burly man behind them stared at Duan Lingtian with wide eyes. Qiming Mountain. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked by the two people in front of him who came from the Qiming Mountain. When he heard the voice mention the name, Ta Mengsha, he only felt that it sounded familiar. He didn't think much of it. However, when the young burly man stared at him with his sharp eyes and unruly gaze, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the scenes that happened in Dancing Sun City. At that time, he had defeated a giant ape, but he did not take its life. That giant ape. It seemed to be called Ta Mengsha. It's him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also confirmed the identity of the middle-aged burly man in front of Ta Mengsha. He was one of the three great demons who followed the demon master from Qiming Mountain to flatten Dancing Sun City. Qiming Mountain was one of the demon master's three great right-hand men. When he was still in Dancing Sun City, he only knew that Qiming Mountain was very strong, but he didn't know how strong Qiming Mountain was. It was not until later that he found out that any of the three great demons under Qiming Mountain's Qiming Demon Venerable had the strength of an invincible high-level ultimate god. Greetings, Senior Ta Yu. Wang Kuei, the Wang clan leader, said respectfully. This confirmed Duan Lingtian that Ta Yu's strength was close to that of an invincible high-level ultimate god. Until now, there were only a few guests who could make Wang Kuei so respectful. This showed how important Ta Yu was in Wang Kuei's heart. Haha. Clan leader Wang. Congratulations. Our demon master is busy and can't leave, so he ordered me to participate in this grand wedding of yours. I hope the Wang clan won't take offense. Ta Yu laughed. His laughter was as loud as thunder, attracting the attention of many guests who were walking in front of him. However, when these people saw Ta Yu's face clearly, fear appeared in their eyes one after another. Qiming Mountain, Ta Yu. This was a powerful great demon with a bad temper. Anyone who had provoked him in the past would not have a good ending. Senior Ta Yu, you must be joking. Your presence brings light to the Wang clan's humble dwelling. Wang Kuei grinned warmly and introduced Duan Lingtian to Ta Yu. Senior Ta Yu, this is one of the main characters of our Wang clan today, Li Feng. Brother Li Feng, say hello to Senior Ta Yu. Wang Kuei said. At this moment, Ta Yu's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian, giving Duan Lingtian a slight pressure. However, it was only a slight pressure. Duan Lingtian looked at Ta Yu and smiled. Li Feng greets Senior Ta Yu. It's been a long time since we last met. Senior Ta Yu is still as elegant as ever. Wang Kuei was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Ta Yu took a deep look at Duan Lingtian and said, during the Battle of Dancing Sun City, I knew that you were not an ordinary person. It's a pity that you left early, so I didn't have time to thank you for sparing Ta Meng Sha's life. As he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at the young man behind him. Ta Meng Sha, why don't you thank Brother Li Feng for sparing your life that day? Hearing Ta Yu's words, everyone was shocked. Wang Kuei's expression changed greatly. Chapter 44-33. Not killing him? Who could not understand the meaning behind this? That was because Li Feng was able to kill Ta Meng Sha, but he didn't kill him. However, even though it sounded like a huge favor, Wang Kuei's expression changed when he heard this. It was as if he had guessed what was going to happen next. Even those who had come to watch the show were watching the development of the situation with great interest. Ta Yu from the Qiming Mountain actually asked his adopted son, Ta Meng Sha, to thank the son-in-law of the Wang clan for sparing his life? This person almost killed Ta Meng Sha? He is not even 10,000 years old and yet he is so powerful. Amazing. I just don't know if Ta Yu will stand up for his adopted son. I don't think so. Didn't you hear what Ta Yu said? He even thanked the other party for sparing his adopted son's life? Isn't that sarcastic? Although we can't see Ta Yu's anger now, who can be sure that this is not the calm before the storm? Other than the Wang clan members who were on high alert, the rest of the people were just watching the show. After all, this had nothing to do with them. It was a matter between the son-in-law of the Wang clan and the Qiming Mountain. Li Feng, thank you for sparing my life. Ta Meng Sha frowned. In the end, he stepped forward and thanked Duan Lingtian under the gaze of his adopted father. However, his frown did not ease for a long time. One day, I will defeat you, Ta Meng Sha said proudly. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard that. I look forward to that day. Defeat him? Did Ta Meng Sha think that he had used all his strength in the past? Right now, even if Ta Yu personally attacked him, he would still be able to escape unscathed, let alone Ta Meng Sha. If he was given more time to improve his strength, he would not be afraid of Ta Yu. He might even be able to defeat him. Wang clan leader. At this time, Ta Yu looked at Wang Kuei again and said with a sigh, I really didn't expect that the son-in-law of the Wang family is this little brother. Let me congratulate the Wang family in advance for having such a powerful son-in-law. The aptitude of a supreme expert. Ta Yu's words caused an uproar among the crowd. They didn't expect Ta Yu to have such a high opinion of the Wang family's son-in-law. Of course, most people felt that Ta Yu was just being polite. Thank you for your praise, Senior Ta Yu. Wang Kuei thanked Ta Yu on behalf of Duan Lingtian. Ta Yu continued, I'm not praising him. This is what the demon venerable said to us personally. He said that this little brother has the potential to become an omnipotent expert. After Ta Yu's explanation, the entire place was in an uproar. No one had expected that the Qiming monster venerable of the Qiming Mountain, a powerful omnipotent expert, would praise a young man who was not even 10,000 years old. For a moment, everyone looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. After all, this was someone who was acknowledged by even the most powerful beings. Perhaps in the future, the second most powerful person in the Wang clan would be him. At this time, Duan Lingtian just smiled faintly and looked at Ta Yu, saying, Senior Ta Yu, please send my regards to Lord Demon Venerable. In the past, I left in a hurry because I had something urgent to attend to, so I didn't pay my respects to Lord Demon Venerable. I hope he can forgive me." At this time, Duan Lingtian was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He didn't expect that he would be targeted by the Qi Ming monster Venerable of the Qi Ming Mountain in the Dancing Sun City. He didn't know if the Qi Ming monster Venerable didn't have the time to deal with him, or if he didn't want to bother with him. "Okay," Ta Yu responded and then led Ta Meng Sha inside. As he walked, he looked back at Duan Lingtian and said with a friendly smile, "Little brother Li Feng, if you have time in the future, you can come find me at the Qi Ming Mountain any time. I'm sure Lord Demon Venerable would like to meet little brother Li Feng." At this time, Ta Yu was much more polite. The reason for his politeness was because before he came, he had heard that the Wang clan did not even give face to the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan in the Azure Water City because of Li Feng. It was obvious the Wang clan's son-in-law's background was not simple. It was only when he saw the Wang clan's son-in-law that he realized he had seen him before. He had even spared his foster son, Ta Meng Sha, when the Qi Ming Mountain destroyed the Dancing Sun City. It was precisely because he knew the other party was outstanding, and he guessed the other party had an extraordinary background that Ta Yu's attitude toward Duan Lingtian was much better. "Of course," Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. He only returned to his senses after Ta Yu and Ta Meng Sha's silhouettes disappeared from his sight. He continued to welcome the guests with Wang Kuei. Soon after, Wang Kuei frowned slightly. This was because the two people walking over were the people from the Meng clan in the Azure Water City, Meng Yujing and the Azure Flame Saber King, Tan Xiuting. "Humph!" Meng Yujing brought Tan Xiuting forward and stopped in front of Wang Kuei. He did not look at Wang Kuei but looked at Duan Lingtian instead. His eyes were filled with coldness and unwillingness. "Clan leader Wang. Is this the husband your Wang clan chose for Wang Luoyu?" Meng Yujing asked as he glanced at Wang Kuei indifferently. Wang Kuei looked deeply at Meng Yujing and said indifferently, "Young Master Meng, if you're here as a guest, the Wang clan welcomes you. However, if you're here to cause trouble, please leave the Wang clan." Wang Kuei's tone was extremely domineering. "Clan leader Wang." Tan Xiuting, who was standing behind Meng Yujing, spoke while Meng Yujing was frowning. "Young Master Meng Yujing came here on behalf of the Honorable One. You want him to leave the Wang clan because the Wang clan doesn't welcome the Honorable One?" Tan Xiuting mentioned the new supreme powerhouse behind the Meng clan as soon as he spoke. In just a blink of an eye, the atmosphere became tense. When Wang Kuei heard Tan Xiuting's words, he did not rush to explain. Instead, he smiled faintly. "I, Wang Kuei, believe that if Senior Meng Tianfeng came here personally, he would definitely not be as aggressive as young Master Meng. I, Wang Kuei, and even the Wang clan, respect Senior Meng Tianfeng very much. After all, he was the clan leader of the Wang clan. He knew how to be polite." "Humph. Let's go." Seeing that Wang Kuei was not easy to deal with, Meng Yujing snorted coldly and led Tan Xiuting inside. It was obvious that he had made up his mind to attend the wedding of Duan Lingtian's alias, Li Feng, and Wang Luoyu. "Brother Li Feng." Wang Kuei comforted Duan Lingtian. "That Meng Yujing is a good-for-nothing. Don't hold it against him. If the Meng clan didn't have a supreme powerhouse, they wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. He's just a clown." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He did not seem to care at all. "Why are you here?" Right at this moment, an exclamation of disbelief and disbelief sounded from afar. There was a young woman with a delicate and pretty appearance there. She was holding the hand of a middle-aged man, and there was an old woman following behind them. Regardless of whether it was the young woman or the old woman, Duan Lingtian was no stranger to them. Chapter 44-34. The newcomers were Yi Qiangwei and the old woman who had been by her side in the past. At this moment, the old woman was still behind Yi Qiangwei. Beside Yi Qiangwei was a middle-aged man with a dignified face who bore some resemblance to Yi Qiangwei. The moment Duan Lingtian saw the three of them, it was not difficult for him to guess the identity of the middle-aged man beside Yi Qiangwei. He was most likely Yi Qiangwei's father, one of the candidates to inherit the position of patriarch of the Ye family. Although he had only met Wang Luoyu a few times, he had heard some things about Yi Changwei from Wang Luoyu. He knew that Yi Changwei was here for her and had the intention to help her get rid of the marriage alliance with the Wang family. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian had a slightly better impression of Yi Changwei. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian only regained his senses after a brief moment of shock when he saw Yi Changwei. At the same time, he did not intend to explain to Yi Changwei why he had introduced himself as Duan Ling Tian. He believed that from Yi Changwei's perspective, she would most likely think that Duan Ling Tian was his alias. Why is it him? At this moment, Yi Changwei was completely dumbfounded. She did not expect that the young man named Li Feng, whom her sister Wang Luoyu was going to marry, was actually the young man who called himself Duan Ling Tian that she had a good impression of. He actually gave me a fake name? At this moment, Yi Changwei could not help but feel disappointed and disappointed. At the same time, she could not help but feel envious of her sister Wang Luoyu. This was because she had a good impression of the person in front of her as well. This was also the first time in her life that she had a good impression of a man of the same age. At the same time, she could tell that he was a good person. I didn't expect. He's Li Feng. Yi Changwei's gaze was extremely complicated. The old woman behind Yi Changwei was obviously stunned when she saw Duan Ling Tian. When she regained her senses, her gaze was also extremely complicated. At the same time, she carefully looked at the back of her miss in front of her. She could clearly see her miss's delicate body trembling slightly. Wire, what's wrong? At this moment, the middle-aged man standing beside Yi Changwei also felt his daughter's body trembling. He couldn't help but ask with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" "Father, I'm fine." Yi Changwei regained her senses and shook her head. "It's just that when I think of Sister Luoyu getting married, I suddenly feel a little disappointed." "Silly girl." The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. "She's married, but she's still your sister. That won't change. Even if she leaves the Sky Sand Realm with her husband in the future, will she never come back? Even if she doesn't come back, can't you go look for her?" The middle-aged man, who was Yi Changwei's father, comforted her. "Let's go and meet Luoyu's husband. From what you said, he's a man that both Luoyu and the Wang family have chosen. He's definitely not an ordinary person." As the middle-aged man spoke, he led Yi Changwei up to Wang Kuei and Duan Ling Tian. Elder Yi Cheng. After the middle-aged man beside Yi Changwei took the initiative to greet him, Wang Kuei also smiled and greeted him. "Your daughter and Luoyu are close friends. Since Luoyu is getting married this time, you're also considered her elder. You should drink a few more cups." "Of course." Yi Cheng laughed heartily. At the same time, his gaze fell on Duan Ling Tian. Elder Yi Cheng. Duan Ling Tian nodded at Yi Cheng and then looked at Yi Changwei, who was beside Yi Cheng. "Miss Yi, we meet again." Originally, Yi Changwei didn't even look at Duan Ling Tian because she was worried that her heart would be even more shaken. Now that she heard Duan Ling Tian take the initiative to greet her, she raised her head and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. "Yes, we meet again. I just didn't expect you to be the big brother Li Feng that Luoyu mentioned." "Wei, you're acquainted with this brother Li Feng?" Yi Cheng was slightly surprised. On the other hand, the Wang clan leader Wang Kuei was slightly surprised as well. "Miss Yi is acquainted with brother Li Feng?" If Yi Changwei was acquainted with their Wang clan son-in-law, Li Feng, because of Wang Luoyu, he wouldn't be surprised. However, now it seemed like she wasn't acquainted with Li Feng because of Wang Luoyu. "Father." At this moment, Yi Changwei looked at Yi Cheng, who was beside her, and said in a slightly lowered voice, "Big brother Li Feng is the young genius who saved my mother-in-law and me on the way here that day." This sentence caused Yi Cheng to turn pale with fright. Previously, he had heard from his daughter how powerful the person who saved her was. He was definitely not weaker than Yi Cheng. At that time, his daughter had also said that the person should be less than 10,000 years old. To have such strength before the age of 10,000 was truly shocking. Before he came, he was already filled with curiosity about the young genius. However, he didn't expect to see him here and under such circumstances. At this moment, he finally understood why the Wang clan was willing to take the risk of offending the Meng clan of Kanglin City, and still insisted on betrothing Wang Luoyu to this person before him. It turned out that the person before him was such a heaven-defying existence. Based on how heaven-defying the other party was, his background must be extraordinary as well. The Wang clan has really found a treasure this time. Yi Cheng sighed in his heart. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at his daughter, Yi Chengwei, who was beside him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If Wei can find such a husband, even if I'm no longer around in the future, I won't have to worry about her future. Although Yi Chengwei deliberately lowered her voice, he still heard her words. For a moment, her eyes narrowed slightly. When she looked at Yi Cheng again, she saw the shock in his eyes. It seems like Brother Li Feng's strength won't be able to be concealed for long. Wang Kuei thought to himself. At this moment, Yi Cheng, who had regained his senses, looked at Wang Kuei and smiled. Patriarch Wang, congratulations to the Wang clan for obtaining a son-in-law. Thank you, Elder Yi Cheng. Wang Kuei smiled and thanked him. Elder Yi Cheng, please come in. The ceremony will begin soon. Please go in and take your seat. All right. Yi Cheng responded and led Yi Chengwei and the old woman away. Before he left, he specially bid farewell to Duan Lingtian. Brother Li Feng, we'll go in first. See you later. Take care, Elder Yi Cheng. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded as he watched the three members of the Ye clan leave. After that, Duan Lingtian followed the Wang clan patriarch Wang Kuei to receive more than 10 guests from afar. When it was almost time, they left to prepare for the ceremony. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian did not suggest to the Wang clan to simplify the wedding ceremony as much as possible. Even though he knew that the Wang clan would respect his opinion, he did not want to alarm them. Now, only the last step of the plan was left to succeed. At this time, he did not want to complicate matters. Today's wedding ceremony is over. In 2 days, I can find an excuse to leave. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 44-35. After Yi Chengwei entered the arena with her father, she temporarily left him. According to her, today was the day her good sister, Wang Luoyu, got married. As her elder sister, she had to accompany Wang Luoyu. Yi Cheng did not think there was anything wrong with this. It was to the extent that when he realized Wang Luoyu's husband, Li Feng, was a peerless monster, he wished his daughter would have a closer relationship with Wang Luoyu. Therefore, he agreed to his daughter's request without the slightest hesitation. As for Yi Chengwei, who was leaving Kargalik, that old woman was still following behind her like a shadow. Young Mississippi, perhaps Yi Cheng did not know his daughter's thoughts, but the old woman who was always by Yi Chengwei's side could vaguely guess Yi Chengwei's current feelings. Some people are just passers-by. Don't take it to heart. She knew that her young miss had a favorable impression of that young man, who called himself Duan Lingtian. Although her young miss didn't mention it, as someone who had experienced it before, it wasn't difficult for her to notice. Granny, why don't you think he told me his real name? Yi Chengwei was slightly disappointed. So his name was Li Feng, not Duan Lingtian. Why did he lie to her? Was she not even worthy of a word of truth? Young miss, don't think too much. The old woman shook her head and said, since young Master Li Feng did not tell you his real name, it means he must have his own concerns. You should understand him. Moreover, he's going to become young Miss Luoyu's husband soon. From today onwards, there will be a lot of interactions between the two of you. The old woman continued. Of course, the old woman's words had a double meaning. She was clearly telling her young miss that Li Feng was already taken and hinting her young miss to stop thinking too much. She knew her young miss was arrogant. In the past, she had never beamed with joy in front of men of the same age. Only that young man, Li Feng, made her young miss unable to forget. Yes. Yi Chengwei's delicate body trembled slightly. He's going to be Sister Luoyu's husband soon. Speaking of which, from today onwards, he's my brother-in-law. Granny, I'm fine. Now, let's go find Luoyu. Since her brother is no longer around, I will accompany her on behalf of her brother and watch her get married. Yi Chengwei said. Hearing her young miss's words, The old woman secretly heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly responded. She could tell that her mistress had let it go. Even if it was only for a moment, as long as there was enough time, she believed that her young miss would be able to let it go completely. Sister Rose. Wang Luoyu, who was preparing at the back, was surrounded by a group of people. There were also 3 or 4 women who were in charge of adjusting her makeup. Although her makeup was not done yet, her appearance today was far better than her usual self. Even if the Duan Ling Tian were here, looking at Wang Luoyu now, he might feel that she had some experience. Sister Luoyu, you're so beautiful. Even Yi Qiangwei, who was also a woman, couldn't help but smile when she saw Wang Luoyu. Big Sister Rose, since you came with Uncle Yi, then you should have already met Big Brother Li Feng, right? Wang Luoyu asked Yi Qiangwei with a smile as she cooperated with the women around her. She knew that her big sister Rose was full of curiosity towards her big brother Li Feng. It was a pity that big brother Li Feng didn't want to meet her. Now, she could finally get what she wanted. Yes, I met him. Yi Qiangwei nodded. Sister Luoyu, do you still remember that I told you that I was saved by a young expert on my way here? Wang Luoyu nodded with a face full of fear. Luckily, that big brother saved you. Otherwise, I really can't imagine what would have happened to you. Wang Luoyu still had a face full of fear when she thought about that incident. In fact, when Yi Qiangwei first arrived, she didn't mention it because she was afraid that Wang Luoyu would be worried. It was only until many days later that she brought it up in a casual conversation. Even so, Wang Luoyu was still shocked. Only then did she know that her big sister Rose was almost kidnapped by the people from the Blood Sea because of her. Fortunately, a young expert took action and saved her big sister Rose. Today, I met him again. Yi Qiangwei said. Wang Luoyu was stunned and then asked curiously, Big Sister Rose, was he invited to my wedding with Big Brother Li Feng? Did you greet him? This time, did he tell you his name? Wang Luoyu was very curious about this. That day, when her big sister Rose told her that the other party refused to talk to her too much and didn't even want to tell her his name, she was shocked. She couldn't imagine what kind of person would be so disdainful of a beauty like her big sister Rose. Could it be that he liked men and didn't like women? He wasn't invited to your wedding. Yi Qiangwei looked at Wang Luoyu with a complicated gaze and sighed. He is your big brother Li Feng. This sentence made Wang Luoyu completely stunned. Big brother Li Feng? Elder brother Duan? Elder brother Duan was the one who saved big sister Rose? Wang Luoyu's gaze became complicated when she thought of this. It turned out that the young man who came all the way to Lanshao City's Wang family, just to fulfill his promise, had already met Sister Rose before meeting him. Furthermore, he had even saved Sister Rose. Big brother Li Feng. At this moment, Wang Luoyu took a few more glances at Yi Qiangwei. It was not difficult to see the loneliness in her eyes. What a joke. I can't believe elder brother Duan is the one who saved big sister Rose. Moreover, it's obvious that big sister Rose has feelings for him. Wang Luoyu's heart trembled. At the same time, her eyes flashed. She almost wanted to tell Yi Qiangwei the truth about Duan Ling Tian saving her from the Wang clan. At the critical moment, she remembered her elder brother Duan's warning and recognized him as her master. I can't believe the person who saved big sister Rose is big brother Li Feng. I didn't hear big brother Li Feng mention this before. At this moment, Wang Luoyu felt a little guilty and embarrassed. In the end, it was Yi Qiangwei who came back to her senses and changed the topic to break the slightly awkward atmosphere. At this time, she was also somewhat regretful that she had expressed some admiration for her life-saving grace in front of Wang Luoyu that day. Miss Luoyu, it's almost time. Let's get ready and go out. After Wang Luoyu's makeup was done and she chatted with Yi Qiangwei for a while, someone rushed over and reminded Wang Luoyu. At this moment, the surrounding Wang clan members began to get busy again. Yi Qiangwei followed Wang Luoyu because she had planned to be Wang Luoyu's maternal family member and sent her to that man's side. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian was already waiting on the other side. According to the wedding customs of the Wang clan in Lanshao City, he and Wang Luoyu would enter from 2 different directions and gather on the high platform to face the guests seated below the high platform. After that, there would be a series of ceremonies. After the ceremony, the 2 of them would be considered to have completed the wedding. After that, They would toast the guests and thank them. The wedding ceremony was held in the vast martial arts arena of the Wang clan. Of course, the arena had been decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It looked very jubilant. In front of a table of banquet, Meng Yujing looked at Tan Xiaoting excitedly and asked hurriedly through voice transmission, "Uncle Tan, the elder master, is really coming?" "Yes." Tan Xiaoting nodded and replied through voice transmission. His honor said that he also wants to see what kind of background this fellow has to be able to make the Wang clan reject him. Reject the Meng clan that has such a powerful person like him in charge. "When will the elder master arrive?" Meng Yujing's tone became more urgent. At the same time, his eyes shone brightly, like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Chapter 44-36. He should be arriving soon. Just as Tan Xiaoting was replying to Meng Yujing, a figure was traveling on the road from Kanglin City to Lanshao City. Feng Su was riding on the wind. He was above the clouds, and his figure was ethereal. Even when people passed by below, they did not discover his whereabouts. It was an old man. He looked old from afar, but up close, he had white hair and a youthful face. There were faint black strands in his grayish-white hair, and his face was very ruddy. He looked more like a young man who had deliberately made up and dressed like an old man. The old man was wearing a light gray robe. As he moved, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. Bursts of imperceptible flames swept through the air, causing the air to sizzle. Wang clan. As the old man ran, his eyes were somewhat ethereal. Scenes from back then appeared in his mind. That year, he was only a junior who was not even 10,000 years old. He followed his elders to Lanshao City to meet the Wang clan's ultimate powerhouse patriarch as if he was on a pilgrimage. The Wang clan's ultimate powerhouse patriarch was much stronger than an ordinary ultimate powerhouse. It was also because of this that the Wang clan at that time not only had a high status in Lanshao City, but also in the entire Sky-San territory. Not to mention anything else. Even the 5 ultimate powerhouses of the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City, who had recently been annihilated, could not stop the powerful demon venerable of Qiming Mountain and his helpers. If it were the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City or the great clans of Lanshao City, just the Wang clan's patriarch alone was enough to make the demon venerable of Qiming Mountain wary and not dare to provoke him. I really didn't expect that. The Wang clan that was so powerful in the past would be reduced to such a state now. They can only rely on Senior Wang's protection. Now there are still a few ultimate powerhouses that the Wang clan can rely on. But what will happen in the future? If the Wang clan does not produce an ultimate powerhouse, their status today will soon be gone. Thinking of this, the old man thought of the clan behind him. However, while I'm lamenting the Wang clan, isn't my Meng clan the same? Now that I've stepped into the realm of an ultimate powerhouse, my strength has improved, and my lifespan has become longer. However, even so, there will be a day when I leave. Today, all the glory the Meng clan has gained because of me will vanish with me. As the old man muttered to himself, he sighed again. Based on the old man's words, his identity was obvious. He was the new supreme expert of the Meng clan, Meng Tianfeng. Lan Xiaocheng. The Wang family. With the appearance of the newlyweds, the atmosphere of the Wang family's wedding banquet was completely ignited. This son-in-law of the Wang family is really a talent. Just her looks alone are enough to make her the #1 beauty in Lanshao City. I wonder what kind of background this son-in-law of the Wang family has. For the Wang family to reject the Meng family, his background must be extraordinary. When Duan Lingtian and Wang Luoyu walked up to the stage from 2 different directions, the guests below the stage couldn't help but burst into discussion. Wang Luoyu was the #1 beauty in Lanshao City. Even those who had not seen her before were mentally prepared for her appearance. However, they were unfamiliar with Duan Lingtian's alias, Li Feng. Due to this reason, most of the people's attention was on Li Feng. Welcome to our Wang family's grand wedding banquet. As the patriarch of the Wang family, I, Wang Kue, would like to thank all of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this banquet. On the stage, the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kue, bowed to the people below the stage as he was the one presiding over the wedding. In fact, It was rare for the patriarch of the Wang family to be the one presiding over the wedding banquet unless it was a direct descendant of the family marrying a woman from a prominent family or a direct descendant of the family marrying a person from a prominent family. As for the latter, it was usually a wedding banquet held in the Feng family. The patriarch of the Wang family would never be the one presiding over the wedding banquet. Therefore, in the history of the Wang family, there were very few cases where the patriarch of the Wang family would be the one presiding over the wedding of a direct descendant of the Wang family. As the current patriarch of the Wang family, this was the first time Wang Kuei had encountered such a situation. In the past, he had been the one presiding over the wedding banquet as well. However, he had been the sole casting stone for the male direct descendant of the Wang family, the female direct descendant of the Wang family, and even the female direct descendant of the Wang family. This was his first time. Because of this, it caused a lot of discussion among the people below the stage. They all felt that the Wang family's son-in-law this time was definitely not simple. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Today is the wedding banquet of our Wang family's direct descendant, Wang Luoyu. Today, she will officially marry Li Feng, a young talent who came from outside of the Sky Sand realm. I, and even the Wang family, will give them our highest blessings. Also, when Duan Lingtian and Wang Luoyu walked up to the stage, Wang Kuei, the patriarch of the Wang family, began a long speech that Duan Lingtian almost dozed off. However, during this process, Duan Lingtian's gaze swept across the crowd below the stage. Most people's gazes were normal. They stared at him with eyes full of puzzlement and curiosity. However, there was also one gaze that was exceptionally sharp and vicious. It was none other than the disciple of the Meng family from Kanglan City, who had been overbearing when he had accompanied Wang Kuei to welcome the guests earlier, Meng Yuzheng. Duan Lingtian had not taken Meng Yuzheng seriously from the beginning. Even now it was still the same. Therefore, he completely ignored Meng Yuzheng's vicious gaze. However, just because he ignored Meng Yuzheng did not mean that Meng Yuzheng also ignored him. At this moment, while Meng Yuzheng stared at Duan Lingtian, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Kid, you'll pay the price for your recklessness. I'll tell you the truth. My great-grandfather, the strongest person in our Meng family, is about to arrive. Once he arrives, your wedding will be over. I only hope that you can be as unyielding as before in front of that old man." When Meng Yuzheng sent the voice transmission, his tone was cold and filled with a strong sense of threat. When Duan Lingtian heard Meng Yuzheng's voice transmission, he did not look back at him. This made Meng Yuzheng even more furious. This bastard. Does he think that I'm lying to him and scaring him? At the same time, Wang Kuei, the Wang family's patriarch, finished his long speech and formally introduced Duan Lingtian to the guests below the stage. Of course, he did not go into detail about his talent and strength. He only said that he came from a large family outside of Xianxia. He was a rare young talent. After introducing Duan Lingtian's alias, Li Feng, he introduced Wang Luoyu, who was next to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he passed the wedding gift that the Wang family had prepared to Wang Luoyu. "Luoyu, even if you're married, you're still a member of our Wang family. This will never change." Wang Kuei smiled warmly. Wang Luoyu was, naturally, flattered and guiltily accepted the wedding gift from the Wang family. She knew this was a critical moment, and she could not let the cat out of the bag. She did not want to ruin her elder brother Duan's plan. "After this wedding, I'll have to leave the Meng family. I heard from elder brother Duan that his hometown, the God Defiance realm, is not bad. Perhaps, I can consider going there and find a mundane realm to spend the rest of my life there." Wang Luoyu thought to herself. When the ceremony was about to end, and the guests below the stage began to eat, a clear voice rang out. A voice that was not loud but extremely clear suddenly rang in everyone's ears out of thin air. It seemed to come from all directions, and it was difficult to identify the specific source of the voice. "I'm Meng Tianfeng from the Meng family. I've heard that the Wang family is marrying off a daughter, so I've come to ask for a toast." When the crowd heard this voice, they were all shocked. The Meng family? Meng Tianfeng? Is that the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng family in Songlan City? Many people cried out in surprise as their eyes widened. "It's him. I didn't expect him to come personally. What's going on? A supreme powerhouse is here to attend the wedding of a junior from the Wang family? This doesn't make sense. Could the rumors be true?" Meng Tianfeng, the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng family, wanted the Wang family to betroth Wang Luoyu to a junior from the Meng family, but the Wang family rejected him? If this is true, this Meng Tianfeng has come with ill intentions. Chapter 4437. The ultimate powerhouse of the Meng clan, Meng Tianfeng. He had arrived at the Wang clan in Lanshao City. Wang Kuei, the clan leader of the Wang clan, who had a joyous smile on his face, heard the voice from outside. His expression changed slightly before he calmed down. Then, he rose into the air and looked in the direction of Kanglin City where the Meng clan was located. He bowed slightly and cupped his hands. Clan leader of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei, welcomes senior Meng Tianfeng. In fact, Wang Kuei did not know where Meng Tianfeng's voice came from. However, he knew that he was most likely in the direction of Kanglin City. This was because he was most likely from the Meng clan in Kanglin City. Clan leader Wang was just a young man when I first met you. I didn't expect you to become the clan leader of the Wang clan today. The voice rang out again. Then, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion arrived with the wind. Very soon, he appeared in Wang Kuei's field of vision and before everyone present. It's senior Meng Tianfeng from the Meng clan. When Meng Tianfeng appeared, many people present recognized him immediately. Among them, there were also some old people who looked at Meng Tianfeng with complicated expressions. They could be considered Meng Tianfeng's old friends, and they were people of the same generation as Meng Tianfeng. However, today, the difference between them and Meng Tianfeng was like the difference between heaven and earth. Greetings, Senior Meng Tianfeng. As many people left their seats and bowed respectfully to Meng Tianfeng, the rest of the people present also stood up and bowed respectfully to Meng Tianfeng. Only a small number of senior elders remained seated in front of the table, with no intention of standing up. They were either from the same generation as Meng Tianfeng or from the forces behind them. They were not afraid of the Meng clan in Kanglin City who had Meng Tianfeng now. Although they were not ultimate powerhouses, they still had the pride of a powerful force. For example, Ta Yu, one of the three great demons under the venerable demon of the Qiming Mountain, and his adopted son, Ta Meng Sha, sat there motionlessly. They had no intention of bowing to Meng Tianfeng. The venerable demon of the Qiming Mountain was extremely powerful. He was considered a powerhouse even among the ultimate powerhouses. During the Battle of Dancing Sun City, there were 5 ultimate powerhouses in Dancing Sun City. If there were 2 less, the venerable demon of the Qiming Mountain would not even need to ask for help. At this moment, with the arrival of the Meng Tianfeng, the new ultimate powerhouse of the Meng clan, Duan Lingtian's name, was completely stolen the limelight. As for Duan Lingtian himself, he was also the ultimate powerhouse of the clan. There was no fear on Meng Qi's face. More often than not, it was more casual. This is the new clan ultimate powerhouse of the clan ultimate? He doesn't look much different from those few supreme experts in the Dancing Sun City. Meng Tian is his name. Currently, Duan Lingtian was no longer the young lad who had never seen a supreme powerhouse before. During the battle in Dancing Sun City, not only did he see many supreme powerhouses, but he had also seen them fighting. However, his eyes and divine consciousness could not follow their movements. He could not see how they fought. Before he met an ultimate powerhouse, he was filled with longing and yearning for them. Now he was just like that. An ultimate powerhouse was an even more powerful existence. They were also living beings with emotions and desires. They were afraid of death and wanted to continue living. Apart from being stronger, they were no different from others. I didn't expect Senior to still remember me. Hearing Meng Tianfeng's words, Wang Kuei, the head of the Wang family, was flattered. After all, although he had seen the old man in front of him back then, it was only once. At that time, the other party was already an important figure in the Meng clan of Kanglin City. When he came to the Wang clan as a guest, the Wang clan leader had personally accompanied him. On the other hand, he was just a young man. At that time, I could tell that you were different from ordinary young men. Later, when I heard that you had become the Wang clan leader, I mentioned this to a few old friends and praised myself for having a good eye. Meng Tianfeng smiled faintly and said, Clan leader Wang, let's end our small talk here. There are many old friends of mine here. Let me greet them. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Tianfeng's figure flashed and he was already in the open space below. In the next moment, more than a dozen figures went up to greet Meng Tianfeng. Brother Meng, congratulations. Brother Meng, I personally went to Kanglin City to congratulate you, but because you were in seclusion, I didn't dare to disturb you. I only wanted to visit again in the future, but I didn't expect to meet you here in advance. Brother Meng, how have you been? Before Meng Tianfeng became an ultimate powerhouse, he was an important figure in the Meng clan of Kanglin City. He had also trained outside for many years and made many connections, so he had many friends outside. Among them, there was no lack of people from the ultimate forces. At the same time, the Meng clan's disciple, Meng Yuzheng, also walked over with Tan Xiaoting and bowed respectfully to Meng Tianfeng. Yuzheng greets the ancestor. Supreme Lord. Tan Xiaoting also bowed respectfully to Meng Tianfeng. Then, he took a few steps forward and stood behind Meng Tianfeng respectfully. Seeing the famous Azure Flame Saber Monarch in the Sky Sand territory act like this, Meng Tianfeng's group of old friends had complicated expressions. The Azure Flame Saber Monarch was not weaker than them. In fact, he was even stronger than them. They had befriended him as equals. But now, he had become Meng Tianfeng's follower. Just now, although Meng Tianfeng did not put on any airs, the pressure from the aura of an ultimate powerhouse made them feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. After greeting him, they had the urge to quickly leave. They knew that Meng Tianfeng was no longer people of the same world as them. As long as they did not step into the ultimate realm, they could not be the same as before in front of Meng Tianfeng. Ancestor, that guy is the one who is going to marry the daughter of the Wang clan, Wang Luoyu. His name is Li Feng. He knows that I'm from the Meng clan of Kanglin City and that the Meng clan has an existence like you, but he still doesn't give me or the Meng clan any face. Meng Yuzheng complained to Meng Tianfeng as soon as he opened his mouth. At this moment, Meng Tianfeng's group of old friends, who were just about to find an excuse to leave, raised their eyebrows. It seemed that the rumors might really be true. The Wang clan had rejected their old friend this time and instead married the daughter of the Wang clan to a young talent from outside the Xianxia realm. However, they did not think that their old friend would be angry because of this. After all, the background of the Wang clan's son-in-law was still unclear. Rashly offending him might not be a good thing for the Meng clan. The Wang clan's choice actually explained many things. As expected, in the face of Meng Yuzheng's complaint, Meng Tianfeng said indifferently, "In my opinion, it's you who doesn't know what's good for you and offended the son-in-law of the Wang clan, right?" Now, although Meng Tianfeng and the others were in a corner of the wedding banquet, they were still the center of attention and had never left the sight of the crowd. Go! Apologize to young friend Li Feng. When Meng Tianfeng spoke with a stern tone, not only was Meng Yuzheng dumbfounded, but even the members of the Wang clan and the various guests present were stunned. What was going on? Could it be that the ultimate powerhouse of the Meng clan, Meng Tianfeng, knew the identity and background of the Wang clan's son-in-law? Otherwise, why would he do this? Ancestor. Meng Yuzheng's expression changed drastically. He originally thought that his greatest backer had arrived, but at this moment, it was as if he had fallen from heaven into the dark and boundless abyss of hell. Chapter 44-38. Even the Azure Flame Saber King, Tan Xiaoting, who was standing behind Meng Tianfeng, was stunned. He had no idea what was going on. He had always thought that the person in front of him was angry that the Wang clan in Lanshao City did not give him face by not marrying Wang Luoyu to his direct descendant, Meng Yuzheng. He had thought that this person was here to cause trouble for the Wang clan. He did not expect that after Meng Yuzheng complained, he would reprimand him and even ask him to apologize to the Wang clan's son-in-law. What's going on? Tan Xiaoting and Meng Yuzheng were not the only ones who were stunned. Everyone else was stunned as well. This was especially true for the clan leader of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei. He also thought that Meng Tianfeng had come to look for trouble, and he was even prepared to send a message to get support. However, He never expected that Meng Tianfeng would actually change the topic and say something that everyone found unbelievable when Meng Yuzhing took the initiative to complain, and almost everyone thought that he would stand up for Meng Yuzhing. He actually asked his direct descendant, Meng Yuzhing, to apologize to Li Feng. Moreover, when he mentioned Li Feng, he even addressed Li Feng as young friend Li Feng. After all, this was a supreme powerhouse. Could it be that he knows about Brother Li Feng's background? At this moment, Wang Kuei could only think of this possibility. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you going? Meng Tianfeng looked at Meng Yuzhing indifferently. Although his tone was calm, when it entered Meng Yuzhing's ears, it was like a huge bell that shook his heart. In the next moment, even though Meng Yuzhing was extremely unwilling, he did not dare to hesitate. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he walked toward the bridegroom today, Duan Lingtian, whose alias was Li Feng. Li Feng, I'm sorry. Once again arriving in front of Duan Lingtian, Meng Yuzhing no longer had the arrogance from before. Although the depths of his eyes still contained unwillingness and anger, he did not dare to show it on the surface. As for Duan Lingtian, when faced with Meng Yuzhing's apology, he instead said indifferently, "Young Master Meng, I don't think you've done anything wrong to me. Everyone has a heart that loves beauty. I can understand." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Meng Yuzhing took a deep look at Duan Lingtian before turning around and leaving. He returned behind Meng Tianfeng and stood side by side with Tan Xiuting. As for Meng Tianfeng himself, his gaze was also on Duan Lingtian. He nodded and smiled at the Duan Lingtian. "Little friend Li Feng, I heard that you came from outside the Heavenly Sand Realm. I think the faction behind you is not ordinary." As soon as Meng Tianfeng said this, Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Senior, you flatter me. The power behind me is definitely incomparable to the current Meng family of Kanglan City." Incomparable. When Duan Lingtian said this, it sounded like he was being modest. However, when it entered the ears of Meng Tianfeng and Wang Kuei, it was completely different. Incomparable. Was the power behind Li Feng incomparable to the Meng family, or was the Meng family incomparable to the power behind him? There was a double meaning in his words. At this moment, Wang Kuei was also somewhat stunned. So this old fart Meng Tianfeng doesn't know about Brother Li Feng's background? If he knew, he would not have said such a thing. There was no need for that. It was better to just get close to him. However, if that was the case, why was Meng Tianfeng so polite to Brother Li Feng? Wang Kuei could not understand. Could it be because my Wang family's attitude towards Brother Li Feng is different? Although this could explain some things, it should not be enough to make a supreme expert like Meng Tianfeng lower his head. There must be some other reason. My young friend Li Feng, you are too humble. Meng Tianfeng shook his head. If I say that my young friend Li Feng came from a humble background, I'm afraid no one would believe that you were able to get the inherited heaven sword from the Wang family. When Meng Tianfeng said this, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything. This was because he had never heard of the inherited heaven sword. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything. It did not mean that others did not feel anything. Especially the Wang family head, Wang Kuei. His pupils shrank sharply as his heart trembled. How did he know? The inherited heaven sword. This was the name of the supreme expert that he had personally invited to the Wang clan. When that supreme expert was only a high-level ultimate god, this name had already resounded throughout the entire Heavenly Sand territory. Now, the name of the inherited heaven sword was even more shocking in the Sky Sand territory. This was because he was one of the strongest supreme experts in the Sky Sand territory. He was as famous as the Qi Ming demon venerable from the Qi Ming mountain. If the supreme experts in the Sky Sand territory were divided into two echelons, then, supreme experts like the inherited heaven sword, Situ Lei, and the Qi Ming demon venerable would be in the first echelon. For example, Meng Tianfeng, the other supreme experts in Lanshao City, Kanglan City, and even the 5 supreme experts in Dancing Sun City would be in the second echelon. What? The inherited heaven sword is here? The Wang family is so influential? Although I heard that the Wang family was related to the inherited heaven sword, Situ Venerable, it was only hearsay. After all, the inherited heaven sword is such a lofty existence. I didn't expect it to be related to the Wang family. I heard about this too. I thought it was fake, but now it seems like it might be true. Earlier, someone said that if the Wang family was only related to ordinary supreme experts and did not have any supreme experts to rely on, they would not be able to maintain their mansion in Lanshao City. It was because of the existence of the inherited heaven sword that they could do this. Now it seems like it's true. Many guests present were in an uproar at this time. Of course, there were also some guests who were not surprised. It was obvious that they knew about the relationship between the inherited heaven sword and the Wang family. Among them was the Ye family's elder, Yi Cheng, and Yi Chengwei's father. I didn't expect the Wang family to invite the inherited heaven sword, Situ Lei. It seems like the Wang family has a certain understanding of this young man's strength and background. Yi Cheng was secretly shocked. At this time, Duan Ling Tian also learned about the coldness of the 3 words inherited heaven sword, through the discussions and whispers of many guests. The inherited heaven sword, Situ Lei, was a top powerhouse in Tiansha. He was as famous as the Qi Ming demon venerable of Qi Ming Mountain. Patriarch Wang. At this time, Meng Tianfeng looked at Wang Kuei and said with a faint smile, "I'm here to congratulate the Wang family on this marriage and to pay a visit to the inherited heaven sword, Senior Situ. Patriarch Wang, please tell him that I, Meng Tianfeng, want to meet Senior Situ. I have some questions about cultivation that I need to ask him for help." It was a complete accident that Meng Tianfeng knew that the inherited heaven sword had come to the Wang family. This was because he had gone to the inherited heaven sword's cultivation ground at around the same time and was told that the inherited heaven sword had already left. It should be noted that the inherited heaven sword rarely left its place of practice. It was usually in secluded cultivation. This time, it had left at this time, so it was easy to imagine its destination. It was also at this moment that he guessed that the inherited heaven sword was most likely taken away by the Wang family of Langxiaking. Just now, when he saw the reaction of the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, he confirmed his guess. The inherited heaven sword, Situ Lei, was in the Wang family. Senior Meng. At the same time, Wang Kuei spoke after a moment of silence. "Senior Situ wants you to meet him. Please follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Kuei led the way. Meng Tianfeng followed closely behind him. A wedding was completely interrupted with the arrival of Meng Tianfeng, and the originally festive atmosphere came to an abrupt end. If it were a normal newlywed, they would definitely be angry at Meng Tianfeng for stealing the limelight. However, Duan Ling Tian and Wang Luoyu did not feel anything. Instead, it was Yi Chengwei who complained unhappily in Wang Luoyu's ear. This new supreme master of the Meng family came at the right time. But it's not bad to see Meng Yuzheng suffer. He's really a toad lusting after a swan. How can a good-for-nothing like Meng Yuzheng be worthy of my sister Luoyu? Duan Ling Tian was beside Wang Luoyu at this time. When he heard Yi Chengwei's words, he did not say anything. Instead, it was Wang Luoyu who comforted Yi Chengwei. It was as if the female lead today was not her but Yi Chengwei. This was because Yi Chengwei was even more annoyed. Duan Ling Tian inadvertently looked around and happened to meet Meng Yuzheng's eyes. It was as if fire was about to shoot out of Meng Yuzheng's eyes. The hatred in his eyes was even more intense than before. Duan Ling Tian did not care about this. He did not care about a good-for-nothing like him. If the Meng family wanted to deal with him, as long as Meng Tianfeng did not personally make a move, no one in the Meng family would be able to stop him. Uncle Tan. Tan Xiuting did not leave with Meng Tianfeng. He stood beside Meng Yuzheng and heard Meng Yuzheng's words. "After today, you can find an opportunity to kill him. As long as you bring his corpse back to me, I'll lend you the paramount divinity to comprehend. I believe in Uncle Tan's methods." The flames of hatred burned in the depths of Meng Yuzheng's eyes. On the other hand, the flames of greed rose in Tan Xiuting's eyes. However, although he yearned for the paramount divinity that was suitable for him to comprehend, Tan Xiuting still retained his rationality. Meng Tianfeng's words today are not without reason. This Li Feng is definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, the Wang family would not have been able to get the inherited heaven sword for him. Although he, Tan Xiuting, was also known as the Azure Flame Saber King. However, in front of the inherited heaven sword, he was only a younger brother among younger brothers. There was no comparison at all. Even before the inherited heaven sword had become an ultimate expert, it would have been extremely easy to kill him. Moreover, the inherited heaven sword had become an ultimate expert and stood at the peak of the heavenly sand realm. Even if I find an opportunity to make a move, I still have to test him. Although it's almost impossible for him to have an ultimate expert protecting him, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have an ultimate expert protecting him. After confirming that he has no one protecting him or that I can deal with the people protecting him, I'll make a move. Chapter 44-39. Although Tan Xiaoting dreamed of obtaining a suitable omnipotent divinity, even if it was just borrowing it, however, if he could lose his life because of it, he would rather not. Although he was ambitious, the prerequisite for achieving his ambition was to be able to live on properly. Once a person died, there would be nothing left. No matter how ambitious he would need to be alive to be able to grow wild. Uncle Tan. Seeing that Tan Xiaoting did not respond for a long time, Meng Yuzhing's expression darkened. Could it be that the Azure Flame Saber King was so frightened today that he forgot about the deal he made with him? Or did he not have the guts to continue the deal? I know what to do. Tan Xiaoting spoke at this time. As long as there is a chance, I will not give up the chance to borrow the omnipotent divinity from you. Hearing Tan Xiaoting's words, Meng Yuzhing inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. His originally gloomy expression eased a lot, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Li Feng. So what if you're in the limelight today? Unless you don't leave the Wang family. Unless the Wang family can send experts to protect you. Otherwise, when the Azure Flame Saber King makes a move, you won't be able to escape death. Although the inherited heaven sword was guarding the Wang family today, which made him feel extremely sullen, Meng Yuzhing also knew that the inherited heaven sword was invited by the Wang family to guard the situation. It was impossible for the inherited heaven sword to protect the Wang family's son-in-law, Li Feng. Even the other experts of the Wang family who were comparable to the Azure Flame Saber King, Tan Xiaoting, would not be sent to protect Li Feng. This was because such experts could be counted on one hand in the entire Wang family. They were the top experts of the Wang family. It was impossible for them to be a guard, even if that person was the son-in-law of the Wang family. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what Meng Yuzhing was thinking, nor did he know that the Azure Flame Saber King, Tan Xiaoting, had reached an agreement with Meng Yuzhing. Duan Lingtian was waiting for the return of the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Kuei, to continue the wedding between Li Feng and Wang Luoyu. With the arrival of the strongest expert of the Meng clan, Meng Tianfeng, the wedding had lost a lot of the limelight. Even after Meng Tianfeng left, most people were still talking about Meng Tianfeng and the inherited heaven sword, Situ Lei, whom Meng Tianfeng said was invited by the Wang clan. Situ Lei was an extremely famous existence in the Sky Sand realm. He was also recognized as one of the strongest experts in the Sky Sand realm. As long as Situ Lei is here, it will be difficult for the Wang clan to decline. Many people sighed inwardly. At this moment, many people had spread the news of what had happened. This made some of the people and forces who had declined the Wang family's invitation feel somewhat regretful. They didn't expect the Wang family to keep in close contact with Situ Lei, the inherited heaven sword. This time, they even invited Situ Lei, who no ordinary person could invite, to the Wang family. I should have gone. Not to mention that I'm not that busy to begin with. Even if I'm really busy, I should still go. I wonder if the Wang clan will bear a grudge this time. The Wang clan's wedding shocked everyone inside and outside the Wang clan. After the news spread throughout Lanshao City, it caused a stir everywhere, and people began to discuss the meeting between the two strongest experts of the Wang clan. As for Duan Lingtian, who was supposed to be the main character of the day, Li Feng, and Wang Luoyu, their limelight was completely stolen. Of course, the two of them didn't care about this. After going through the entire process of the wedding, the two of them returned to their bridal chamber, which was the courtyard where Duan Lingtian was staying in the Wang clan. At this time, the courtyard had been refurbished. When Duan Lingtian and Wang Luoyu returned, all the servants and maids sensibly waited outside, leaving the bridal chamber to the two of them. Elder brother Duan, you've worked hard today. In the bridal chamber, Wang Luoyu looked at Duan Lingtian with an apologetic expression. Today, this elder brother Duan not only had to do things, but he also had to deal with the malice of Meng Yuzhing from the Meng clan in Lanshao City. When the strongest expert from the Meng clan arrived, she even broke out in a cold sweat for this elder brother Duan. Fortunately, it was a close call in the end. It's nothing. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. In the next few days, we'll continue to stay in the bridal chamber and not go out, creating the illusion that we're in a gentle home. After a few days, I'll look for Patriarch Wang and tell him that I'm going to take you out for a walk. At that time, the Wang clan won't suspect anything. I'll send you far away from the Wang clan and Lanshao city, and that'll count as fulfilling my promise to your brother. Although he couldn't use what Wang Yiyuan had left for him now, he could imagine that it would be a great help to him in the future. Because of this, as long as there was a glimmer of hope to fulfill Wang Yiyuan's promise, he would give it a try. Yes. Wang Luoyu couldn't help but feel excited when she heard this. She was finally going to leave this place that was like a cage that trapped her freedom. All of this was given to her by her late brother. When she thought of her late brother, Wang Luoyu's eyes turned red again. It took her a long time to return to normal. I want to live well, live freely. That way, I won't waste my brother's painstaking efforts. Wang Luoyu warned herself inwardly. At the same time, a figure appeared in Wang Luoyu's mind. It was a beautiful figure. Apart from her brother, she was the person she trusted the most. Yi Changwei. Elder brother Duan. Wang Luoyu hesitated for a moment before she finally looked at Duan Lingtian and said, My elder sister Changwei seems to like you a little. She's a very good person if it's possible. Before Wang Luoyu could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian cut her off. Impossible. I already have a wife. After I've settled you down, I'll continue to search for a way to save my wife. There's no need to say such nonsense. Duan Lingtian's tone became much calmer as he spoke, causing Wang Luoyu to feel estranged. She instantly shut her mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. Of course, although she didn't say anything else, she still couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Elder sister Changwei. As a sister, I've done my best before leaving. In the future, the outer realm and the myriad worlds are vast. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to meet again. In order to prevent the plan from failing, even if Wang Luoyu trusted Yi Changwei greatly and felt it was fine to tell Yi Changwei the truth, she still couldn't say anything. This was because she had promised her elder brother Duan, who had traveled thousands of miles, to save her. If her elder brother Duan didn't allow her to say anything, it was impossible for her to say anything. Rest well on the bed for the next few days. Duan Lingtian said to Yi Changwei before he disappeared from his spot in just a blink of an eye. He had entered a spatial artifact to cultivate. This spatial artifact was just an ordinary spatial artifact. It was a toy that he had casually refined. With his current attainments in the law of space, even if his weapon refinement level was only at the level of weapon refinement in the mundane realm, he was still able to create this spatial artifact by himself after reading some information on weapon refinement in the outer realm. This spatial artifact was an inconspicuous piece of metal that was exposed under the corner of a square table. Even if others saw it, it would be difficult for them to notice anything unusual about it. When Yi Changwei saw this, although she was curious about where her elder brother Duan had gone, she knew he would definitely not leave her behind. If he was such a person, he wouldn't have come to the Wang family in Lan Xiaocheng to look for her. Heaven Inheritance Sword. Duan Lingtian entered the spatial artifact that he had refined himself. He sat cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed. While he was floating in the void, images of what he had experienced today appeared in his mind. Today, he had also learned from a group of people that the Heaven Inheritance Sword, Situ Lei, was extraordinary. Even the new omnipotent expert of the Wang family had to bow down to him. He's as famous as the one from Qiming Mountain in the Heavenly Sand Territory? Duan Lingtian had not seen Situ Lei. However, he had seen the Qiming demon venerate from the Qiming Mountain before. Back in the Dancing Sun City, he had seen how powerful that Qiming demon venerate was. He had led the Qiming demon venerate from the Qiming Mountain to destroy the Dancing Sun City. He had even found a supreme expert to help him kill the supreme experts of the Dancing Sun City and scare off the supreme experts who had survived. The 5 first-rate clans of Dancing Sun City had also been destroyed. Dancing Sun City had also been reduced to ruins. For this reason, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, a person like Demon Venerable Qi Ming was a peerless existence who could single-handedly destroy a large city that was guarded by many supreme powerhouses. Today, he had learned that the Heaven Inheritance Sword, Situ Lei, whom the Wang family had invited, was also an omnipotent expert who was not weaker than the Qi Ming demon Venerable. Obviously, he was also a figure who could destroy a large city with his own strength. Heaven Inheritance Sword. Judging from his name, he's obviously a sword cultivator. And from what those people said, he's also good at sword principle. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned. I wonder how far he has come in sword principle. Is he stronger than me? There's a high probability that he's not as good as me. Duan Lingtian was very confident in his own attainments in sword principle. Even though he knew that the Heaven Inheritance Sword, Situ Lei, had lived for a long time, the sword principle depended more on luck and talent. Moreover, he had also heard that Situ Lei did not rely on sword principle to become an omnipotent expert. Although he had mastered sword principle before becoming an omnipotent expert, his attainments in sword principle were not enough to support him to become an omnipotent expert. I wonder if the Wang family will arrange for me to meet him. Originally, Duan Lingtian was just thinking about it casually. However, what he did not expect was that a few days later, not long after he walked out of the bridal chamber, he saw the Wang family head, Wang Kuei, rushing over in a hurry. When Wang Kuei saw Duan Lingtian, his gaze was a little ambiguous, but he did not forget about the business at hand. Brother Li Feng, a few days ago, you heard Meng Tianfeng mention Senior Situ. These few days, Senior Situ is planning to leave. Before he left, he said that he wanted to see you, Brother Li Feng. Chapter 4440. Duan Lingtian did not expect Situ Lei, the inherited heaven sword, to invite him to a meeting. After all, Situ Lei was a supreme expert. Moreover, he was not an ordinary supreme expert. In the Heavenly Sand Territory, he was as famous as the Heavenly Sand Territories, Heavenly Sand Territories, Heavenly Sand Territories, Heavenly Sand Territories, Heavenly Sand Territory. Even if he had the chance to meet Situ Lei, it would be under the recommendation of the Wang clan. If Situ Lei wanted to meet him personally, he would have to know about his current strength and innate talent. Did the Wang clan tell him that I possess strength close to that of an invincible higher ultimate god, even though I'm not even 10,000 years old? Duan Lingtian could only think of this at this moment. If that's really the case, the Wang clan really doesn't hide anything from him. Based on the situation at the wedding, most of the guests did not know about his strength. Most of them were curious about him as the Wang clan's son-in-law. Due to this reason, he knew the Wang clan did not reveal his background. He had noticed earlier that most of the people in the Wang clan did not know about his background. Therefore, he guessed the Wang clan would not announce this to the public. Under such circumstances, the inherited heaven sword, Situ Lei, could make the Wang clan take the initiative to mention his strength. It could be said that the Wang clan really did not hide anything from him. Brother Li Feng. Wang Kuei, the clan leader of the Wang clan, said solemnly when he saw Duan Lingtian's doubtful expression, Senior Situ is not an ordinary ally of the Wang clan. This time, it was the Supreme Elder who mentioned Brother Li Feng's strength and talent to Senior Situ. That's why he wanted to see a monstrous talent like you. Most importantly, the Supreme Elder mentioned Brother Li Feng's attainment in the Sword Dao. Senior Situ said that if the Supreme Elder did not exaggerate, your attainment in the Sword Dao is definitely above his. When Wang Kuei said this, he looked at Duan Lingtian again with a hint of shock in the depths of his eyes. He hadn't comprehended any of the four Daos of heaven and earth, so he didn't know much about them. Previously, he had only heard their Wang clan's grand elder, Wang Jingrao, say that the young man before him was extremely accomplished in the way of the sword. However, he did not have any idea about this. Yet now, a supreme expert who stood at the peak of the Sky Sand Realm had said that the young man's attainments in the Sword Dao were above his. How could he not be shocked? Since Duan Lingtian had already expected this, he was not surprised by Wang Kuei's words. He guessed that the Wang clan had sold him to Situ Lei. The only thing he hadn't expected was that the Wang clan had also mentioned the Sword Dao that he had mastered. Presumably, the main reason Situ Lei wanted to see him was because of the Sword Dao that he had mastered. In terms of strength, I'm far inferior to him. But in terms of attainments in the Sword Dao, he's probably inferior to me. However, Even if they walk on different paths of sword Dao, if they can learn from each other, they can still obtain a certain level of comprehension. That Situ Lei must have thought of this point. Duan Lingtian had also guessed Situ Lei's thoughts at this time. It could be said that Situ Lei wanted to see him. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart settled. It was not impossible for him to share his comprehension of the sword Dao for the other party to learn from. As long as the other party gave enough benefits, it was not impossible. Moreover, Duan Lingtian also believed that as long as he entertained Situ Lei well this time, the Wang clan would completely treat him as one of their own and would no longer treat him as an outsider. Now, the reason why the Wang clan still had its former glory could be said to be completely relying on the inherited heaven sword, Situ Lei, this big tree. For Situ Lei, the Wang clan would definitely agree to all his requests. Usually, Situ Lei did not have anything to ask of the Wang clan. After all, the current Wang clan was a clan that did not even have a supreme expert. Situ Lei took care of the Wang clan because of the friendship of the supreme expert of the Wang clan. However, friendship would also fade. Especially after helping the Wang clan time and time again. Every time he helped the Wang clan, he was returning the favor. Perhaps the supreme expert of the Wang clan in the past had done Situ Lei a great favor, but no matter how great the favor was, there would come a time when it was over. Now that the Wang clan had the opportunity to do Situ Lei a favor through Duan Lingtian, they were naturally happy to do so. Once Duan Lingtian really did this favor on behalf of the Wang clan, Duan Lingtian would naturally no longer be an outsider on the Wang clan's side from then on. At the very least, the higher-ups of the Wang clan, such as the Wang clan leader Wang Kuei and the two supreme elders with the highest status in the Wang clan, would completely treat Duan Lingtian as one of their own. Brother Li Feng, I'll be frank with you. This time, the Wang clan hopes that you can discuss the sword Dao with Senior Situ. With your greater attainments than Senior Situ, you'll definitely be able to give him some inspiration. This time, as long as Senior Situ is satisfied, you can ask for anything from the Wang clan. As long as it's within the Wang clan's power, we won't be stingy. Wang Kuei spoke very seriously and directly stated the Wang clan's desire this time without beating around the bush. What Wang Kuei said now was completely in line with what Duan Lingtian had guessed. You jest, clan leader. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I, Li Feng, am now the son-in-law of the Wang clan and can be considered half a member of the Wang clan. If the Wang clan needs something, I, Li Feng, will naturally not decline if it's within my power. I wonder, when will Senior Situ have the time to see me? Duan Lingtian's words were also very simple and direct. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Kuei's eyes lit up, and in the next moment, his tone became much more excited. Brother Li Feng, Senior Situ said that whenever you're free, he can come and see you directly. After Situ Lei found out that Duan Lingtian's attainments in the sword Dao were above his, he did not feel that he was superior just because he was an ultimate expert. The one who reached the top was first. At least, in the sword Dao, the son-in-law of the Wang clan was ahead of him. Moreover, he also found out from the Wang clan that this son-in-law of the Wang clan, who was not even 10,000 years old, had such strength behind him. He must have an extraordinary background. Behind the other party's background, there might be an ultimate expert who was stronger than him. For such a person, even if Situ Lei could do whatever he wanted in the Sky Sand Realm, he would not dare to take advantage of his seniority. Senior Situ is joking. Duan Lingtian smiled slightly. He's a senior, and I'm a junior. Naturally, I should be the one to see him. Clan leader, please take me to see Senior Situ. Brother Li Feng, thank you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Kuei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and could not help but feel grateful. From his perspective, and even the Wang clan's perspective, naturally, they did not want Situ Lei to come and see Duan Lingtian. After all, Situ Lei's status in the eyes of the Wang clan was extraordinary. Moreover, in terms of age and seniority, Situ Lei was an elder. However, they could not ask too much of Li Feng. Therefore, they could only let Li Feng make the decision himself. Now that Li Feng was so tactful, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also sent a message to the Wang clan's grand elder, Wang Jingrao, about Li Feng's attitude. The Wang clan owes brother Li Feng this favor. After Senior Situ leaves, Bring Brother Li Feng to our Wang clan's treasury and let him choose whatever he wants. The Wang clan cannot be stingy in this regard. Of course, with Brother Li Feng's strength and talent, as well as his extraordinary background, even in our Wang clan's treasury, there might not be many things that Brother Li Feng will want. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was following Wang Kuei to find the inherited heaven sword, Situ Lei. However, he did not know that the Wang clan's treasury had already opened its doors to him, allowing him to choose any treasure he wanted. Chapter 44-41. It was not like Duan Ling Tian had never seen a supreme powerhouse before. Even before coming to the outer realm, he had seen the supreme experts in the realm battlefield of the god-defying realm, and had even come into contact with them. However, there seemed to be only one supreme powerhouse that he had met in the past. The feeling he got from him was not weaker than the inherited heaven sword, Situ Lei. It was a very strange feeling. Situ Lei had the demeanor of an immortal. He seemed ordinary, but he gave him a lot of pressure. Even the divine tree of life in his small world throbbed. He had not felt this way for a long time. Only when he was bathing in the god-defying world's realm battlefield in the god-defying world, did the owner of the mysterious voice give him such a feeling. Of course, the person who showed up at that time might not be the real body. If the person who showed up at that time was not the real body, does that mean that his strength might be above Situ Lei's? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could not help but think. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but secretly gasp. The inherited heaven sword, Situ Lei, was already a top figure in the heavenly sand realm. How strong would the person be if he was stronger than him? Of course, Duan Ling Tian also knew that although the inherited heaven sword, Situ Lei, was a top figure in the heavenly sand realm, he did not represent the top combat power in the outer realm. This was because even the heavenly sand realm was only the border of the outer realm. It belonged to the outer realm, the most remote and backward place. This was also something that Duan Ling Tian further understood after coming to the Wang family in Lanshao City. Greetings, Senior Situ. After all, it was not the first time that Duan Ling Tian had faced a supreme powerhouse. He had even seen a battle between supreme powerhouses. At this moment, he seemed very casual in front of Situ Lei. Compared to the Wang family head, Wang Kuei, he was completely opposite. At this moment, Wang Kuei respectfully greeted Situ Lei in front of him. He held his breath and did not even dare to breathe. Seeing Duan Ling Tian like this, a strange light flashed in the depths of Situ Lei's eyes, and then he gave a friendly smile. Little friendly Feng, there's no need to be so polite. In terms of cultivation, I'm superior to you because I'm much older than you. In terms of the sword Dao, I might not be inferior to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Situ Lei continued without waiting for Duan Ling Tian to speak. I presume little friendly Feng already knows the purpose of my invitation this time. I'm a straightforward person who likes to be straightforward and doesn't like to beat around the bush. The reason I'm looking for you, young friendly Feng, is because I hope to discuss sword Dao with you, young friendly Feng. As long as I benefit from the discussion, I will definitely not mistreat my young friendly Feng. Situ Lei simply said. Duan Ling Tian was also shocked by Situ Lei's straightforwardness. He thought that Situ Lei just wanted him to demonstrate his swordsmanship through the Wang family. But now it seemed that Situ Lei was also very sincere. This also made Duan Ling Tian have a good impression of Situ Lei. No matter what, Situ Lei was still a high and mighty expert, and the current him was not even an invincible upper-level ultimate god. Senior Situ, you must be joking. Duan Ling Tian smiled slightly. Now that I've married the daughter of the Wang family, I'm considered half a member of the Wang family. Senior, you've taken great care of the Wang family all these years. Now that I'm the son-in-law of the Wang family, it's only right for me to do something for you. I dare not ask for anything in return. As soon as Duan Ling Tian said this, Wang Kuei's gaze toward Duan Ling Tian became even friendlier. Situ Lei was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Good. The Wang family has really found a good son-in-law this time. Senior Situ, I'll take my leave first. After greeting Situ Lei, Wang Kuei looked at Duan Ling Tian again and said with a smile, Brotherly Feng, Please take good care of Senior Situ on behalf of the Wang family. Now, no matter how he looked at the young man in front of him, he was pleasing to the eye. Their Wang family had really found a good son-in-law this time. Compared to him, Meng Yujing of the Meng family in Kanglan City was simply mud. Don't worry, family head. Duan Lingtian nodded. I won't hide anything from Senior Situ. As for Duan Lingtian, he really didn't intend to keep it to himself. In his opinion, Situ Lei was a supreme expert, and he had a good relationship with him. For him, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. Even if Situ Lei found out the purpose of his visit to the Wang family in the future, he might not do anything to him and might even remember his favor. And with his favor, when the Wang family found out the truth in the future, they might not hold a grudge against him. He still had a good impression of some people in the Wang family. If he could save Wang Luoyu without falling out with the Wang family, he did not want to fall out with the Wang family. Of course, his original plan would not change. Although he felt that even if he told the Wang family the truth now, the Wang family would not do anything to him, he still did not intend to take the risk. What if? Among the people in power in the Wang family, he had only seen the supreme elder Wang Jingrao and the family head Wang Kuei. There was still one supreme elder that he had not seen yet. Wonderful. Amazing. Young friendly Feng, your sword Dao is simply superb. I thought that even if my sword Dao is not as good as yours, the gap is not big. Now it seems that I am a frog in a well. If I can master the sword Dao at your level, I am confident that I can suppress all the powerful experts in Heavenly Sand Realm. Seeing Duan Lingtian show the profundity of sword Dao without holding back, the inherited heaven sword Situ Lei's eyes shone brighter and brighter. In the end, he also gestured. Another profundity of sword Dao appeared in Duan Lingtian's divine artifact. At this moment, Situ Lei had entered the space in Duan Lingtian's spatial divine artifact. It was risky for an ordinary person to rashly enter someone else's spatial divine artifact. However, as a supreme expert, if Situ Lei really unleashed his full power, he could easily destroy the space in Duan Lingtian's spatial divine artifact and escape. In front of Situ Lei, Duan Lingtian did his best to show the profundity of sword Dao. He showed the profundity of space sword Dao without holding back, causing Situ Lei to be mesmerized. During this process, Duan Lingtian also looked at Situ Lei's sword Dao. It was not difficult for him to find some flaws in it. If Situ Lei wanted to observe Duan Lingtian's sword Dao, it would be difficult for him to fix these flaws. However, under Duan Lingtian's guidance, although he could not make up for many flaws, he knew the root cause of the next time. As long as Situ Lei was given time, he could completely eliminate those flaws. And this also made Situ Lei grateful to Duan Lingtian. After getting along for a period of time, Duan Lingtian also understood this supreme expert better. In front of him, the other party was completely on the same level as him and never put on the slightest airs. Even when asking for his guidance, he was as obedient as a studious student. Of course, after getting along with the other party for a period of time, Duan Lingtian was not without gains. Although the other party's sword Dao was not enough to feed back Duan Lingtian, the other party still gave Duan Lingtian a lot of pointers on the laws of space and the laws of time. Although the other party was not good at these two laws, after all, he had lived for a long time. Many opponents and friends were good at the laws of space and the laws of time, so he could also guide Duan Lingtian in this regard. The two of them guided each other and stayed together for a full 3 years before leaving the spatial artifact. Duan Lingtian's original plan to leave the Wang family in a few days was delayed for a full 3 years. On the other side, Wang Luoyu was also patiently waiting. While waiting, her days were also much better than before. It could even be said that it was a world of difference. Every few days, a large amount of cultivation resources that even the direct descendants of the Wang clan would be jealous of would be delivered to her for her to enjoy. She was like the most honorable princess of the Wang family, shining brightly. Some people said that the grandson of the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Kuei, was publicly slapped by Wang Kuei because he accidentally said something about Wang Luoyu's deceased brother, Wang Yiyuan. At that moment, everyone in the Wang family knew that Wang Luoyu had flown to the top and become the Wang family's golden phoenix. At the same time, more and more people were curious about the background of Wang Luoyu's husband, the young man named Li Feng. What kind of background did he have to be able to allow Wang Luoyu's status in the Wang family to skyrocket? Miss Yu, Everyone in the Wang family is saying that you have a good reputation for marrying a person of such high status like young Master Li Feng. The servant girl who helped Wang Luoyu with her makeup said to Wang Luoyu. When Wang Luoyu heard this, she could not help but feel a little dazed. Then, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. She was not good enough for that elder brother Duan. It's been 3 years. Elder brother Duan should be coming back soon, right? Wang Luoyu thought to herself. Chapter 44-42. 3 years was enough for Wang Luoyu to come up with many new ideas. 3 years ago, the first thing she wanted to do was follow her elder brother Duan's dying wish and leave the Wang clan with her elder brother Duan. From then on, she would no longer be a marriage tool for the Wang clan. Now that she had been in the Wang clan for 3 years, she had been treated extremely well by the Wang clan. Even the clan leader of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei, was extremely courteous when he saw her. She was even fortunate enough to meet one of the Wang clan's supreme elders. The supreme elders even told her that she could look for him directly if she needed help. The change in the Wang clan's attitude towards her was like heaven and earth. Now, she was like a high and mighty princess in the Wang clan. She was sought after by everyone. No matter where she went, she was like the moon surrounded by stars. It should be known that even when her elder brother Wang Yiyuan was still alive, she had never received such treatment. Of course, Wang Luoyu knew very well that the reason she was able to receive such treatment was all because of her elder brother Duan. Of course, in the eyes of the Wang clan, he was not Duan Lingtian, but Li Feng. Recently, she had thought more than once about how great it would be if her elder brother Duan was not Duan Lingtian but Li Feng, her husband. Moreover, under the influence of the people around her, and when she thought about how considerate and responsible her elder brother Duan was, she had unknowingly developed a favorable impression of him. Perhaps, even if she was asked to marry him now, she would not reject it. Big brother Duan is really outstanding. It's no wonder that even a woman like Big Sister Rose who has high standards would favor him so much. Wang Luoyu sighed inwardly. She knew very well how high her good sister's standards were. In the entire Sky Sand territory, there was no young talent of the same generation that she liked. Of course, she also knew that such an outstanding man did not belong to her sister Rose, and it was impossible for him to belong to her. I can't believe. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 3 years was not a long time for Duan Lingtian, and it passed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he had spent the past 3 years with Situ Lei, the inherited heaven sword. While he demonstrated the sword Dao to Situ Lei also tried his best to help him comprehend the law of time and the law of space. Although Situ Lei was not proficient in these two laws, he had lived for a long time and was very knowledgeable. Moreover, he had many floating mirror image, that he had fought with people who were proficient in these two laws. Among those scryer images, there were even scryer images of invincible high-level ultimate gods fighting. Not to mention the scryer image of an invincible upper-level supreme god, who was proficient in the law of time and the law of space, even the scryer image of an invincible upper-level supreme god, who was proficient in other ordinary laws was extremely precious in the outer realm or even the myriad worlds. More than 90% of invincible higher-level supreme gods were existences who had comprehended and mastered the laws of nature to the realm of perfection. Such an existence could be said to have walked to the end of the law he was proficient in and comprehended to the pinnacle. The laws displayed in the scryer recordings of such existences could be said to be flawless. One could imagine how precious it was. And Duan Lingtian had obtained such a scryer image from Situ Lei. It should be known that this kind of scryer image, because of its preciousness, was often recorded with restrictions on it, and there was no way to forcibly copy it. And Situ Lei had given this scryer image to Duan Lingtian. To the current Duan Lingtian, the value of this scryer image was actually not inferior to the godhead of an ultimate god in the law of space. In fact, it might even be of greater help to him. Therefore, even though Situ Lei's attainments in the sword Dao had not been small in the past 3 years, Duan Lingtian still felt that he had gained a great advantage. Perhaps the improvement he had obtained in the law of space was not as good as Situ Lei's gains in the sword Dao. But that might not be the case in the future. Little friend Li Feng, after parting today, I don't know when we'll meet again. There should be some things in this storage ring that you can use. Even if you can't use them, It shouldn't be difficult to exchange them for something you can use. Before parting, Situ Lei handed Duan Lingtian a storage ring. In these 3 years, thanks to little friend Li Feng's magnanimity, my progress in the sword Dao has been rapid. Perhaps, it won't be long before there will be no one who can match me in the Heavenly Sands realm. As he spoke, Situ Lei's eyes were filled with yearning. Currently, although he was considered one of the strongest ultimate gods in the Heavenly Sands realm, he was only one of the strongest ultimate gods. There were still a few people who could compete with him. And if his sword Dao improved further, there was hope for him to surpass those few people. And this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the increase in his strength also meant that it would be much easier for him to resist the next 10,000 years of heavenly tribulation. Resisting the 10,000 years of heavenly tribulation became easier, which also meant that he could live for a period of time. This was the most important thing. Because of this, he felt that he owed Duan Lingtian a great favor. Even if he had given Duan Lingtian a scryer recording of a battle between 2 ultimate gods who had comprehended the laws of space to perfection, he still felt that it was far from enough. In his eyes, there was nothing more important than his own life. Whether it was that scryer recording or the storage ring in his hands, they were all just worldly possessions. Once he died, no matter how good his worldly possessions were, he would not be able to enjoy them. Senior Situ, that scryer recording of yours is enough to repay my favor. Duan Lingtian did not take the storage ring that Situ Lei handed over. Even though he knew that there were definitely many things he needed in this storage ring, as he said, he felt that the scryer recording given by Situ Lei was enough to repay the favor of sharing his understanding of the sword Dao. At first, Situ Lei was still insisting, but when he saw Duan Lingtian's determination, he did not continue to force Duan Lingtian. However, at this time, there was a slight change in the way he looked at Duan Lingtian. Little friendly Feng, it's fine if you don't accept this storage ring. However, I will give little friendly Feng another thing. This thing, little friendly Feng, you must accept it. This thing to little friendly Feng may never be of use. However, once it is of use, to little friendly Feng, it may be a life-saving item. As Situ Lei spoke, he had already raised his hand and took out an ordinary-looking jade piece. However, when a light flashed between his eyebrows, there was another drop of golden blood, surrounded by obscure golden translucent symbols, that shot out and merged into the jade piece in his hand. Suddenly, the golden light on the jade piece soared and disappeared after a while. At the same time, the jade piece returned to its original appearance. The only difference was that there was an additional mark of golden blood on the jade piece. At the same time, the jade piece no longer gave off an ordinary feeling. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura. This aura gave people the feeling that there was an ancient ferocious beast sealed within it. Once it erupted, it could break mountains and even destroy the heavens and earth. Supreme Powerhouse Spiritual Blood Essence. Just as Duan Lingtian was stunned by the scene in front of him, a cry of surprise rang in his ears. This voice belonged to one of the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's little world, the world-cleansing divine water. Supreme Powerhouse Spiritual Blood Essence? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this term. He knew what blood essence was, but what was this spiritual blood essence? Chapter 44-43. This was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about the spiritual blood essence. For this reason, he had no idea what it was. However, when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's exclamation, he realized the spiritual blood essence was not an ordinary item. Of course, just by listening to the words of Situ Lei, the inherited heaven sword, it was enough to show that the essence blood was not an ordinary thing. After all, Situ Lei had said it could save his life at a critical moment. The spiritual blood essence is the blood essence of a supreme powerhouse. You know what a normal blood essence is. It's very precious to humans and other living beings. As for the spiritual colored blood essence, it is specially refined from the blood essence of an ultimate expert. Although the difficulty of refining it is not very high and it does not affect one's cultivation, it still requires a very long time. The world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. It said that it takes a supreme powerhouse more than 10,000 years to refine a drop of spiritual blood essence, More than 10,000 years. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Although supreme powerhouses were powerful and lived for a long time, they could easily live for hundreds of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. However, even a supreme powerhouse who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years could only refine a few dozen drops of spiritual blood essence in his lifetime. However, Situ Lei, the heaven-cleansing divine sword, had given him a drop of spiritual blood essence. Sister Water, what's the use of this spiritual blood essence? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask. Earlier, Situ Lei, the heaven-cleansing divine sword, had clearly said the spiritual blood essence could save his life at a critical moment. Although Duan Ling Tian was reluctant to accept it, he could not help but feel a little moved. At most, he would owe Situ Lei a favor and repay him in the future. Currently, Duan Ling Tian might not have any use for him, but if he became an invincible higher godly venerable one day, Duan Ling Tian might need his help. When the time came, he would return the favor. As Duan Ling Tian waited expectantly, the world-cleansing divine water said, "You can summon the supreme powerhouse's spirit blood essence after you use your divine energy and the law of space to evaporate it. You can use the spirit blood essence as a portal for the supreme powerhouse. It can allow the supreme powerhouse to appear at the scene directly." Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, and his breathing quickened. What does this mean? This meant that he could call out a powerhouse at any time. Moreover, he wasn't the weakest among the strongest. Of course, there are also restrictions. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, if you accept his blood essence, you'll be able to summon him anywhere in the outer world. However, he won't be able to appear in the secret realms where supreme experts can't enter. In addition, there's no way to make him appear in any of the realms. Unless he's in the same realm as you. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask, Sister Water, do you mean I can summon Senior Situ Lei to help me as long as it's not a place where supreme powerhouses can't enter? Yes. The world-cleansing divine water replied. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, did not reject Situ Lei's gift of the inherited heaven sword after he found out what the soul-bearing blood essence meant. Senior. Duan Ling Tian's expression was solemn as he said, the soul force blood essence you gave me is indeed a life-saving treasure. So I won't refuse. However, if I don't need your help, I'll return it to you when I no longer need your help. And before that, if I use this spirit essence blood and ask for Senior's help, then I will owe Senior another favor. When he spoke up to this point, Duan Ling Tian saw Situ Lei seem to want to say something, so he spoke first. Senior, you can take this as a condition for me to accept your spiritualist blood essence. If you're not willing to do this, I really don't dare to accept your spirit blood essence. Duan Ling Tian's persistence caused Situ Lei to not say anything more, but the gaze he looked at Duan Ling Tian with was filled with even more praise. Little friend Li Feng, your innate talent is outstanding. After today's farewell, I believe your strength will definitely improve the next time we meet. However, I still advise you not to rush to become an ultimate powerhouse if you have the chance to become an invincible higher ultimate god. If you become an ultimate god, your strength will be improved by leaps and bounds. However, if you don't comprehend the law to the perfection realm before that, it'll be difficult to comprehend the law to the perfection realm after becoming an ultimate god. At least, in the history of the outer realm and even the myriad worlds, I've never heard of anyone who only comprehended the law to the perfection realm after stepping into the ultimate god realm. In the outer realm and the 10,000 worlds, as long as an ultimate master becomes an ultimate master, they'll be considered a world master. Even if they're not, they're close. Their strength is not comparable to an ordinary ultimate god. Even if it's me, I'm far from an ultimate god who becomes an ultimate god. Situ Lei paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, once you become an ultimate god, it'll be more difficult to become an ultimate god. This is also a publicly acknowledged fact. I don't know why it's difficult. After all, I'm not an invincible higher ultimate god before I become an ultimate god. However, since everyone says it's difficult, it should be very difficult. I've lived for more than 200,000 years. In these 200,000 years, I know many invincible higher ultimate gods who didn't become ultimate gods until they fell under the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. As for those people before they became unrivaled high-level supreme gods, they were all people who could have become extremely strong experts, but they didn't. If you don't become an invincible higher ultimate god, it's easy to become an ultimate god. However, once you become an invincible higher ultimate god, it'll be extremely difficult to become an ultimate god. In the 200,000 years I've lived, the number of people I know who successfully became an ultimate god from an invincible higher ultimate god can be counted on one hand. You should be able to understand what I'm saying, right? If it were an ordinary person, I'd definitely advise him to become an ultimate god directly so that he can live longer. Once he becomes an invincible higher ultimate god, he may not have the chance to become an ultimate god in the future. However, you're different. You've achieved this before you're even 10,000 years old. I think if you become an invincible higher ultimate god, it should be easier for you to become an ultimate god than most invincible higher ultimate gods. It had to be said that this was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard Situ Lei's words. Was it difficult for an invincible higher ultimate god to become an ultimate god? However, it was easy for these invincible higher ultimate gods to become ultimate gods before they became invincible higher ultimate gods. Perhaps this is another reason why there are so few invincible higher ultimate gods. Not every higher ultimate god wants to become an invincible higher ultimate god. If they can become an ultimate god, they'll directly choose to become an ultimate god so that they can live longer. Once they become an invincible higher ultimate god but can't become an ultimate god, these people will definitely not live as long as the former. After all, before becoming an ultimate god, the heavenly tribulation comes once every 1,000 years. After becoming an ultimate god, the heavenly tribulation comes once every 10,000 years. It had to be said that after learning this from Situ Lei, Duan Lingtian's heart, which originally wanted to chase after an invincible higher ultimate god, was slightly shaken. With his attainments in sword principle, even if his power of law did not reach the perfection stage, after becoming an ultimate god and consolidating his strength might not be weaker than Situ Lei. He might even be stronger. Once he chased after an invincible higher ultimate god, he might not be able to become an ultimate god. However, once he became an ultimate god with the body of an invincible higher ultimate god, he could directly become a universe master. It was said that there were only a few dozen ultimate gods in the 10,000 worlds in the outer realm who were universe masters. This showed how difficult it was to become a universe master. Forget it. Senior Situ Lei is right. I'm not even 10,000 years old, and I already have such strength. If I really become an invincible higher ultimate god, I might have a chance to become an ultimate god. For me, the most important thing now is to save Kerr. Being an invincible higher ultimate god is more than enough to save Kerr. As long as he became an invincible higher ultimate god, he could choose to serve under a universe master. This way, he could ask a universe master to help his wife, Kerr, get rid of the soul shackles that Yun Qingyan had placed on her. If he directly became an ultimate god, he might not be able to get rid of the soul shackles that Yun Qingyan had placed on Kerr. He might not even be able to ask a universe master to help him. In the eyes of a universe master, an ordinary ultimate god was not worth as much as an invincible higher ultimate god. This was because they could do what an ordinary ultimate god could do, but they might not be able to do what an invincible higher ultimate god could do. As he thought of this, Duan Lingtian hesitated for a while before looking at Situ Lei and asking, "Senior, do you know about the Ghost Clan?" Ghost Clan. Situ Lei was stunned for a moment before he nodded. I've heard of this clan. It seems to be a clan from one of the realms in the myriad worlds. This clan specializes in the soul shackles way. Based on Situ Lei's reaction, it was obvious that his understanding of the Ghost Clan was based on hearsay. Senior, it's said that there are ultimate gods in the Ghost Clan as well. Generally, soul shackles that are placed by the Ghost Clan can be easily removed by someone with a higher cultivation base. If it's a soul shackles placed by an ultimate god in the Ghost Clan, ordinary ultimate gods won't be able to remove it. However, if it's a universe master, will they be able to remove it? After he finished asking, Duan Lingtian looked at Situ Lei with a gaze that was filled with anticipation. He urgently needed to know this. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.